I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Give a call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I declare that unless otherwise ordered, the High Seas Biodiversity Bill 2026 stands referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration.
Give a call to the Clerk.
Leader of the House. It's got another one.
My apologies, sorry. The Leader of the House.
Speaker, I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the whole debate time limit on the motion to take note of the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement Progress Report ministerial statement being removed.
The question is the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And now I call the Clerk.
Government business. Notice number 1, suspension of standing and sessional orders.
Give a call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I move the motion relating to the introduction and passage of a bill in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. For the benefit of the House, what this suspension means is the Treasurer would introduce the fuel excise bill. Debate would continue immediately. The speaking times would be as they ordinarily are. We'd be interrupted at 1:30 as usual for 90-second statements, followed by question time, the MPI, and then a presentation of one delegation report. After that, we'd return to the debate on the fuel excise bill. If we're still continuing at 5:30, at that point, all questions that are before the House would be voted on, and any in-detail amendments which had been circulated would be treated as though they had been moved. And I'd now welcome the very happy contribution from the Manager of Opposition Business.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the Manager.
I thank the Leader of the House, and as you know, I'm always happy and have a wonderful demeanour, except when it comes to the government just making a complete hash, a complete mess of this national fuel crisis. And here we are again, having to rush through legislation because the government was completely and utterly asleep at the wheel. So we are going to support this suspension motion, but we say again to the government, please try and get ahead of the game. Don't be playing catch-up all the time. People are hurting out there in the community. People are hurting. They're hurting for 2 reasons. There is no supply and prices have gone through the roof. No supply. The Prime Minister yesterday would not tell the Australian people how many fuel stations are out of fuel and how many service stations do not have either diesel or unleaded petrol. You talk about being responsible. In question time, when you're asked the question, front up and give Australian the facts. Why is the Prime Minister hiding the amount of service stations that have no fuel? If there's no issue, then be upfront with the Australian people. I'm here every single day, and we asked him twice. We asked him twice yesterday. Now, I'll get back to the suspension motion, because it's incredibly important that we do suspend, because we do need this fuel excise bill brought on. Because once again, we're seeing the government following the opposition's lead. We've led on this, and once again, you very reluctantly have come, so you're bringing this bill before the House, and that's why we need to suspend. I'll just give you a couple of quotes which shows the reluctance on the government side on this issue. Now, when it comes to the fuel excise, that's not something that we've been considering. Who said that? The Treasurer on the 4th of March. Then he said the point that we've made about that, Andrew, is that it's not something that we've been considering. Treasurer, 15th of March. We haven't taken a decision on the fuel excise. We've got a whole bunch of other ways that we're helping because the emphasis here is on supply. Might even give us the figures on that. The emphasis here is on working with the states and territories. 30th of March. Now, it's interesting that last week when this issue was front and centre just about every day, the opposition didn't raise this issue apart from Friday calling for the government to do this of the fuel excise once for discussion or debate, and it just seems like it's been raised as a bit of a thought bubble. So the Assistant Treasurer was calling this legislation a thought bubble on Friday, and yet here we are. The government is bringing this bill on, and that's why we're supporting this suspension of standing orders, because it's critically important. As I said at the start, Australians are hurting. There are supply issues which are being hidden now by the government. They won't be transparent and upfront about them. And I say to the Treasurer, when he finally gets to introduce the bill, start by being upfront and tell us what the situation is at the moment in this country in terms of service stations either without fuel or that don't have fuel. People are about to go to Easter, on the Easter break, Easter holidays, and they should know what the current situation is. The second thing the Treasurer should detail for us is what are the offsets. We responsibly listed the offsets so that we wouldn't get inflation. From a measure like this. We need to hear from the Treasurer right here and now what the offsets are.
Order.
I can see he's smiling because he doesn't have them, and that's why we should.
Yeah, just to pause a moment. I've been very lenient with this debate, but we've had a fairly good go. We're just going to get back to the reasons. It's pretty specific about this motion today, so we'll just return to that, and otherwise we'll have to wrap up.
So we support the suspension because this bill is necessary to ease the pain and suffering that Australians are feeling at this time. And that pain and suffering is real. Every time they go to the Bowser, and they'll be doing it a lot in the lead up to Easter and the school holidays, they are reminded of the incompetence of this government and their appalling way that they have handled this. And that's why we must suspend. And I say to the government, and they've talked about in their National Fuel Security Plan the need to bring measures forward. And I'll finish on this note, Speaker. This is the plan. 3 flimsy pages. When Australians are hurting, when they're suffering, this is what the government came up with, 3 flimsy pages. This isn't a plan. This is a political document to get the government out of the mess that they're in. You should do better. We will keep leading on this. I hope you keep following our ideas, and that's why we're supporting this suspension motion.
Order. The question is the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Treasury Laws Amendment, Fuel Excise Relief Bill 2026.
Give a call to the Honourable the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I present the Treasury Laws Amendment, Fuel Excise Relief Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
Call the Treasurer.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be read a second time. Today, the Albanese Labor Government is introducing the Treasury Laws Amendment, Fuel Excise Relief Bill 2026. This bill will deliver temporary and targeted support to Australian motorists and truckies in a responsible way. The war in the Middle East is battering the global economy. Supply chains have been disrupted, equity markets have been volatile, and inflation is creeping up across the globe. Oil prices today are around twice what they were at the start of 2026 as a result of this conflict. All of this is flowing through to prices at the bowser, and Australians have been left picking up the tab. And that's why we are taking steps to help shield them from some of the impacts of this war. As the Prime Minister and I announced yesterday, this bill will temporarily halve the fuel excise for petrol and diesel and facilitate changes to the heavy vehicle road user charge to allow for it to be reduced to zero temporarily. And here I pay tribute to the Transport Minister for her work in this regard. Halving the fuel excise will cut 26.3 cents a litre off the cost of petrol and diesel. Including the reduction in the GST component, this will cut the cost of a 65-litre tank of fuel by nearly $19. Reducing the heavy road user charge to zero will save truckies around $130 on a 400-litre tank of fuel. This decision has been welcomed by the trucking industry, with the Australian Trucking Association saying, quote, "It is the lifeline that small trucking businesses need," end quote. This temporary support will come into effect from tomorrow, but it will take a week or two to flow through to retail prices, and it will end on June 30. Australians understand that this is a short-term measure to deal with immediate and pressing challenges. The scheduled 6% increase in the road user charge will also be deferred by my colleague, and we've called on relevant states to reflect this delay in their registration fees. By calibrating these measures in a temporary way, we will provide relief while also taking some pressure off the economy more broadly. Treasury estimates these steps may reduce headline inflation by 0.5 percentage point through the year to the June quarter. And while it will incur a cost to the budget, the overwhelming majority of Australians, I think, will see this as money well spent. This bill will also grant the Minister for Transport powers to vary the heavy vehicle road user charge for the next 2 years where necessary. This will ensure the Minister has more flexibility to make temporary changes, allowing the heavy vehicle road user charge to be reduced to zero for 3 months from 1 April 2026 to help truckies and the transport industry. Now, following discussions at National Cabinet yesterday, the states and territories have also indicated that they are willing to give back some of the extra GST revenue that will flow from higher fuel prices. There are some complexities around how to put that undertaking into effect. So while discussions with the states and territories are ongoing, the bill also provides additional flexibility to make further adjustments to the rate of excise if needed to give effect to this undertaking from the states on the GST, and I thank them for it. The steps we're taking today in this bill are in addition to the actions we are already taking to date, including adding hundreds of millions of litres of diesel and petrol by releasing some of our minimum stock obligations, temporarily reducing the sulphur content standards to ensure more fuel can be sold here in Australia, and providing more support to our domestic refineries as well, providing more certainty to the private sector by underwriting fuel imports where appropriate, empowering the ACCC to crack down on misconduct, including by doubling penalties to up to $100 million. Our work with the ACCC to authorise major suppliers to get fuel where it's needed in the regions and to ramp up their fuel price monitoring, and also engaging with our international partners and peers to strengthen supply chains and fuel security where we can. So, Mr Speaker, our message to Australians is clear. We hear you, we know you're under pressure, and we are working to make your life a little bit easier right now in the face of all of this global economic uncertainty. That global situation is changing rapidly, but Australians can be assured their government's focus is on easing cost of living pressures in the most responsible way that we can, securing our fuel supply and making sure we get it to where it's needed most. And for all of these reasons, Mr Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is the bill read a second time. I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'm happy to stand in support of this legislation. If you think about the Australians looking at an environment of global uncertainty right now, They're looking at global economic conditions. They're looking at, of course, conflict overseas. They're looking at the supply chain factors which have been underestimated by their government, and they're looking, frankly, at the future with a sense of anxiety and concern about where our country is heading, and particularly because we had an inflation fire that the government was pouring debt petrol on even before this conflict. The government should have snuffed the fire out of inflation. Instead, they continued to feed it through debt spending. And as a consequence, we are going into a very difficult period in our nation's history, weaker than we should be, with inflation that is persistent and undermining and corroding not just wages, but of course spiralling costs, and particularly for small businesses and the self-employed, who are heavily exposed to rising costs and already struggling to make ends meet. We have Australians going to supermarkets right now, and they're getting their red basket out or their trolley and wondering whether they can afford the cost of the items they need to support themselves and their families. And of course, particularly in the lead up to Easter, traditionally a time, Speaker, of bounty inside a family, and certainly people wishing to do so. We have seafood trucks which are struggling to make ends meet to be able to get food to consumers at a price they can afford. And of course, Australians are going to supermarkets and other small businesses that they want to support, expecting to be able to afford to buy the food that they would ordinarily provide for their family, and there's a big question mark on that. And against that backdrop, of course, and every bit of inflationary pressure is forcing the hand of the Reserve Bank. It now looks like the government is daring the Reserve Bank to increase interest rates rather than what they should be doing, which is snuffing out the inflation fire as best they can. We've already had one interest rate hike this year as a consequence of data from last year. Tragically, I think most people are now expecting it to increase. Yesterday, Westpac talked about a potential increase of 3 interest rate hikes this year alone. And the response from a responsible government would be to turn around and to turn down the dial of inflation, take the pressure off the Reserve Bank to force up interest rates. They've done the reverse. They're continuing to pour debt petrol on the inflation fire and daring the Reserve Bank to a 4th, and dare I say it, possibly a 5th. And this is the problem of the fuel crisis Australians are living right now. If it were just in isolation, it would be enormously problematic for Australians. If it were just a fuel crisis in a moment against a calm economic waters, domestically and internationally, Australians would still be struggling with the situation, but they'd go into it with confidence for the future, for themselves, their families, for their small business, for their family business, or if they're self-employed. But instead, they're going into this crisis where the government has created a backdrop. Unfortunately, that does not give Australians the confidence they need right now, and even more so as they lead into Easter. Because what we know is that the government has fundamentally misdiagnosed and misunderstood the scale of the challenge faced by the Australian economy from events overseas. Not just with the inflation problem that preceded it, but since then, I remember standing here only less than a month ago and watching the Minister for Energy and Climate Change say that there was no problems around fuel stocks, and then within 3 days declare a national crisis. I remember the Minister for Climate Change and Energy saying there was no problem around fuel stocks, and then a national crisis 3 days later, and then within a few weeks to now be boasting that there's more fuel in Australia now than there was at the start of this crisis. Only then, within about another 3 days, to turn around and say, we're now going to consider rationing. This government is not in control of the situation before the Commonwealth. It does not understand the consequences of what it is doing. It does not seem to understand how supply chains work. It does not understand the essential input that fuels and liquid fuels have into the health of the economy, and as a consequence, the impact it not just has on industry, but also of ordinary Australians. And the only people who will pay through higher prices and higher costs is, of course, ordinary Australians. Now, when we put forward a proposal, when the opposition put forward a proposal to cut fuel excise, the objective of cutting fuel excise was to understand that if the government just rushed ahead and did it, that it risked being inflationary. We understood from their energy rebate schemes that they said weren't inflationary, but proved to be inflationary, despite the economic denial of all of the PhDs on the other side of this chamber that they claim to boast so much as to give them brilliant insights. That if you provide these sorts of mechanisms in place without offsets, then you will get inflation. So the government has followed the opposition's calls for a fuel excise cut and a reduction in the road user charge, despite the misleading comments from the Treasury yesterday in question time, as was clarified by the Leader of the Opposition following question time. But we always understood that the most important part of introducing those measures was to make sure that they were not inflationary, and so we offered offsets as a condition for our proposal, because we understood that if we were going to give Australians excise relief, that we didn't want to give with one hand today only to take more from them into the future. What it's revealed is the economic model of the Albanese government. Stoke inflation so you can then tax the inflation. And while that happens, Australians get poorer, standards of living decline, and of course it's all to the benefit of those who want to control the Treasury purses, because it gives them more control and power over Australians' economic lives. So we offered non-inflationary offsets. The government has not. The government has chosen a path where they are increasing the costs on Australians and Australian households today and into the future. And of course, with other measures and other things going on with the economy, it is a really distressing situation where increasingly we are seeing a real upward pressure on inflation on a scale that I have rarely seen in my adult lifetime, particularly in light of the fact that we have not just had a global pandemic. We have an excise cut of 50%, changes the road user charge, but we offered inflation offsets. The Albanese government has given no inflation offsets for its excise relief. So everything that they are giving Australians today, they are going to take from them in the future, and more importantly, with declines in living standards and, of course, higher taxes. Because under the Albanese government, there is plenty of fuel for the inflation fire, just not for farmers and for families. What we need is responsible government, not government that is always playing catch-up. We need more than just the rhetoric and chasing themselves around to try and prove their relevance in the middle of a national crisis. Australians need hope. They need leadership. They need a leader who isn't just the last, because the Prime Minister is always the last to lead, because his government and his Treasurer don't understand the circumstances in which they face. And even worse than that, we've seen the Minister for Climate Change and Energy clearly misunderstanding his role and the impact his decisions are now having on the Australian community, because there is no other way you could have gone from having no inflation, no problem around fuel, to declaring a national crisis, to saying there's more than there was at the start of the crisis, to now saying that we're going to have to consider rationing as a nation. Australians need confidence, particularly for small and family businesses and the self-employed who are looking at the landscape right now and saying, we do not know how we are going to keep things going. We have record small business insolvencies in this country, and we're on track to exceed that record this financial year. They're looking at the future with increasing trepidation, concern about the costs that are rising while the revenue is declining. They need confidence and hope And what they need is a government that actually understands them and wants to back them in. Instead, what we have seen every step of the way is a government that has sought to rig the rules in favour of big companies against small ones, big business against small businesses, big unions against small businesses, big capital against small businesses, and of course against Australians, because they don't want to empower Australians to be able to live out their own lives and make decisions to control their own destiny. Now is the time the government must lead. Now is the government needs to understand the full consequences of the measures they're introducing across the board, not just this one, because at the end of it, the more their economic model is exposed, which is to inflate the economy and then tax the inflation, Australians are going to continue to fall further and further behind. And with that, Speaker, I move to amendment to the bill that, quote, the House notes that 1, the reduction in fuel excise and corresponding reduction in the heavy vehicle road user charge reflects a policy first proposed by the Coalition. 2, the government initially denied there was a fuel supply problem in Australia, and by delaying taking action to ensure distribution of fuel to where it was needed, exacerbated price pressures and supply shortages. 3, the government delayed acting on crisis of cost of living relief despite mounting pressure on Australian households, small businesses and transporters. 4, the government has failed to provide any budget offsets or outline how this measure will be funded, increasing the risk of additional inflationary pressure where the only fuel guaranteed is for inflation, not for farmers or families. 5, within 24 hours of the announcement, the government's proposed GST arrangements have already fallen into disarray, raising further concerns about fiscal credibility and coordination. 6, uncertainty remains regarding fuel supply security and the risk of heavy-handed market interventions. And 7, Australians deserve timely leadership and responsible economic management during this fuel crisis.
Is the amendment... Oh, have you concluded your remarks?
Well, of the amendment, yes. If that's sufficient, yes.
Has the member concluded his remarks?
If yes. Sure.
I thank the member for Goldstein. Is the amendment seconded? Give the call to the honourable member for Nichols.
Yes, I second the amendment. Thank you. And, well...
You do normally reserve your rights.
I would like to speak now, Mr Speaker, if I can. I'm next on the list to speak on this amendment.
No.
This bill. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
It's side to side, so does the member wish
I second the amendment and reserve my right. Sorry, Andrew.
The member will be allowed to speak in the debate. No problem. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Goldstein has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question before the House now is the amendment be agreed to. I give the call to the honourable member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, we do live in uncertain times with a war going on overseas, and while that's happening, though, we can't forget that this government continues to focus on looking after Australians here at home as well. Our number one priority remains supporting our communities with cost of living relief. Now, this isn't something new. This started back in 2022 when the Albanese Labor government was first elected, and it has continued full steam since then. From tax cuts to $25 scripts to seeing a GP for free and energy bill relief, this government has implemented a lot of changes to help ease cost of living. We know how hard it's been. However, as the war rages overseas, we are seeing prices at the petrol pump go up, and there's no doubt that this adds to the anxiety that people are already feeling. If we listen to those on the other side, though, you'd swear that this government was oblivious to that and was doing nothing. But nothing can be further from the truth. Again, we are stepping in to help people with this unexpected hip pocket hit. Now, yesterday the Prime Minister announced that we've halved the fuel excise, and this bill will enable this to happen. Following a meeting of the National Cabinet convened by the Prime Minister, the Australian Government will now halve the fuel excise on petrol and diesel for 3 months with this bill, should it pass. The halving of the fuel excise will reduce the cost of fuel by approximately 26 cents a litre, And if you look at that and what that means for everyday mums and dads, a 65-litre tank in the car, that'll probably cut your fuel costs by about $19. And if you're an operator, probably around $130, assuming you've got a 400-litre tank. Now, again, let's not forget that the spike in fuel price as a result of the war in the Middle East is hurting Australians, and this bill will help provide some relief. The halving of the fuel excise will commence from 1 April and run till 30th of June. This bill also provides the government with greater flexibility to give additional relief to the fuel excise and excise equivalent customs duty rates. And when this bill is passed, the Treasurer will be able to determine excise or equivalent customs duty rates to be reduced by more than 50% during the rate reduction period. The bill also waives the heavy vehicle road user charge for 3 months to support truck drivers in carrying out their essential work. In addition, the government will postpone the next planned increase by approximately 6 months. Speaker, working through the National Cabinet, the Prime Minister is doing what he can with the states, and our government is supporting what we can to support supply security and cost relief measures. While supply is secure for the time being, we are seeing spikes in demand resulting in pockets of fuel shortages. The Energy Minister daily reports on where these shortages are. No one knows when the war will end, so as the Prime Minister said yesterday, Australians are encouraged to conserve fuel, maybe carpool, maybe get back on the push bike, use public transport wherever possible. Now, I welcome existing moves to cut the costs of public transport. It's a great way to move people around quickly. And in my home state of Queensland, the Great Sunshine State, the former Labor government rolled out 50-cent fares, and that has saved commuters between $20 and $70 per week on average. Not only is it cost-saving, because it's been rolling on now for quite some time, it is changing consumer behaviour, and it is helping people with cost of living pressures. And these changes continue to today. And just recently, Deputy Speaker, we saw Victoria and Tasmania make public transport free for the next month or couple of months, depending on the state. Deputy Speaker, the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, ACCC, will continue to monitor companies for price gouging to help ensure that the low excise rate is fully passed on to consumers at the bowser. We've seen periods in the past where this hasn't been the case, so hopefully the ACCC will be able to step in when people do the wrong thing. So while Australia's fuel supply outlook remains secure in the near term because of the actions of the Albanese Labor government, the longer this war goes on, the more uncertain everything can be. That's why the government continues to act and is acting now, despite what we hear in this House, to prepare and shield Australians. And since the conflict commenced a few weeks ago, the Albanese government has taken some swift action. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, we've passed new laws to double penalties for petrol companies who are price gouging, and I'll talk more on that a bit later. We've appointed a National Fuel Supply Task Force coordinator, released 20% of Australia's petrol and diesel fuel reserves targeted at regional areas, changed fuel standards to get more fuel flowing, change diesel standards so Australia's refineries can supply more diesel. We've tasked the ACCC to ramp up price gouging monitoring and issuing on-the-spot fines. We've engaged with international partners to keep supply flowing, including securing a supply agreement with Singapore. And we've introduced laws to make sure companies pay truckies fairly in this period of fuel price spikes. And we've introduced legislation to underwrite the purchase of fuel imports by the private sector. And yesterday, the Prime Minister, alongside national leaders, agreed and released a national fuel security plan. The Prime Minister, the Foreign Affairs Minister and Minister Bowen are continuing their engagement with international partners to maintain the steady supply of fuel and diesel shipments to Australia. We will keep Australians informed of these discussions and the progress as further developments arise. Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister also announced yesterday that the government will be announcing more measures to prepare the nation for supply chain challenges over the coming days and weeks. As this war rages overseas, it really is upending supply chains, including fuel, and it is It is impacting our country. And at the end of the day too, as we listen to those on the other side, they do accuse the government of sitting on their hands, but really nothing can be further from the truth. But I guess the rationale for those opposite is that if you keep saying it often enough, you might start believing it yourself and hope that people might start to believe it too. Deputy Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, that's not to say there aren't parts of Australia that have faced significant demands and then accompanying fuel shortages, especially with the supply of diesel. But I want to remind the people of Australia and my constituents in Brisbane that the now current Leader of the Opposition did hide an energy price increase from Australians, deliberately deceiving the Australian public. On this side of the House, we've been transparent about shortages, we face up to the challenges and we act. Deputy Speaker, today I also want to go back to and talk about the rise in fuel prices, which I've seen in my electorate and which is not isolated. In times of conflict and uncertainty, consumer behaviour changes, and it really depends on what people think might happen. And one of the most obvious outcomes is hoarding when there's a fear of supply shortages. And that might be a real fear or a perceived fear. But remember, during COVID, we had the stockpiling of toilet paper. Not everyone did this, but many thought about their neighbours and others and only bought what they could. We are seeing something similar happening here with stories of people stockpiling. Supply behaviour also changes, Deputy Speaker. Price changes can be initiated in the supermarket, at the pump. Now, many business owners are honest and they absolutely do the right thing, but there is always someone who looks at how they can make a quick buck. And who loses out when that happens, Deputy Speaker? Every single one of us. Everyone who's trying to buy the critical goods for our everyday lives. Every parent who's trying to drop their kid off at school or take a sick relative to the hospital. Every business that's trying to keep their door open. And unfortunately, with fuel supply front and centre, it does open the door for grifters in the fuel industry to take advantage. The conflict overseas shouldn't be an excuse to profit off Australians. And I say to those in the industry who are thinking of doing the wrong thing, don't take advantage, don't treat the people of Australia, don't treat my community like mugs. Just do the right thing. Everybody will benefit in the long term. And frankly, price gouging, it's just so un-Australian. I also say to the people of Brisbane, pay attention to the prices and know that the government's on your side, that we won't tolerate you being taken advantage of. And that's why we now have higher penalties for those companies that do the wrong thing, to a maximum of $100 million per offence. Now, this comes on top of the steps the government has already taken to increase penalties up to $50 million, which is 5 times higher than what they were. We also gave the ACCC more tools, like extending petrol price monitoring or petrol gouging monitoring powers and the ability to issue spot fines. Deputy Speaker, I do want to go back to also the trucking industry, which we know is feeling the pinch of the fuel shortages across Australia. And we know, and the reason I go back to it is because we know without trucks, Australia stops. And I say to the trucking industry, as I hope you've heard from others in this House on this side of the chamber, this government is here to support you. We know that our transport industry can only operate if it has access to reliable fuel sources. That's why we're taking practical steps to support the industry. We passed the legislation in the House to amend the Fair Work Act to allow truckies and road transport businesses to make an emergency application for a contract chain order to deal with the current spike in fuel prices. A contract chain order is a little convoluted, but it simply means they can negotiate a fair deal to keep their trucks moving. Currently, there was a maximum of approximately 6 months for these orders to happen, and with the passing of the legislation, that waiting time will be removed. What this means is that truckies and transport operators aren't left to worry about managing rising costs on their own. Now, this is so important to it's just so important to support those who do move our goods around the country, but it's not just the truckies that rely on this, that rely on the fuel. Think of all those industries and sectors that are impacted if we can't be moving goods and services and there's insufficient fuel. Housing and construction industry, we're trying to build 1.2 million homes over a 5-year period. Road building, other construction, many local businesses across our communities. Deputy Speaker, those opposite have spent weeks talking down fuel availability, at times even fuelling misinformation, and they weren't prepared to support the Australian truckies getting access to more fuel. You actually really couldn't make that up when you think about it. They talk about the fact that the government sits on its hands and is completely oblivious, is not taking a leadership role. Nothing can be further from the truth. This government has taken strategic, considered and coordinated steps to support our fuel resilience, to maximise supply and reduce costs to consumers and those who rely on fuel to keep their businesses operating. Now, we know, Deputy Speaker, there's a lot of anxiety out in our communities associated with the challenges of the war overseas. We know that part of that is contributed to by cost of living. The cost of fuel prices, which increases the cost of living. This Labor government hears you. We are acting. And it's times like this we need to keep Australia moving, and that's what this bill does alongside other measures this responsible government has taken. I commend the bill to the House.
The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Goldstein has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted, with the view to substitute other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendment Fuel Excise Relief Bill. And before I do, people on this side of the chamber will make no apology for bringing to the government's attention the seriousness of the issue, particularly in the industries that keep Australia moving and pay for Australia, which are mining and agriculture. The fact that they haven't been able to get diesel and that there's been price shocks seems to have been missed a bit by the Minister for Energy and Climate Change, and it is our job as constituents to bring these concerns to the attention of the Parliament and the government, and that's exactly what we've done. And Australians are under real pressure at the Bowser. Families, small businesses, farmers and freight operators are feeling it every day, and any measure that offers that short-term relief deserves to be acknowledged, and we acknowledge the government for coming to the party on fuel excise relief as the opposition had suggested last week. And a temporary reduction in taxes and charges is not a fuel security policy. It may ease the pain today, but it does nothing to protect Australia tomorrow. And it is important, but as the Shadow Treasurer said, for it to not be inflationary, it needs to be offset by some other cuts or some other measures in the budget to make sure that this measure itself is not inflationary. I would have thought that was self-evident. And so we responsibly made some suggestions about how basically this excise tax cut could be offset so as not to be inflationary. And I think those are sensible measures. And they acknowledge that before the Middle Eastern conflict, which has caused in large part this fuel issue, even started, Australia was under serious inflationary pressure due to government spending. The events of recent weeks show now that Australia is not dealing with a routine price spike, but we are confronting a structural vulnerability, and one that goes to the heart of our economy and our national security. And that vulnerability is set out clearly in the Page Research Centre's report, All at Sea, Fuel War and Australia's Achilles Heel. And it is a warning this Parliament cannot afford to ignore. And I commend every thinking person, every person who cares about Australia's future to read this report by the Page Research Centre. Australia runs on diesel. It doesn't run on slogans, it doesn't run on the government, it runs on diesel. And we often talk about fuel as if petrol prices are the whole story, but Deputy Speaker, they are not. Diesel powers freight and logistics across vast distances. It underpins agriculture, mining, construction, manufacturing. It sustains aviation, emergency services and defence operations. Passenger vehicles account for only around 30% of liquid fuel demand in Australia. Around 70% of liquid fuel demand, freight, farming, aviation, mining and industry, relies overwhelmingly on diesel and cannot be electrified at scale in the foreseeable future. So when the government talks about fuel relief on one hand and electric vehicles on another, it is entirely missing the central reality of Australia's diesel-dependent economy. And the second reality is even more confronting, and that is Australia no longer produces its own fuel in any meaningful sense. We import roughly 90 to 95% of our liquid fuels. More than 3/4 of the supply comes from our region in Asia. We have 2 operating refineries supplying about 20% of demand, but the argument of how many refineries we've got and what we've got here misses the point that they rely heavily on imported feedstock, mostly crude oil, from the Middle East. So in practice, over 90% of Australia's fuel supply depends on ships arriving safely at our ports. And that is manageable, Deputy Speaker, only if the world remains calm, shipping lanes remain open, and markets function as they always have. But as we've seen in the last month, that is no longer the world we live in. And the Page report doesn't deal in hypotheticals, it looks what is already happening. Conflict in the Middle East has disrupted shipping through key choke points. Insurance markets have withdrawn cover for tankers. Prices have spiked and physical supplies have tightened, despite the conflict being thousands of kilometres away. And the lesson is obvious. If a distant conflict can rattle Australia's fuel supply, a major conflict in our own region would be devastating. Modern warfare does not require fleets of tankers to be sunk. The credible threat of missiles, drones, mines or submarines is enough to halt commercial shipping. And in those circumstances, Australia cannot assume that the market will provide. Markets cannot deliver fuel that cannot physically reach our shores. Some argue that bigger fuel reserves are the answer, and reserves matter, but they are not the solution on their own. Australia currently holds around 30 days of fuel stocks, far less than many comparable nations. But reserves buy time. They do not restore supply. And without a credible way to replace fuel once reserves are drawn down, stockpiling simply delays the point of failure. It becomes a countdown clock, not a safety net. And that is why a strategy focused on reserves alone gives the illusion of security without delivering the reality. And the core finding is of the Page Research Centre, which should have been obvious and has been obvious to people who have sat in this place, is that fuel security is national security. So domestic production is really the only strategy that delivers genuine fuel security, not diversification, not electrification, not modest stockpiles. Only producing fuel at home changes the structure of Australia's risk profile when it comes to fuel security. If Australia can produce a meaningful share of its own liquid fuels, then shipping blockades lose their coercive power, reserves become a true buffer rather than a last resort, defence planning becomes more realistic, and our strategic value to our allies increases. So fuel security is not just an economic issue, it's a defence issue, a food security issue, and a sovereignty issue. And so what a serious fuel security strategy looks like, well, the Page report sets out a practical framework for action. And this is not policy at this point, but it is a valuable contribution to the debate at a time when I think Australia and Australians are starting to look at what we think we've always known, which is that we can fill our diesel tanks of our necessary fleet of vehicles that contribute to mining, agriculture, the things that pay for Australia, but also supply chains, getting food to markets, all of these important things, and saying, just hoping that the ship arrives from the Asian refinery is not enough. Firstly, the research report recommends that we remove barriers to domestic exploration and production. Much of what is required is regulatory clarity and political permission, not necessarily taxpayer subsidies. The markets can do this. Secondly, we need to expand and modernise refining capacity. Australia's refineries were built for a petrol-heavy economy, and that no longer necessarily exists. There is the point. The point does need to be made that electric vehicles can take over some of the passenger car fleet in metropolitan areas, and we welcome that. I just think that it should be market-driven, not taxpayer subsidy-driven. But obviously there's new and emerging technologies, and people who live in cities who want to embrace that can and should, and this might encourage them too. What we don't want is that regional people who need diesel vehicles to be penalised. We need diesel-focused refinery capability that matches today's demand. Third, we need to pursue synthetic fuels at scale. Coal to liquids and gas to liquids are proven technologies that are already used overseas, and Australia has abundant feedstocks and in the industrial capacity to do the same. And fourth, treat reserves as a bridge, not a destination. Increase stocks, but only alongside a credible plan to sustain supply. Finally, treat fuel security as a core national responsibility with dedicated planning, funding and accountability. None of this is radical stuff, Deputy Speaker. It's pragmatic risk management that any business would do, and it's in the interests of a nation to do it when looking at sovereignty. It's pragmatic risk management in an increasingly dangerous world. And this brings us back to the government's announcement and the gap in the government's response. Fuel tax relief may help motorists this quarter, and we've called for it. And I acknowledge that the government has moved in this direction at the urging of the opposition last week. But it doesn't do anything to address Australia's near total reliance on imported diesel, the vulnerability of maritime supply routes, the collapse of domestic refining capacity, and the absence of a credible plan for crisis or wartime fuel supply. And lower prices do not equal a secure supply. And by focusing on a short-term relief without a long-term strategy, the government risks giving Australians a false sense of security. And the other issue is that on its own, a fuel tax excise cut could be inflationary to an already inflationary economy. That is why the Coalition set out a very sensible plan for offsets. So we've got to make a choice about Australia's future, and we've got to acknowledge what we are. We're not a small, resource-poor island nation. We're a vast continent, rich in energy, minerals and industrial capability. And yet we've chosen these policies that leave us dependent on long, fragile supply chains for the single most critical input to our economy. Fuel self-reliance is not isolationism, it is resilience. It doesn't mean ending trade or disengaging from the world. It means securing essentials so Australia cannot be coerced, paralysed or brought to its knees by events beyond our control. It actually strengthens our trade position. It strengthens our strategic value to our allies, and therefore it strengthens our position in an economic sense, but in a security sense. So in conclusion, Deputy Speaker, fuel tax relief might win a headline, but fuel security wins us our future. The current fuel crisis is not an anomaly, it is a warning. And if we content ourselves with short-term relief while ignoring long-term vulnerability, the next crisis will not be measured in cents per litre, but in days until the tanks run dry. And it's not a sense to be alarmist, but it's a sense to think about what could happen to Australia. Everyone in this chamber loves this country. I have no doubt about that. I'm not sure about the other one, but everyone in this chamber loves this country and wants to see it succeed. Therefore, we need to have these discussions about what does a future secure Australia look like. If we content ourselves with short-term relief while ignoring long-term vulnerability, the next crisis, I've already said that, sorry, but fuel security, Deputy Speaker, is national security, and Australia can do better in this area, and Australia must do better in this area. We welcome the government bringing on the excise cut relief, but the amendments from the Shadow Treasurer are eminently sensible, and I encourage the government to look at these to make a necessary measure in the legislation even better, and to make sure that we consider inflation and the inflationary pressures of anything we might do when making a decision, which is why we talked about offsets. Deputy Speaker, this is a really difficult time for Australia. I worry about what happens to our industries in the next month. I worry about what's happening to the farmers who are already talking about reducing the amount of crop they might put in because of fuel issues, but more importantly, urea supplies, fertiliser that comes from the Middle East, from gas in the Middle East. And I also think that we are about to see, in a real sense, just how much our economy and the things that pay for Australia and pay for all of the things that we like, Medicare and all these things, how much those things rely on the industries of mining and agriculture, which run on diesel. We want to keep those industries going because they pay for the things that we value as a society, and they run on that very important thing, diesel. And we've got to look at fuel security as national security and as part of our sovereign future. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Right now, Australian households are under a lot of pressure. Like many around the world, we are dealing with a sudden, sharp spike in fuel prices driven by events far beyond our shores. And when global instability pushes up prices here at home, it is households and small businesses who feel the pinch almost immediately. The view of this government is very clear. Australians should not be left to shoulder the cost of a war on the other side of the world, and that is why we are stepping in to provide relief. The ongoing conflict in the Middle East continues to send shockwaves right through global energy markets. International supply chains are severely strained, crude oil prices are incredibly volatile, and today oil is trading around twice the level it was at the beginning of the year. That severe volatility flows through our domestic system. It shows up, and has been showing up, in the local bazaar, its rising transport bills, and ultimately in the price of everyday goods on the supermarket shelves. Families are watching the numbers on the petrol pump click up higher and higher, knowing it eats into their weekly household budget. We know that for many hard-working Australians, fuel is not an optional extra in their budget. You need it to get to work, to run your small business, to drop off the kids at school, and to stay connected to your family and local community. When prices rise this sharply and this suddenly, working people feel boxed in. They feel like they simply can't catch a break. That is exactly why this bill seeks to address that today. We understand how hard it is out there in the suburbs and the regions across our great and vast nation. This legislation gives immediate effect to the major announcement made just yesterday by the Prime Minister, the Treasurer and the Ministers for Energy and Transport. We moved quickly because the circumstances demanded it. Whilst those on that side of the House focus on advancing their own political interests, we here on this side of the House remain focused on advancing the national interest, assuring Australians that we act with purpose and responsibility. That is why these targeted measures contained in this bill are temporary, they are highly targeted, and they are squarely focused on getting ordinary Australians through a difficult period of intense global disruption. Importantly, we are doing this without undermining our budget discipline or compromising our long-term economic reforms that are setting Australia up for the future ahead. Carefully drafted, this bill does three distinct key things. First, it halves the fuel excise for a strict 3-month period. Second, it provides direct, tangible and practical support to the critical freight and transport sector. Third, it gives government the necessary flexibility to do even more if global economic conditions deteriorate further. Schedule 1 clearly sets out the main fuel excise measure. From midnight tonight, the 1st of April to the 30th of June 2026, the fuel excise equivalent customs duty on both petrol and diesel will be significantly slashed in half. The current rate will drop from 52.6 cents a litre down to 26.3 cents a litre. For motorists, the daily math is pretty straightforward. A typical 65-litre tank of fuel will cost nearly $19 less to fill up. That financial relief is immediate. There's no complex red tape, no waiting for government rebate to arrive. It applies at the pump, directly benefiting anyone and everyone who needs to fill up their car. Whether you live in the outer suburbs, out in the regional towns, or drive incredibly long distances for your work, you will see the benefit. This specific relief does not sit in isolation. It is a core part of our comprehensive and broader plan to ease the financial pressure on working Australians. This measure works hand in hand with our tax cuts for every single taxpayer. We redesigned those tax cuts to ensure that middle and low income earners received maximum benefit. Those tax cuts are ensuring that Australians can keep much more of what they earn every single week. Furthermore, this fuel relief sits right alongside our historic investments into Medicare. We're delivering more free bulk bill visits to the local doctor when young families need it most. We've established a nationwide network of urgent care clinics so parents can get their kids seen for free without waiting in crowded hospital emergency rooms. This bill, putting a bit of extra breathing room back into the weekly household budget at a time when people are experiencing it rough and every dollar counts. We are providing confidence and relief because we on this side of the House have been steadfastly focused on cost of living relief every single day that we've been in office. Deputy Speaker, this bill also recognises that rising fuel costs affect much more than the individual motorist driving to work. When our hard-working truckies pay more for their diesel, those inflated costs unfortunately bleed into the wider economy. They show up in weekly grocery bills, in crucial building supplies for new homes and in final retail prices of basic, everyday, essential household items. That is why, for the same 3-month period, the heavy vehicle road user charge will be reduced to zero. This move delivers a combined saving of 32.4 cents per litre for our heavy vehicle transport operators. For a typical large freight truck with a 400-litre tank, that represents a saving of around $130 every single time they stop to fill up. On a long-haul route from Melbourne to Brisbane, those savings rapidly compound, protecting the tight margin of transport businesses everywhere. Furthermore, we are sensibly deferring the previously scheduled 6% increase to the road user charge. We understand that new operational costs on our vital freight operators during a time of global energy crunch can only feed the challenge. Supporting our truckies through this time is about keeping our supermarkets' shelves fully stocked and keeping our retail prices down for everyone. When freight starts costing more, every single consumer pays the final price. We recognise that. Schedule 2 of the bill gives us essential economic flexibility. It formally allows the Treasurer to legally reduce the fuel excise by more than 50% during this period if unpredictable circumstances continue to require it. Global energy markets are volatile and unpredictable right now. Responsible government leadership means always having the right policy tools kept safely in reserve, ready to act if and when the Australian people need it. This includes carefully adjusting settings to successfully facilitate states and territories returning additional GST revenue flowing directly from these high oil prices. Schedule 3 ensures that the Minister for Transport can quickly make temporary regulatory changes to the fuel tax credits and the road user charge when volatile situations need intervention. Deputy Speaker, we saw back in 2022 when wholesale prices can change quickly, it can take a short temporary period, usually 1 to 2 weeks, for those reductions to fully flow through to the local bowser. This brief delay depends largely on local storage capacities and regional fuel delivery schedules. However, Treasury reliably estimates that this major reduction will directly reduce our national headline inflation rate significantly. Specifically, it could reduce headline inflation by around half of a full percentage point through the critical year leading to the June quarter 2026. At a difficult time and global inflationary pressures remain stubborn, that specific reduction is meaningful economic intervention. Since coming to office, this government has acted responsibly to consistently deliver targeted cost of living relief while carefully managing the broader national economy. We've methodically delivered more than $114 billion in budget savings and necessary spending reprioritisations across multiple economic budget updates. It is exactly those hard-won, disciplined budget savings that have deliberately made adequate financial room for practical, immediate public support like we are doing today, without irresponsibly adding to long-term domestic inflationary pressure. We are releasing more fuel from our minimum stock obligations, strongly backing our critical domestic oil refineries and significantly strengthening the ACCC to crack down on hard corporate price gouging. The ACCC will rigorously ensure that these vital fuel savings are passed on directly to everyday motorists at the local petrol pump. Whilst we cannot control international conflicts, we absolutely can control how we respond to them here at home. We are responding by ways of always backing working Australians. We are responding by actively supporting small family businesses. This bill is measured, responsible and an immediate economic response to a global crisis. It delivers real financial relief, it supports our most vital national supply chains, and it reliably helps local families balance the tight household budget during these tough and demanding times. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to Marinara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. While we support the bill, this looks more like a response to the news poll than an appropriate plan to a national crisis. We were told there was no crisis, but when President Trump initiated this war on the 28th of February, I would have thought that the appropriate response would have been the National Security Council would have been convened and that the Energy Minister would have been brought in to that meeting, because the advice to the government on the 28th of February would be not only the conflict in the Middle East, but also the flow-on effects through our supply chains here because of the effect the Middle East would have in terms of the supply of fuel into this country. So I find it difficult to understand how a government who has a plan now, despite the fact on the 28th of February the world changed, and didn't take or heed the advice of the National Security Committee, not just about the military risks, but about the supply chain risk that was coming down the line. And in fact, they assured us there was no crisis. There was no crisis. Fuel was going to continue to flow and that we had no supply issue whatsoever. The reality was that was different to what we experienced, the lived experience of many Australians, because what this government did was work in the superficial, making sure that fuel went to the big service stations in capital cities so that there was calm and there was no need for panic buying, so that Australians thought that there was no issue. The reality was underneath that they forgot about the real supply chains that underpin our economy, and that comes from regional Australia. What they didn't understand was the secondary wholesale market that supply regional Australians. You see, the Big Four don't supply regional Australians, not only our service stations, but also our farmers with bulk supplies, the distributors that go out on farm and put into the tanks on farm to allow machinery to be able to operate. They had their supply constrained because what these big fuel companies, the Big Four, what they were doing is they supply these smaller distributors, and their pricing, and for many of those, they actually pay the price of the monthly average of the month before. So what the Big Four were saying is, we are actually going to withhold supply out of the market because what we're worried about is another price shock, that President Trump stops dropping bombs and there's a drop in the price, and therefore to hedge against that drop, we will constrain the amount of supply we put out into the market so that we don't lose as much money, even though we are making money on the way up. That is what was happening to the distributors across my electorate that were then being turned away at the Port of Brisbane to be able to go and get that fuel and to take out on farm. And that was where the Treasurer and the ACCC and this government was asleep at the wheel, because they worked on the fact that so long as fuel were going to the service stations in capital cities, it'll all be okay. Australia will be calm. But the reality is that if you don't have fuel, you don't have food. And this government has been exposed for not having a plan since the 28th of February, when they should have had advice, not just about the military impact this would have, but also the supply chain impact. And if they didn't, they need to tell us why they didn't think about it. The reality is when the market out in regional Australia was being constrained by these Big Four in holding back supply, not only was this about a commercial decision of hedging against a price shock of the price going down, but I would have thought it would have been a trigger for the ACCC to say if they are constraining supply, they are pushing up prices that we saw at the Bowser and farmers were seeing straight away if they could get fuel. And so the fact that the Treasurer didn't twig to this shows that he didn't understand the market, but he had an energy minister that was oblivious to all of this. But the galling part of this was that you also had an energy minister that was oblivious to the powers and to what was at his fingertips from the 28th of February when the bombs started dropping in Iran, in knowing what he had available to manage the situation. The fact that he had, because of legislation that we put in when we were in power as a coalition, he actually had at his fingertips, at his disposal, the knowledge of where every litre of fuel was in this country. He knew, he could have known exactly where it was and where there were shortfalls and where there was not fuel being delivered, and particularly in regional Australia. And what he also had was the powers to lean in and to ensure that that fuel was being distributed to where it needed to be. And as we were assured, there was no supply issue. This was a distribution issue. And I would have thought that the advice of the government from National Security Committee on the 28th of February was that these contingencies need to be war gamed, these contingencies need to be worked through, because this would have a serious impact on Australia's supply chains. And if we learnt nothing from COVID about toilet paper, I would have thought fuel would have been one of those commodities that a conflict in the Middle East would have triggered National Security Committee to say, we might have a problem, Australia, we might need to manage this supply. And 2 weeks later, the government decides, yes, we better do something about this. What we'll do is we'll come to Parliament and we'll increase the penalties for the ACCC up to $100 million for those companies that were undertaking anti-competitive behaviour. Well, the penalty is not the issue. The ACCC could have already started an investigation and should have already started an investigation into the secondary wholesale market, but they too seem to be asleep at the wheel. They too don't seem to understand the fuel market enough to have already lent in and to have started an investigation to make sure when they drove past a fuel station that prices went up straight away, and particularly when they could get on any app and look anywhere in Australia, including regional Australia, that they may not have understood, that they could see that there was issues. But then the supply issues would have been something, if they understood the market, if it was being constrained, someone was constraining it if we didn't have a supply issue. So I've got to say, you can increase the penalties, but if the ACCC aren't doing their job, as they should, then it's not worth the paper it's written on. And I've got to say, regional Australians have become very cynical about the effectiveness of the ACCC. They see them as effective as the Bureau of Meteorology. That is the reality of the lived experience and the frustration and the fear that regional Australians are feeling out there because we do not have our fuel. Our farmers are not able to turn an engine. I had farmers in my own electorate. The only fuel they had on farm was that was left in their tractors and headers. They had nothing in supply, which means they couldn't turn it on. They couldn't harvest, they couldn't sow, which means that is going to have a flow-on effect to each one of us when you don't have the food turn up in your supermarket. And lo and behold, the government realises maybe we do have a supply issue and a distribution problem, despite the fact that the minister had at his fingertips from the 28th of February, when this crisis started, he had at his fingertips to know exactly where the supply was and where it needed to go, had powers to move that fuel but did nothing, has sat on his hands and watched this transform. Lo and behold, the Prime Minister has to step in and take over, because the Minister for Climate Change and Energy has been shown to be incompetent in being able to manage a crisis. Despite the warning signs, despite what should have been said at National Security Committee about the advice of the threat to our supply chains for something as serious as a conflict in the Middle East, as serious as keeping fuel flowing into areas that keep our economy going in terms of food, but also resources to be able to get to a port to pay the bills. This is a government that is now trying to catch up. And they tried to catch up because they didn't appreciate the gravity or severity of the crisis that was in front of this country. And I suspect they were advised. I have every confidence in our agencies that advice would have been provided to this government from the 28th of February on. Our agencies are some of the best in the world in giving that advice, in wargaming exactly what this would mean for our country, for our economy, and particularly after lessons of COVID on toilet paper. But for something as serious as fuel, I find it galling that now we have a catch-up about a supply issue. Firstly, no crisis, then a crisis. Then we're going to send the ACCC in that you wouldn't trust to actually pull any of this into line because they didn't understand the market, the regional market that's driven by wholesalers. They could have rung any one of these fuel distributors in regional Australia and they would have got a lesson in the fuel market in less than 5 minutes if the ACCC was really over their job and would have lent in to make sure they freed up that supply. They would have underwritten from the very start the fuel prices, the fuel being bought, so that it could be distributed into regional Australia. That's the lived experience of what's happened when you have farmers without it, but you have towns without it. I live near Clifton. They've already mandated how much fuel you can take. They've taken us down to 40 litres is all you can take. The next service station is 80 k's down the road. Texas, a town of 800 people, 80 k's is the closest town down the road. So you've got to drive to get fuel 80 k's. It's not like the capital cities where you can drive down another suburb and you can fill yourself up. These are people that rely on this for their well-being, not just their livelihoods. Because you had a government that didn't understand supply chains, didn't understand regional Australia, and quite frankly, it seems they didn't care that you have people in regional Australia, a town of 800 people without fuel. Alra, just down the road from me, without fuel. Bartrans, a local distributor, was trying to fill up headers for sorghum to be harvested and couldn't get supply, was turned away at the Port of Brisbane to get any supply. This is the stark reality of the lived experience of Australians at the moment. And this is a government that hasn't understood their responsibility, nor the gravity of what has happened. And while we sit in here and we say we're doing a lot, let me tell you, for 3 weeks, regional Australia has been on fire because it looks as though this government does not care, has not thought about them in the contingency of a world event that is reshaping the globe but is reshaping this country, because they haven't understood the gravity nor understood the importance of what regional Australia does, how we feed you and how we pay your bills with sending iron ore and coal out on a boat. And if we can't get it there, it doesn't happen. And this is where there has to be an appreciation too of the transport sector, the heavy transport sector. This industry is the essential lifeline of keeping this country going. Our trucking industry needs to be protected in this. These small family businesses that have had the courage of their own sweat and their own wallet to have a go and to put trucks out there and to get your food from a paddock to your plate are now on their knees. They're on their knees. And while this is an initiative that we support, it is weeks late. These men and women who are carting your food have been going broke because there hasn't been an understanding of their importance in our country's economy and our supply chains, of you in metropolitan Australia having the convenience to turn up to a supermarket knowing that it's just sitting there on a shelf. This is a big awakening for Australia to understand how important regional Australia is, how important our supply chains are, and that if you get advice, that you don't work in the superficial of looking after people in capital cities, because ultimately, if you don't have us, you don't have food and you don't have an economy. That is the stark reality that regional Australians have had to face up to from a government that should have had advice on the 28th of February, not a couple of weeks down the track. And I find it appalling that this government did not act after the 28th of February, that they did not see this coming at them like a freight train. There is no way in the world that advice was not given to them. But instead, when the minister had every tool at his disposal, he knew where every litre of fuel was, and I don't think he asked for it on the 28th of February. I think so long as it turned up to a city survey, it was all okay, all hokey-dory. Everyone will be calm, everyone will do okay out of this. But it wasn't until the fuel stopped going into those secondary markets and you've got a treasurer that didn't understand what he was asking the ACCC to do. And let me also say what the ACCC, and I've written to the treasurer about this, is predatory behaviour of the big 4 fuel companies. I have them in my electorate going to these smaller distributors, picking the eyes out of their market, picking that out of them and saying to these customers, these small distributors can't supply to you anymore, so start writing a contract with us. That's the abhorrent behaviour what has been created because a government hasn't used the tools nor the powers at their disposal from the 28th of February on. That is what regional Australians and small family businesses who were in that secondary wholesale market are now facing, predatory behaviour as well from the big four service stations. That's what they are doing to us out there. And it'll all be great for a while, but you know what? They'll get sick of us and they'll go back and they'll retract to the city and you'll have nothing in regional Australia. This is the price we are going to pay. This is the legacy that will be left by a government that didn't heed the advice, that was asleep at the wheel and allowed Australia to effectively stop. And this is catch-up. Catch-up by a government that's been driven by news poll rather than their responsibility to stand up and to protect Australians and to understand the importance of regional Australia and the supply chains that we provide to every Australian. This is a day of shame for this government, that they have finally been shamed in doing something instead of being ahead of the game. That shows we've got a government that doesn't understand, this country doesn't understand regional Australia, and we are all paying the price.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise in support of the Fuel Excise Relief Bill today. I want to begin by acknowledging the concern in our community around what is going on in the Middle East. And of course, what we're speaking about today is the action we're taking to ensure the availability and affordability of fuel. But I want to first acknowledge what I'm hearing as well from my community is the concern and the uncertainty around this war and its impacts. Particularly, I met with some people yesterday who have their families in Iran who have been unable to contact them, and people are just really feeling concern about the destruction and loss of innocent life that comes from any war, and I just want to begin by acknowledging that. The impacts of this are being felt far and wide and by all Australians at the moment who have been seeing the increase in the price of fuel. I also want to respond following the member for Maranoa just now, and I just want to say that there is not one person in our government who takes for granted the critical role of farmers and people in regional Australia, of truckies. We are doing everything we can at the moment to ensure that all Australians have access to the fuel that we need. And while, I represent a city and I may not have many farmers in my electorate, I have many farmers in my family, and I also have an understanding of, where food and fibre come from, as of everyone in this government does. And we have been doing everything we can to ensure that, our country keeps moving. And I am so tired of this false dichotomy of this, I know it's what the Nationals need to do, but pretending somehow that we are not listening. And I am just so tired of the coalition taking every opportunity to create a culture war where there doesn't need to be one. We are in a crisis and our government is stepping up to address that, and we are helping Australians to feel confident and to get on with their lives, with their businesses, with taking care of their families, with getting to their jobs. And we've got people over there stirring up fear and confusion. And it is just, maybe they should take a message from the last two elections that people want to see their elected representatives taking, leadership and taking, there is a time to be statesmanlike and not to be trying to benefit politically from a crisis. So this is the latest piece of action that we are taking, is to reduce the fuel excise, halving it for the next 3 months, so that every litre of petrol and diesel that people need is going to be more affordable for them. And everyone in this place will have been hearing from their communities the uncertainty about fuel and the cost of fuel and the impact that is having. Canberrans are not immune, and we have had petrol stations running out of fuel here as well. And so this is really a welcome step that our government is taking. On top of that, we have, the member for Maranoa was talking about the companies ripping people off. Well, that is the other thing we have taken a really strong focus on, making sure we have doubled the penalties for price gouging, as well as tasking the ACCC with very closely monitoring the prices of fuel, ensuring that no one is going to use this to to exploit people at the moment with this impacts on prices around the country. When fuel prices spike, as they have in the last few weeks, people feel it immediately and they feel it hard. And this is part of our government's direct and practical response. It is targeted and it will deliver real relief at the Bowser right now. The bill halves the fuel excise and the equivalent customs duty that applies to most fuels from 52.6 cents a litre to 26.3 cents per litre. For the average commuter, that will be the equivalent of about $19 off a standard 65-litre tank of petrol or diesel. And this is a meaningful saving for people experiencing price shocks as a result of the war and will be felt by every Australian at the Bowser. The bill also provides the Treasurer with the additional flexibility to go further if required, to reduce the excise or equivalent customs duty by more than 50% should conditions deteriorate. It means that the government is not locked into a fixed response as an evolving global situation continues to unfold. And it also makes changes to the heavy vehicle road user charge, both increases and decreases with appropriate flexibility, and suspends the limitations on increases to that charge for the 2025-26 and 26-27 financial years. Crucially, in practice, what that means is it's been reduced to zero for 3 months. That is because we appreciate the role that truckies and trucking has in keeping our economy moving, and this is to ensure that that can keep happening. This is a combined saving for truck operators of 32.4 cents per litre, 26.3 at the pump, and a further increase in fuel tax credits of 6 cents per litre that they will receive when they lodge their BAS. For an operator filling a 400-litre tank, that is approximately $130 in savings per fill. Our changes will give operators breathing room and will mean the whole supply chain breathes a little easier. I welcome the support of the Australian Chamber of Commerce, the National Road Transport Association and industry groups right across the country for these changes. We've also made clear that we expect fuel retailers to pass these savings on, and the ACCC will be monitoring this closely. As the Treasurer said, if retailers do the wrong thing by Australian motorists and truckies, the ACCC will come down on them like a ton of bricks. We've empowered the ACCC by increasing their surveillance and monitoring powers, and we're increasing the penalties. The opposition have been loudly claiming credit for this policy. Let's be clear about what actually happened. This government acted decisively at scale through National Cabinet, with the states and territories aligned, and a fully costed package that delivers relief without recklessness. Those opposite called for similar measures but proposed to fund it by gutting Australia's clean energy transition. Their plan would have ended the electric car discount, reversed green hydrogen subsidies and tax credits, and paused the home battery scheme. In other words, they wanted to make Australians more dependent on fossil fuels as the price of getting short-term relief for a fossil fuel crisis. Now, if anything, this we can learn from this crisis at the moment is that we need to be less reliant on fossil fuels. People at the moment who are lucky enough to have an electric vehicle are not worried about where they will get their fuel. This is, if anything, a message that the transition to renewable energy cannot come fast enough. Australia's reliance on fossil fuels exposes us to crises like these. Moving to a renewable future would mean that Australians will be more protected from global oil price shocks. A few years ago, Scott Morrison said that EVs would end the weekend. But clearly it's people with EVs at the moment who are less worried about their weekends. The policy of those opposite is not serious energy policy. It's an ideological obsession with fossil fuels that would see Australia go backwards. And let's think about what cutting the EV incentives would mean. Australians are adopting electric vehicles at staggering rates. Total EV sales grew by 38% in 2025 compared to 24, with more than 157,000 EVs sold. EVs last year reached 13.1% of new car sales, up from 9.6% the year before, which brings Australia's total EV fleet to more than 454,000 vehicles. The Electric Vehicle Council has directly credited the Albanese government's electric car discount as a key driver of this uptake. The government's new vehicle efficiency standards have also seen a huge uptake in the number of available models available, which jumped from 56 in 2022 to 160 by the end of last year, including utes and commercial vans. In 2022, there were only 2 EVs under $40,000, and now they're around 10. And for the first time, there is even a model under $30,000, which is great news because it needs to be something that is accessible to all Australians as people want to be part of the transition to renewable energy. Just think for a second how much worse this fuel crisis would be if those EVs driving on Australian roads were replaced by petrol or diesel cars. It would only add to it. And since this war began, demand for EVs has only increased. Car sales data shows that EV searches nearly tripled from February to March 2026. Australians get it. Those opposite are living in the past. Some economists doing nothing is not a choice this government was prepared to.
The debate will be interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43 and may be resumed at a later hour, and the member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Ryan.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. Who should your politicians serve? The young nurse who just wants to be able to buy a home and raise a family one day? Or the CEO of the massive gas corporation whose company pays no tax? The immigrant barber who's hustling for their small business to succeed so they can look after their parents? Or the owner of 50 investment properties who makes money driving up house prices? The plumber who's just saving up for a decent holiday with his mates? Or the billionaire head of a fund management company who makes millions in his sleep? The major parties struggle to answer this question. I don't. 99% of us are doing our very best, just trying to get ahead, to live a decent life. That's who our politicians should serve. That's who they're supposed to serve. But instead, they're serving the wealthiest 1%. This 1% just take the wealth produced by this country and they use it to buy more wealth. They take our natural resources, they buy up the housing, they buy up our public services and infrastructure. They get rewarded with tax breaks. Meanwhile, things get harder for the rest of us. It is time to tax that top 1% and bring fairness back.
Member for Sturt.
Deputy Speaker, this morning I had the privilege of gathering with a small group of colleagues and friends from this place and the other place and from all sides of politics to tour the outstanding new Anzac Hall at the Australian War Memorial, which is dedicated to sharing the stories of Australia's involvement in defence and peacekeeping operations. The display in Anzac Hall is both beautiful and meaningful, and it's worth noting that from a peacekeeping perspective, there has not been a day since 1947 that Australia has not been involved in a peacekeeping mission, and the display shares the stories of the over 45,000 Australian police and military personnel who have made real, sustainable contributions to global peace and security. It's also a poignant reminder that the effects of conflict linger long after the completion of peacekeeping missions, with these effects felt by those who Australian peacekeepers went to assist, but also by the peacekeepers themselves, some for whom the memories of what they saw and what they did are painful. So to all Australians who have served in defence and peacekeeping missions, I say thank you, and you deserve to have your contributions honoured by the educational and beautiful displays in Anzac Hall. And I encourage all Australians to take the time to schedule a thorough visit, allowing time to learn and reflect. Thanks must also go to Minister Keogh and the co-chairs of Parliamentary Friends of Veterans, the member for Spence and Senator Andrew McLaughlin for organising the event.
Member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to take this opportunity to wish everyone across the Flynn electorate a very happy Easter. Easter is a deeply significant time for many, beginning with Good Friday, a day of reflection, sacrifice and faith. It is a moment to pause, to consider what matters most and to spend time with loved ones. There are many wonderful community events happening across our region, from the Central Highlands Easter Sunflower Festival to the celebrations in Gladstone, including Urella Gladstone Harbour Festival, the Macosta Easter Parade, event and the iconic Brisbane to Gladstone yacht race. And there is so much that showcases the spirit and pride of our communities. But I would also like to acknowledge that for many this Easter, it comes at a challenging time. The rising cost of living, especially increasing fuel prices, continue to place real pressure on households, and I know that many families will be doing it tough. So as we head into the long weekend, I encourage everybody to take care, especially on our roads. Please travel safely, look out for one another, take the time to enjoy what matters most, and I wish everybody a safe and happy and peaceful Easter.
Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So Harriet and I want to talk about the Robertson Christmas appeal. So towards the close of 2025, I asked the people of Robertson for their support in launching the Robertson appeal. I called on my constituents to donate gifts for those doing it tough, and in response from our community was nothing short of extraordinary. In true Central Coast fashion, people responded with empathy, kindness and overwhelming generosity. And I know our community well, and I know what it's capable of, and I was confident that the people would step up to support one another over the Christmas period, and they did in the most remarkable way, Deputy Speaker. For the Robertson Appeal, I partnered with two outstanding local organisations, Coast Shelter and We Care Connect. Both have long-standing, trusted reputations and have consistently delivered essential services that support and empower individuals and families across our community. Coast Shelter has been operating on the Central Coast for more than 30 years and is a leading non-for-profit organisation providing specialist services and support programs for those who need help the most. And We Care Connect supports families and children across the Central Coast with a strong focus on fostering a shared community approach and working to reverse the impacts of childhood disadvantage. Now, the Robertson Appeal of 2025 concluded with more than 1,000 gifts, all of which were received by Coast Shelter and We Care Connect, making a meaningful difference in the lives of many. Thank you.
Member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, on Thursday last week, instead of being in the classroom doing what they love and do best, Tasmanian public school teachers and thousands of other public sector workers rallied outside Parliament House in Hobart after the Tasmanian Education Union rejected the state government's most recent pay offer. Indeed, the union has slammed the offer as outrageous on the basis that it falls well short in key areas of pay and workload relief. As a result, all public schools were closed for the day. Deputy Speaker, it's a fact that Tasmanian teachers are amongst the lowest paid in the country, partly because the state government is so out of touch with the day-to-day challenges experienced by teachers, or should I say uncaring, because it's no secret that the education system is strained and that teachers face mounting difficulties like the increase in violence and disruption in the classroom, as well as the steep increase in after-hours work. Deputy Speaker, it's also no secret that the state government is the architect of the ballooning budget debt crisis, but the government's mistakes should not be the public sector workforce's problem. So I call on the government to award our teachers and other public sector workers the pay and conditions they so clearly deserve and to find more sensible and respectful cost savings elsewhere. That is how we say thank you and recognise important jobs well done. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Aibawan. As we approach the Sri Lankan New Year, Sri Lankan Australians in my electorate of Holt are coming together to celebrate with joy, cultural pride and community spirit. This special occasion marks the end of the harvest season and the beginning of the new year, celebrated through traditions that symbolise renewal, prosperity and goodwill. But beyond the rituals and festivities, it is ultimately about the values that matter the most: family, community and togetherness. I was delighted recently to joining two Sri Lankan New Year celebrations. One was hosted by Janali Dance Academy, and I want to acknowledge the incredible work they do teaching dance and culture to young people across our community. Deputy Speaker, I was also pleased to attend a celebration organised by Serendip Crew, South East Melbourne, whose works brings people together and fosters a strong sense of belonging. As the first Sri Lankan-born MP in this parliament, it gives me immense pride to see the extraordinary contribution Sri Lankan Australians make to our nation every single day. To everyone celebrating, I wish you a happy, peaceful and prosperous New Year. Suba Alutaru Dakveva.
Member for Wright.
People are going to be paying less for their fuel because this opposition brought into the chamber and started the debate about having a look at the reduction in fuel excise. I'm proud to be part of an opposition that started the debate, that led that debate, that brought it into the chamber, and now the government has acted on it. I think Australians are sick of us having our conversations across the chamber. We come in and we talk about how many fuel houses are empty around the country. They come in and talk about nothing to see here. We're doing an excellent job and the Australian public should be proud of the Australian Labor Party. I think the frustration at the Bowser is they're blaming both of us. They want resolutions. The Australian public just want us to fix a problem that they know was not brought about by any debate in this chamber. It's brought about by factors across the seas in the Middle East. But what we do need to get our act together on is making sure that as a country we are resilient into the future, that we are resilient when it comes to being able to keep fuel in the Bowsers for our farmers to create the food we need, to be able to keep our manufacturing plants, particularly for fertiliser and for AdBlue. And if those plants don't exist, we need to enter into crisis talks immediately to make sure that our country deserves the service that they should be getting from both of us.
Member for Bean has a call.
Deputy Speaker, today we have seen a win for workers. It is a win for workers in retail, fast food and pharmacy. It is a win for our younger workers and a win for intergenerational equity. The Independent Fair Work Commission has decided to dump junior pay rates for people over 18 in these industries. As someone whose first job was at my local Big W in Woden, I know firsthand how these decisions greatly improve people's lives. It is a landmark decision for wage justice. 18-year-olds can vote, drive and put their lives on the line for their country. 18-year-olds are adults. They struggle with the same cost of living pressures as every other adult. They do not receive a discount on their rent or on the fuel they buy to get to work just because they happen to be 18. Now they'll be paid the same as other adults. These increases will be phased in a responsible way. What it will mean over the phase-in period for 18-year-old casual workers will be a gradual increase of $10 per hour. But, Deputy Speaker, I joined the SDA on my first day on the job because I knew they would fight for my rights at work, and I want to congratulate them, their members, workplace delegates and officials for their outstanding adult wage equals adult wage campaign and this historic win.
Member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, across Australia, we have seen the living standards of all of our Australians decline. And I was in receipt of an email from one of my locals, Brett, who's a mortgage broker, and he summed it up this way. He said, "In my profession, I see the raw reality of the cost of living crisis every day. Many of my clients are now at breaking point, with some already skipping meals just to make ends meet." And, Deputy Speaker, this was all before the current fuel crisis that is emerging in our country. And so last week, the Coalition decided that we should be proactive in doing something to help Australians get through this crisis. Brett went on in his email to say, "I am calling for a reduction or tax concession on diesel for primary producers and food chain suppliers. Such a measure would provide a necessary buffer against escalating costs." And you know what, Deputy Speaker? Brett wasn't the only one who thought this was a good idea. The Coalition brought this to the table and the Prime Minister has copied our homework. Now, Australians are rightfully sitting around their kitchen tables right now saying, why is this Prime Minister always the last one to arrive at the crisis? Australians deserve better leadership than what they are seeing under this Labor government. Mortgages are up, cost of living is up, and petrol now is through the roof, with diesel more than $3.20 a litre. Something more must be done and leadership needs to be shown.
Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the important work of the Manningham Interfaith Network.
In a time when there are those who seek to divide us, who say that people of different races and religions cannot live peacefully together, Manningham Interfaith Network's commitment to building social cohesion and understanding across barriers has never been more important. I popped along to their community barbecue on Sunday in Ruffy Lake Park, and we had Frank Smith from the Manningham Uniting Church manning the barbecue. We had volunteers from the Fo Guang Shan Buddhist Temple in Box Hill giving out sausages to community members and families at the nearby playground. We also had members of the Baha'i community who are very active in the Interfaith Network because the Baha'i believe that all religions have the same core spiritual truths. Their ongoing commitment is especially commendable considering, like other members of our local Iranian community, they continue to face uncertainty and fear for their loved ones in Iran and the trauma of their persecution at the hands of the Islamic Republic in Iran regime. So thank you to Shahram Niazian, Dot Haynes OAM, Frank Smith, Harmik Singh, Srikantan Ratnasingham and all the members of the Manningham Interfaith Network for your work bringing the Menzies community together.
Member for Parkes.
Deputy Speaker, today Australia finds itself in a very disturbing situation of dual stress, limited fuel availability and extremely high prices. Australians are suffering every time they go to the Bowser and it feels like the final straw. Our farmers are already at the mercy of so many things that are out of their control. Inflation, rate rise, power costs, water legislation, taxes and ultimately the unknown of weather. They can't plant, they can't harvest, they can't fertilise, they can't transport and they can't run their businesses. I'm receiving calls from small transport operators who are facing cost rises of $1,500 a day. So it was a huge relief yesterday when the Prime Minister agreed to cut fuel excise in half by 26 cents a litre, as we've been begging the Labor government to do. We have been begging because that's what our constituents are now reduced to do. They are desperate. Now the Albanese government has listened. It's time to work together to address the future risks and the pain to all Australians. Our country runs on fuel, our regions run on diesel. It is my hope we can, in this place, work together with timely responses that will protect all Australians as this crisis continues to develop, to ease household pressure, to keep the wheels turning on our businesses and to keep Australians employed. Australia is a great nation with abundant resources. Let's make sure we use them for our survival.
Member for Bullwinkle.
Speaker, I rise today to speak about a celebratory, momentous milestone in the heart of Perth Hills in Western Australia. It's the 125th anniversary of the Kalamunda Ag Show. Since its inception in 1898, the event has served as the heartbeat of our heritage. It's a testament to the resilience of that community that in over a century the show was only ever silenced by the gravity of 2 world wars and a COVID pandemic. But it returns this year for its 125th year, and visitors can experience the log chop, the sheepdog demonstrations, a sideshow, rides, fireworks, a stunning interactive helicopter display and a stunning vintage collection. A lot going on at the Costera Oval on Friday, the April the 10th and Saturday, April the 11th. Speaker, it's a rare thing for a community tradition to reach 125 years, and I take this opportunity to congratulate the Kalamunda Agricultural Society for their putting on this show each year. I look forward to the weekend. And Speaker, I'm sure all the children in this chamber would love to go to the Ag Show. So just a reminder, gates open at 5 p.m. in Costera Oval in Kalamunda.
Member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yesterday we saw this government finally forced into using a bit of common sense by slashing the fuel excise, saving all Australians 26 cents per litre at the Bowser. It's great that they listen to us, but there's much more that needs to be done to protect everyday Australians and our national interest. Gary Eichmann, a generational dairy farmer in my electorate, is unable to get the fuel he ordered 3 weeks ago. Now he's been advised that when the fuel is eventually available, the cost is 30 cents per litre dearer than the service station cost due to inflated wholesale prices to independents. And Gary's not the only one sounding the alarm on wholesaler supply. Every Nationals MP has received similar calls. And across the floor, the few of you that do actually have producers amongst your constituents must be hearing the same thing. The government has to admit there is a distribution issue that is set to negatively impact on every Australian at the checkout in the very near future. Safeguards must be put in place for primary industries and distribution networks, and they needed to be put in place 3 weeks ago. No farmers means no food, no freight, no deliveries, and no supply of goods means skyrocketing prices on every product at the checkout. The tax cut was one small step for everyday Australians, but a giant leap is required by this government to keep our country running.
Member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This government has taken decisive action to safeguard Australia's security and protect Australian households during a time of global uncertainty. In response to the ongoing conflict in the Middle East and its impact on global fuel supply, we now have a comprehensive national fuel security plan. Labor has acted to ease cost of living pressures by halving the fuel excise for 3 months, directly reducing prices at the Bowser. We have also reduced the heavy vehicle road user charge to zero and deferred its next increase, supporting our freight sector and keeping goods moving right across our country. We have taken unprecedented steps to secure essential supplies. Legislation introduced this week allows the Commonwealth to underwrite shipments of fuel, fertiliser and other critical goods. We have begun releasing 20% of Australia's fuel reserves and updated fuel standards to increase supply into our market. We are also cracking down on misconduct. New laws double penalties for petrol price gouging. We have also acted to ensure fair pay for truck drivers when fuel prices spike. Deputy Speaker, Australians expect their government to step up in moments like this, and that is exactly what we are doing. We are acting with urgency, with coordination and with purpose to protect households, support industry and secure our nation's supply. Because when global shocks hit, Australians should not be left to face them alone. The Albanese Labor government is delivering for all Australians.
And I give the call to the Leader of the Nationals in the House of Representatives.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Now, the Minister for Aged Care is misleading older Australians when he pretends the aged care in the home system is working. Yesterday, the Minister claimed that older Australians were assessed in less than a month, but what he didn't tell you was how long it actually takes for people to get the help in their homes. Now, the lived experience of older people and their families in my electorate of Gippsland is appalling. 53 days ago, I wrote to the government after a family member contacted me about their parents, Frank and Velma. Frank and Velma are both 99 years old and still live in their own home. They want to stay in their own home, and we know older Australians do better if they can stay in familiar surroundings. But sadly, after some recent falls, Frank and Velma were assessed as being eligible for an assistance package under the Support at Home program. But did they get the help, as the Minister likes to pretend in this place? No. Frank and Velma have been told their package will be delivered in 11 to 12 months' time. They are 99 years old. They will both be 100 before they receive any help whatsoever, and they've just been parked in a Labor waiting list which already has 100,000 people in it. We know more than 4,000 Australians have died on that waiting list in the past 12 months, and the Minister pretends everything is okay. When we asked questions in Senate estimates whether there was any capacity for support to be fast-tracked for Frank and Velma, given their considerable age, we were told that wasn't possible unless they were homeless, Indigenous or had cognitive issues. I asked the Minister, just do your day job and help.
Member for Reid has the call.
If you are 18, you can vote, drive and even fight for your country. You are an adult in every way. The only difference was your pay. And now, thanks to the SDA, today we are delivering a massive sleigh. The Independent Fair Work Commission will abolish junior pay rates for workers over 18 in retail, fast food and pharmacies, so they can be paid the same as other adult employees. This will be phased in to allow businesses time to adjust. It is a great outcome for young workers aged 18 to 20. Because for too long, these young adults were paid less than their older workers. They were adults being paid junior rates. Yet they worked just as hard and face the same cost of living challenges. This is a landmark decision for fair pay and intergenerational equity. Over the phase-in period, an 18-year-old casual worker will see a gradual increase of around $10 an hour, a significant increase for young workers starting out. I want to congratulate the SDA, its members, and the young people who spoke out on their Adult Age Equals Adult Wage campaign. This is a historic win for all young Australian workers.
Yeah. Member for Forrest.
Deputy Speaker, let's play a game today and pin the quote on the donkey. First up, who said in 2021, at this moment of crisis, the Prime Minister has failed to lead? That'll be the bloke who is now the Prime Minister of this country. So next up, in the greatest hits of 2021, the Prime Minister has no plan, just more confusion and blame shifting. Words from this Prime Minister, the same bloke telling us that there's more fuel in this country than ever before, while today there are more than 800 servos without fuel nationally. Another pearler from 2021, they knew national leadership in times of crisis was about more than mere preservation. It was a question of vision and courage. We are expecting plans on this side to ensure this country emerges stronger and more prosperous from this crisis, but the best that this bloke has is a copy of our plan from last week. Which brings us to this banger. One of the things that's characterised this government is it's always too little, too late. Yet again, ladies and gentlemen, the words of the Prime Minister. So here's a good one. This government will blame any weakness on crisis, but that is disingenuous at best. I wish they were my words, but again, prophetic words from this Prime Minister. It was tough to pick a favourite, but who said, for this Prime Minister, the announcement is always about him, the press conference, the photo op, but when it comes to the part that affects you, his only interest is blaming someone else. That'd be this Prime Minister.
Member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. While those opposite might want to play games afternoon, this government is taking real action when people need it the most. From April the 1st, that's tomorrow, we're halving the fuel excise for 3 months. That's 26.3 cents per litre, or about $19 every time a 65-litre tank is filled up. That is real money back in the pockets of Australians, because fuel has been a real pain point across the country, including in my electorate of Deakin. Families, tradies, commuters, and those dropping the kids to and from school. But it isn't just about price, and we all know that. It is about supply. And that's why we have acted to keep the fuel flowing. Releasing reserves, changing fuel standards, securing supply with international partners, and working with states and industry to ensure that fuel gets to where it's needed, including rural and regional Australia, where it's clearly needed at this time. It's also about backing our truckies, changing the contracting rules to make sure they get a fair deal, and cutting the road user charge to zero and putting off any increases. Because when trucks stop, Australia stops. And we'll be making sure those savings are passed on. No games, no excuses. The ACCC will be watching out for price gouging. That is practical help right now when Australians really need it. And those feeling the pinch at the pump include young workers who have great news today. Thanks to the Shop Distributive and Allied Workers Union, the Fair Work Commission has abolished junior pay rates for those who are 18 to 21 years old. Finally, adults will be paid an adult wage like they deserve. No more ranked age discrimination. Finally, fairness in the workplace.
Deputy Leader in the House of Representatives.
Deputy Speaker, here's the bottom line. When Australians needed help at the fuel bowser, the Coalition led and the Prime Minister followed. Australian families, tradies and small businesses will now pay less for fuel because the Coalition acted first. But without offsets in the budget, Labor's spending will drive inflation higher and will cut into people's purchasing power even further. But the issue here is that fuel security is vital to our economy and the ADF. That's why fuel security is national security, and that's why the Prime Minister needs to start leading. But we have no transparency from this government. We don't know how many ships are coming to Australia. We don't know where there are shortages in our supply chain. And we don't know what the plan is to refuel our service stations. Now, across the Tasman, the New Zealand government is leading. The New Zealand government is being transparent, updating their people on fuel supplies inside their country, fuel inside the economic exclusion zone, and fuel shipments on the way from Asia. Where's that level of detail from this Prime Minister? What is the plan for next week and beyond? What's the plan for when the pressure really builds on the Australian people? When will you be transparent about the state of our fuel supplies? In a crisis, Australians expect strength, they expect leadership, they expect clarity, and right now, on all measures, the Prime Minister is failing to lead and is failing to be transparent with the Australian people.
Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I know that people have been feeling pain at the fuel pump, and that is why the Albanese Labor government has taken 26 cents off fuel per litre by halving the fuel tax. This is timely and targeted relief. And I know that those opposites might like to think that it's all their ideas, but I'll let you know that the backbench of the great Labor Party is also very active in making sure that we are prosecuting great ideas to help our constituents. But not only are we helping households, we're also helping truckies, and that's because we're cutting the heavy vehicle road user charge. Yes, that's 32 cents off fuel per litre. And we're doing this because we want to keep people moving, we also want to back farmers to keep on producing, and we also want to help truckies to get the produce to the shops. But this is not the only thing that we're doing. I know that in Perth, in my electorate, there is actually a petrol station who is selling diesel at $3.97 a litre. But that was an accident, and unfortunately it was a typo. So they meant to enter $2.97, and what they will be doing is refunding customers not just $1.04. But I see this as a timely reminder to all fuel stations. The nation is watching. If you intentionally gouge Australians, you will be found out, and the ACCC you will feel the full force of the law.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. I give the call to the, on indulgence, the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I want to give a shout-out to Jet Jarvis, who's 12 years old, from Dalveen in Queensland in the electorate of Maranoa. He's a student at Scots College there at Warwick, and he came in today because he's the Squiz Kids PM for a Day competition winner. He's here he is. He had his big hat on in my office, Mr Speaker, but it's gone. But he's a delightful young man here with the Squiz Kids organisation that really promote ideas and promote education and do podcasts for young Australians. His idea for the day was that people should buy fruit in supermarkets, even if it doesn't look perfect, because that way we save and help the farmers, but help each other and avoid waste as well. And I know from bananas that aren't bent the right way sometimes are rejected, and they end up at food bank. And they still get used, but a bright young boy, and I wish him all the very best.
Indulgence, the honourable member for Maranoa.
Well, I thank you, Mr Speaker, but can I firstly also thank you and the leadership role you've taken in taking the Parliament to youth of Australia and particularly the schools. This is testament to a legacy you'll leave as a Speaker of this Parliament. In making sure that young people are engaged with this Parliament. So, thank you to you, Mr Speaker. First, I don't think there's been enough acknowledgement of that. But to Jet and to his family, you are a credit to your family and to our part of Maranoa. Jet and his family only moved to Maranoa a couple of years ago, and to be able to understand how important food is and how it's produced and how farmers produce it and all the costs that they put into it, and then if it doesn't look perfect, that they get nothing for it when it tastes the same, is a great message to come from a young man with a great future, and it's great to see someone from Maranoa might make it to the top one day. Well done, mate.
Welcome to Jet. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. The government blamed Australians for buying fuel, then finally declared a national fuel crisis. The government said the fuel crisis was not a supply problem and then rushed through emergency supply laws. The government said cutting the fuel excise was a thought bubble and then adopted our fuel tax cut. How can Australians have any confidence in the Prime Minister's leadership through this crisis when his position changes every day?
Call to the Prime Minister. Order. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Every single day I've acknowledged that Australians are feeling stretched and under pressure because of the impact of the war in the Middle East. That has been the consistent position that we have taken. And those opposite might like to wish it away or erase it. I notice that the member for Canning didn't do that on Sunday. Australia is not a participant in the war in the Middle East, but Australians are feeling and seeing the impact here at home. And we stand with overwhelmingly the majority of Australians are absolutely doing the right thing, as they always do. There are some who've taken more than what they need. That's the truth. Just look at your devices and you'll see examples of that. And that has meant that there's pressure on the system, more pressure than there should be. It is a fact that every single ship that was due to arrive up to this point has arrived. That is just a fact. It is also a fact that we changed the fuel standards in order to ensure that every bit of fuel, petrol and diesel produced here stays here. It is also a fact that we release 20% of the reserves and prioritise that going to regional areas. It is also a fact that we have engaged with our international partners to make sure that supplies continue to come here. But it is also a fact that we have worked across states and territories, across the political system, for the National Fuel Security Plan, agreed with leaders from both sides of politics through the National Cabinet, so that we have a system going forward that is clear through the 4 stages. We want to stay at stage 2 where we are. There are challenges ahead of us. It's also a fact that because prices have increased right around the world, we sought to have a responsible plan to make a difference as well to people's cost of living issues, as we always do. And we thought it through. We're finalised. The states and territories met again at 12 o'clock today and finalised a position consistent with what we've asked them to do, something that was forgotten, so they don't benefit from the GST windfall, just like we have raised the issue of registrations and the road user charge as well. There are challenges ahead of us, and no government can just eliminate all of the pressure which is there. What we can do is act in an orderly, responsible way, not try to create issues, but try to create an appropriate response, which is precisely what we are doing.
The call to the honourable member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government taking action to assist Australian families, farmers and businesses who are under pressure caused by the ongoing war in the Middle East? What actions have been taken to boost Australia's fuel security and supply?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Leichhardt for his question and acknowledge that not only has the member for Leichhardt been dealing with these issues, but also has been dealing with the consequences of the cyclone in his electorate and has been working closely with Premier Christofouli and working with Minister McBain to make sure that his community is looked after, particularly areas like Cowan and others, small communities that have been really hit hard. We are taking action, Mr Speaker, to help Australians who are under cost of living pressure caused by what is the biggest spike in petrol and diesel prices in history, and that is a global result of the war in the Middle East, where Australia is not a participant, but we're still impacted by it. Easing that pressure, helping people, is our priority. That's why our action to halve the fuel excise for 3 months starting tomorrow is so important, saving Australian families and farmers 26 cents for every litre of petrol and diesel when they fill up at the servo. That's why our action reducing the heavy vehicle road user charge to zero is so important as well, so Australian trucking can keep Australia's economy going. And that's why our action empowering the Commonwealth to underwrite shiploads of fuel, fertiliser and other essentials is so important. And I note that action was somehow criticised in the question that was asked just before, because they said if there's no problem, why are you worried about supply? What we are doing is making sure that we get ahead of issues, that we plan appropriately. That's what good government does. And the idea that somehow is a contradiction between that and saying that every ship that was due to come here is here is just extraordinary, extraordinarily irresponsible from those opposite. And, you know, I ask them to really think through the way that they're behaving during what is a real challenge. A real challenge. If we'd have behaved like this in COVID, just absolutely extraordinary.
Order. The member for Forest.
Now, we're working with the National Cabinet, with industry, with producers, with suppliers and farmers, taking action. We understand this is an uncertain time and we understand that Australians are under pressure, but that's why we're focused on them. That's why we want to look after people. That is the Australian way. That is our government's way. Working around the clock, looking at every practical measure to make a positive difference, and then taking action.
The call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Speaker. And my question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, how many service stations in Australia are out of fuel?
The call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. In New South Wales, out of 2,400 service stations, there are currently 247 without diesel, 61 total stockout. In Victoria, where we have 1,800 roughly service stations, there are 77 with no diesel and 39 with no unleaded petrol. Those figures were Queensland. Apologies, Mr Speaker. Victoria, where we have 1,627 service stations, there are 82 with no diesel, 40 with no petrol. In South Australia, where there are 700 roughly service stations, we have 20 without diesel and 13 without unleaded petrol. In Western Australia, where there are 771 service stations, there are 18 without diesel, 14 with no unleaded petrol. In Tasmania, 294 service stations, 8 without diesel, 15 with one or more grades unavailable. In the Northern Territory, 180 service stations, 5 without diesel, 4 with no unleaded. The Northern Territory government does advise me that some of those would be as a result of road closures and flooding, but in the interest of full disclosure, I do provide those figures. The ACT, 5 without diesel, 2 without unleaded. As previously advised, those shortages in the ACT are normally filled within the same day.
Before I call the member for Petrie, I'll just do some quick acknowledgements. I'm pleased to inform in the House today that we have representatives of Basketball Australia and the Australian Olympic Committee, including five-time Olympian in basketball Lauren Jackson, AO, and Tess Magden, dual Olympian in basketball. We've got a delegation for the Municipal Association of Victoria. As part of the delegation, we have Councillor Alex Macon, the Mayor of the City of Port Phillip, the Mayor of the City of Maribyrnong, the Mayor of Murrumbidgee Shire, and Councillor Jennifer Anderson, the President of the Municipal Association of Victoria. And sitting in the last row of the gallery, right in front of me, is, as guests of the member for Mitchell, are Jason and Anthea. Jason has battled motor neuron disease for over 8 years and has shown incredible resilience and is one of the longest living people with MND. They are here at Parliament House today as ambassadors for MND, and I'm proud to promote this important cause. Give a call to the member for Petrie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What actions is the Albanese Labor government taking to help with the cost of living, including the cost of fuel, and how does this compare to other approaches?
The call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I hope you won't mind, and I hope the wonderful member for Petrie won't mind me welcoming Lauren Jackson to the House as well. Absolute goat of Australian basketball. And I'm sure I'm not the only one who hopes that the next time we see Lauren Jackson in the Parliament, she's not sitting up there, but she's sitting somewhere over here, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, when it comes to the very real and very serious pressures that Australians are facing, particularly but not only at the petrol bowser, this government and this Prime Minister is stepping up and stepping in to do what we responsibly can to take some of the edge off these pressures that people are feeling right around Australia. I think it's worth acknowledging that obviously Australian families are not sitting around the table in the Situation Room making the key decisions about this war in the Middle East, but they are sitting around the kitchen tables working out how they will pay for the consequences of this war in the Middle East, primarily, as I said, when it comes to petrol and diesel, Mr Speaker. And that's why the Prime Minister and I, working with our colleagues, including the Minister for Transport, the Minister for Energy and others, did announce yesterday that we will be halving the fuel excise from April, Mr Speaker, to give some welcome relief to Australians, particularly Australian motorists and truckies who are doing it tough. What this means is a fairly substantial saving at the petrol bowser for 3 months. Now, this is timely relief, it is targeted relief, it's temporary relief, and it's also responsible relief. One of the main jobs of this government is to work through these pressures that people are facing right around Australia and to step up and do what we responsibly can, and that's what this is all about, Mr Speaker. Now, this is not the only thing that we're doing to help with the cost of living. We've got the tax cuts coming. We've got more bulk billing and cheaper medicines. We've got the student debt relief. This is all about easing some of that pressure that we understand and acknowledge that people are under. Also today, Mr Speaker, and I know the Minister for Employment will want me to mention that there was a very welcome outcome when it comes to youth wages from the Fair Work Commission. And also earlier today, the Reserve Bank made it clear that in October they will be ending the surcharges on credit cards and debit cards. And I acknowledge the member for Bennelong and others who've campaigned for this outcome for some time in our economy. These fees and charges drive Australians absolutely nuts, and the Reserve Bank has said that they'll be winding them back from October, Mr Speaker. And so across a whole range of areas, we're doing what we responsibly can to ease the cost of living. We know that this war in the Middle East is having very serious consequences for the global economy. Australians are paying for that, a hefty price for that, at the bowser and beyond, and we're doing what we can to help.
Give the call to the member for Wentworth.
My question's for the Treasurer. 1/3 of all occupations in Australia are in shortage, yet Australia has 253,000 permanent migrants already here that are working below their skill level. This includes 20,000 teachers, 50,000 engineers, 16,000 nurses and 1,300 electricians, all unable to teach, care and build to their full capacity because of slow and costly skills recognition pathways. What concrete steps will the government take to ensure that skills recognition of migrants is faster, fairer and more affordable?
Great question. Give a call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It is a great question and it reflects a number of concerns with a number of our colleagues who raise these issues with me from time to time, and I see it in my own community. I see this as a very important economic issue, but also a social issue, a social justice issue, making sure that when people come to our country that they can participate fully, whether it be in the labour market or in other ways. And it is, as the member well knows, as a participant at the Economic Reform Roundtable last year, that this is a core part of the productivity puzzle as well. And it's an essential part of delivering the single national market for workers that we talked about in that forum and have been working hard to implement. In fact, the very first piece of legislation introduced into this parliament under this Prime Minister was to create Jobs and Skills Australia, and in that legislation and in the amendments we strengthened JSA's role in the migration system and in skills recognition as well. JSA released a significant study last year as well, working out the best way for education, migration and employment systems to work together to recognise the very important contribution that migrants make to our labour market and to our country more broadly. We're also provided funding to streamline skills assessment for migrants. That's benefited more than 13,000 applicants, particularly in the construction occupations. and we've given the Minister for Skills new powers to help improve the quality and timeliness of our skills assessment system to help make the system fairer and more efficient. Mr Speaker, having said all of that, we know that there is more work to do in this regard, and that's why last November I agreed with my state and territory counterparts to prioritise work on recognising skills, particularly in areas of acute demand like construction, health and emerging industries, and we have a number of ways that we're going about this important work. I've also had a number of discussions with probably half a dozen of the colleagues over here in recent weeks, some of them in recent days. I shout out the important work the Minister for Employment, the Minister for Skills, Home Affairs, Multicultural Affairs, Housing and other colleagues as well, Mr Speaker. We also look forward to the insights that Martin Parkinson and Violet Rumelitis will be sharing tomorrow at the Press Club, warming up the crowd for the Prime Minister's appearance at the National Press Club on Thursday. I look forward to hearing what Martin and Violet have to say on these really important issues and to working very hard on next steps.
Give a call to the honourable member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to ensure heavy vehicle operators are supported through fuel disruptions, and how does it compare to other approaches?
Give a call to the Minister for Infrastructure, the Minister for Transport, the Minister for Regional Development and the Minister for Local Government.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Can I thank very much the member for Bendigo for her question. She knows just how important the announcements we made yesterday are for regional communities like hers. I've been meeting regularly with the transport and fuel industries together to make sure that we are working off the same information, and I'll meet again with them tomorrow. They told me that heavy vehicle operators were struggling to cover the costs of rising fuel prices caused by the war in the Middle East. Following National Cabinet yesterday, of course, the Prime Minister announced that our government would reduce the heavy vehicle road user charge to zero for 3 months. We're also deferring the next scheduled increase of the heavy vehicle road user charge by 6 months, and we're also halving the fuel excise for petrol and diesel for three months to save 26.3 cents per litre at the pump. States and territories have agreed to look at their registration charges for heavy vehicles in conjunction with what we've done, and also to continue to discuss the GST and do all they can to ensure that there is some of that returned, the increase returned. The legislation to do the fuel decrease was introduced just this morning. It will give transport owners and operators much needed relief, easing fuel costs, while they continue to carry food, medicine and other essentials right the way across this country. It has been welcomed by the Australian Trucking Association, the Tourism and Transport Forum, Business Council of Australia, Gas Energy Australia, the Australian Retail Council, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the National Road Transport Association, as well as many others. The ATA has said in total the decision will save trucking operators 32.4 cents per litre. It is the lifeline that small trucking businesses need. As we come into Easter, TTF has said anything that helps bring down transport costs across the supply chain is a win for the entire tourism sector. This work, of course, is complemented by the changes to the Fair Work Act, which passed the Parliament yesterday, so that truck drivers can quickly renegotiate their rates with Australia's major retailers. We are working day and night to shore up our fuel supply, to help people with the cost of living and to keep Australia moving. We're not going to take advice from those opposite on how to support truck drivers, because what you did when in government, you dropped the fuel excise. You forgot about the road user charge that meant that truck drivers couldn't get the same relief that we were facing those cash flow challenges. And this time I remind them that their costings, frankly, were $1 billion short. $1 billion short. Did you think it was going to be for free? Clearly you did. $1 billion short.
Give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Yesterday, the Special Minister of State said adding more politicians to the Parliament is, quote, what great Labor leaders do. At a time of crisis, will the Prime Minister rule out putting upward pressure on inflation by choosing to spend more than $600 million on more politicians?
Order. The Minister for Defence Industry is warned. The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr. Speaker, let me make this as clear as I possibly can. I am more than satisfied with both the number of members of the House of Representatives and their composition.
Give the call to order. Give the call when the House comes to order. Give the call to order. Members on my left will cease interjecting. Order. Order. The Minister for Agriculture will cease interjecting. The Leader of the Opposition will cease interjecting. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Newcastle.
Hear, hear.
Thank you. My questions to the Deputy Prime Minister representing the Minister for Foreign Affairs. How has the Albanese Labor government been assisting Australians returning from the Middle East, and how are Australia's collective efforts supporting the region?
Give the call to the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Defence and the Minister representing the Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Well, I thank the member for her question and very much acknowledge her leadership in this government. The war in the Middle East is now entering its 32nd day. The commencement of this conflict occurred across a region which is home to some of the largest Australian expat communities in the world. Indeed, 115,000 Australians live across the Middle East. From almost the moment that hostilities started, the skies above Dubai, Abu Dhabi and Doha were closed. Immediately prior to the conflict, on any given day, about 11,000 Australians transited these airports, which meant that when hostilities started, there were thousands of Australians who were stranded. Over the last 4.5 weeks, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade has dispatched crisis response teams to the region, and they have facilitated the return of more than 10,000 Australians back home. For the Australians who continue to live in the region, we continue to provide our travel advisories. There is a no travel advice in place for 11 countries in the region. Immediately prior to this conflict starting, there were more than 100 Defence Force personnel engaged in 7 missions across the region, most of whom were at our operational headquarters at the Al Minhad Air Base near Dubai. On the 10th of March, we responded to a request from the UAE to supply an E-7 Wedgetail to help in the support of the UAE, and later that week, that plane and its 85 support crew were in the region, and since then it has conducted multiple missions which have helped in the security of the UAE. We have also supplied a number of advanced medium-range air-to-air missiles to the UAE. Now, obviously, the war has had a significant impact on the global oil price, which has been felt through increased fuel prices here in Australia and around the world. And with the effective closure of the Straits of Hormuz, the global fuel supply chain has also been disrupted. At the outset of this conflict, there was a very clear strategic objective to deny Iran ever having the acquisition of a deployable nuclear weapon, and we support this. I remind everyone that just this year, Iran has killed thousands of its own citizens. It has been the sponsor of terrorism around the world, including here in Australia. That said, this conflict is now in its 5th week. It's been going a long time. It has had a major disruption on the global economy. And while we continue to support the strategic objective, which is clearly important, in every respect we seek to support the reduction of hostilities and to the negotiation.
Give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Question is to the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister rule out expanding the size of the Parliament?
Order. Order. Members on my left. Order. Members on my right, the member for Lingiari. The Prime Minister has the call. Order. Order. When the House comes to order. Yeah. The Minister for Employment, we're trying to hear the answer. The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, I take the interjection from those opposite, which was about bubbles. I mean, this is extraordinary. At a time when there's a war in the Middle East, when there are significant economic impacts.
Order. The Prime Minister will pause. Order. The manager will. The manager will. Order. The manager is entitled to raise his point of order, and he shall do so now.
Thanks, Speaker. And it goes to relevance. The question could not be simpler. It's the second in this area, and the Prime Minister should come.
The Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Just to the point of order, I refer to page 568 of practice, where it says it is relevant to contrast the action of the government with another point of view. It's exactly what the Prime Minister is doing.
Yes, and the Prime Minister, I think, had said about 21 words. Oh, sorry. Yeah, the manager, further to the point of order, was trying to deal with this.
That's not what the Prime Minister was doing in his answer.
Well, order. I don't know what the Prime Minister was saying because he was about 20 words into an answer. So we won't be able to take any more points of order on relevance. We've already taken that point. The manager raised the point of order. I'm going to listen to all the Prime Minister, and I will ensure that he be directly. The Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of the Opposition, we're trying to deal with the point of order. If you could assist the House, that would be great. I appreciate that. So the Prime Minister needs his answer to be directly relevant about the question. Once again, yes, no, not able to deliver that for the manager on this occasion. And I know you're keen on that, but I'm keen to make sure the Prime Minister is directly relevant, and he shall continue.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I was responding, of course, for an interjection from those opposite. Let me make 3 points. I made 2 before, so we'll make 3 and see if they get it. One is, I am satisfied with the current number of seats in the House of Representatives. That's 150. That's 150 with 12 senators from each state. Point 1. Point two is I'm also very satisfied with the composition of the current parliament, Mr Speaker. Very satisfied with the current composition.
Order.
Oh, there are some over there as well. That's true. And I like some of those over there too, Mr Speaker, to be fair. Point 3. I have been very privileged to have the best campaign director I've ever seen in Paul Erickson. If I was to say to Paul Erickson, we've got 94 seats, but how about we throw it all up in the air and see how it lands, I reckon Paul Erickson would have a pretty clear response.
Give a call. Order. Give the call to order. Members on my left, give the call to the honourable member for Corangamine.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
No. Well, the House is going to come to order. Order. Members on my right. The member for Corangamite has waited patiently for her question. She will begin her question again when the House will hear her in silence.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. With the war in the Middle East impacting global fuel and energy markets, how has the Albanese Labor government taken action to protect Australians?
A call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Corangamite for her question. I very much enjoyed visiting the Viva refinery in Geelong with her not that long ago, as I've done previously with the Deputy Prime Minister. They're both very proud of the workers there, as we are, and I thank the member for Corangamite for all the work she does. Now, Mr Speaker, the focus of the government since February 28th has been ensuring the supply of energy to Australia. And I'm pleased with the actions we've taken, like increasing the amount of fuel available through releasing 20% of the minimum stock obligation, changing the sulphur rules, changing the diesel rules. All this has been necessary in the face of the most volatile energy situation, certainly since I was born, Mr Speaker, that the world has seen. This is the action the government has taken. And I'm pleased to inform the House, as we previously have, that any cancelled ships have been more than replaced. And today, the latest advice to me is that there are now, as we speak, more than 55 ships on their way to Australia laden with fuel, and we are expecting and have contracted 3.7 billion litres of fuel to arrive in Australia during the month of April. Contracted, locked in, owned by Australian companies, and this is a good thing. But we also need to prepare for any eventualities in this uncertain environment. That's why the government acted quickly after energy companies, oil companies, fuel companies raised with us early last week the increasing volatility in the oil price. It was too risky in the future potentially to buy these cargoes, that we acted, and the legislation was introduced on Monday after being announced on Saturday and was passed through the House of Representatives last night, and I hope and expect will pass through the Senate this evening. This gives Export Finance Australia the capacity to finance and work to ensure that those spot cargoes, which are available but that are very expensive and very risky, come to Australia for Australian use. That's what this government has ensured by this action, and that's a very good thing. But the member for Corangamite also asked me about energy more broadly. And our work there hasn't stopped. Despite our focus on petrol and diesel, our work on electricity hasn't stopped, and nor have Australians stopped. And I'm pleased to inform the House of a small milestone today, that as of today we have now passed 300,000 home batteries installed since the 1st of July. In fact, 300,188, 1,508 of them in the electorate of Corangamite. Australians storing their renewable energy for the night, reducing their use of gas and reducing the use of gas in our system more broadly, which is good for affordability and good for reliability as well, because that solar energy cannot be interrupted by any international dispute, Mr Speaker. That solar energy can be stored for the evening. Australians are reducing their bills and their emissions. That's a policy that this government will keep implementing. Others have announced its abolition. We won't let that happen, because 300,000 Australian households have done it, and many more thousands of households are planning to do it in coming months.
Has concluded. With the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
My question is to the Treasurer. As a direct result of the government's runaway spending, the average Australian mortgage holder is now paying $27,000 more in interest a year under Labor. Will the Treasurer guarantee that the budget won't add further pressure to inflation and to interest rates?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. He's got a lot of nerve asking about the fiscal position, having just gone to an election promising higher taxes, bigger deficits and more debt if they'd won the election, Mr Speaker. And so we stack up our record on responsible economic management against theirs any day, Mr Speaker. Now, when it comes to the budget position, to give the honourable members a sense of the magnitude of the savings that we found, including as recently as the mid-year budget update in December. In every single one of our 7 budgets and budget updates, we've found savings. And there will be more savings in the budget in May. $114 billion already so far, including $20 billion of savings in the December update. Now, to give you a sense of that, it took those opposite something like 7 budget updates to find the same amount of savings that Katie Gallagher and I found in December, Mr Speaker, and that gives you a sense of how ridiculous it is to be lectured on fiscal responsibility by those opposite, Mr Speaker. And so the budget in May will be another responsible budget. What we have been able to achieve so far is to help engineer the biggest positive turnaround in the budget position in nominal terms since Federation. We turned a couple of big Liberal Party deficits into a couple of Labor Party surpluses. We got the deficits down. We banked most of the upward revisions to revenue when those opposite used to spend most of them. We found ways to make room for our priorities, Mr Speaker, and so the budget in May will be a responsible budget once again. Now, obviously, we don't finish the budget on the last day in March. We finish the budget closer to the first week in May, and we hand it down in the second week of May, Mr Speaker. And what that budget will contain is another effort on savings, another effort on tax reform, more effort on productivity, working through these issues in a methodical and considered way, which is a hallmark of this government's responsible economic management, Mr Speaker. Now, those opposite wouldn't know the first thing about responsible economic management. When the member for Hume was the Shadow Treasurer, he took to the election a policy for higher taxes on 14 million working Australians, and he still managed to find a way to have bigger deficits and more debt, Mr Speaker. And so if their argument is that an extra couple of $1 billion on fuel excise relief for Australians, which they called for, if their argument is that would put upward pressure on inflation, then they are conceding that the $11 billion bigger deficit that those opposite would have had they won the election this year would have made our inflation challenge and our other challenges in our economy worse under them rather than better.
Call to the honourable member for Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. How is the Albanese government holding social media companies to account, and how are other countries responding to our world-leading action to prevent social media harm?
Good work. Give the call to the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
I thank the member for Hughes for his question and for his efforts to make online safer for all the kids under his stewardship in Hughes. Mr Speaker, since Gen Alpha got their first smartphone and their first social media account, they've been connected to an addictive dopamine drip. Targeted algorithms, doom scrolling, persistent notifications and toxic popularity meters have stolen their attention for hours every single day. And as a nation, Australia took bold and decisive action to protect our kids and to give them 3 more years back from the persuasive and pervasive pull of those algorithms. The eSafety Commissioner's first compliance report, released today, shows that 5 million under-16 social media accounts have been removed or deactivated or restricted as a consequence of Australia's world-leading social media law. Despite this remarkable progress, the report also shows that some social media giants are simply not doing enough. Some seem to be trying to get away with doing the absolute bare minimum. The eSafety Commission report exposes unacceptable systems being adopted by age-restricted social media platforms, including allowing under-16 users to repeatedly attempt age assurance until they pass, not doing enough to prevent underage users whose accounts have been deactivated from immediately opening a new one, and ineffective and inaccessible pathways for parents and for others to report underage users. All of the platforms covered by our social media minimum age requirement said they would respect the law. If these companies want to do business in Australia, they must obey Australian laws. And as the independent regulator, eSafety is actively investigating potential non-compliance in relation to 5 platforms: Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, TikTok and YouTube. And if eSafety finds these platforms have systemically failed to uphold their legal obligations, I expect the Commissioner to throw the book at them. Australia's leadership in online safety has started a global movement, with more than a dozen countries now following our lead. Just this morning I met with Canada's Minister for Culture and Identity. These leaders are asking Australia to share our expertise and experience. The drumbeat against social media harm is growing. The time for accountability is here. We started with our world-leading social media minimum age, and we will hold them accountable for it. And we are working every day to introduce a digital duty of care this year that puts the onus on tech companies to protect Australians from online harm before it occurs.
Give a call to the honourable member for Warringah.
To the Prime Minister. 2 years after an Israeli airstrike unlawfully killed Australian aid worker Zomi Frankham in Gaza, Israel has failed to provide transparency, accountability, a formal apology or compensation. The UK and Poland have launched coronial inquiries and commissioned international probes into the deaths of their citizens. What tangible progress has the government made to secure justice for Zomi since meeting with President Herzog, and will the government support a humanitarian peace prize in Zomi's honour?
Call to the Honourable the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Warringah for her question. I will meet the member for Warringah this afternoon with Zomi Frankum's brother, Mal, this afternoon. And I look forward to having a respectful conversation with him and personally expressing my condolences for the tragic loss of life, which should, of course, never have occurred. Zomi Frankum was an aid worker working for the World Central Kitchen. Her and 6 of her colleagues were killed in an outrage, and Australia expressed that view very publicly and continued to do so. Tomorrow, tragically, is the 2-year anniversary of this tragedy, and I have certainly raised the issue very directly, most recently with the Israeli President Isaac Herzog during his visit here to Australia. Last year at the United Nations, when I was there, Australia led the world in launching the Declaration for the Protection of Humanitarian Personnel. Penny Wong, our Foreign Minister, has done extraordinary work there, seeking to honour the courage and kindness of Zomi Frankum and her colleagues. I look forward to meeting this afternoon. This is a tragic loss. We'll continue to work each and every day to do our best to ensure that there is transparency and appropriate action.
Give the call to the Honourable Member for Deakin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting workers, including low-paid workers in particular, to earn more and keep more of what they earn?
Call to the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Deakin for his question and, of course, his strong commitment to workers to keep more of what they earn. This Labor government is absolutely committed to getting wages moving again, especially for our low-paid workers. It is this Labor government that's advocated each and every year for a wage rise for workers on minimum award wages. And this Thursday, or the Thursday that's just been, our government made a submission again to the Fair Work Commission calling for an economically sustainable real wage increase for our lowest paid workers. This would help almost 2.7 million workers right across the country. Of course, over the term of this Labor government, minimum wages have increased by over $9,000 a year. Now, as a result of this government's reforms, we have also made sure that gender equality is at the heart of the Fair Work Act, which has led to the Commission delivering for workers who have been undervalued for too long. And of course, it has been our government that has funded wage increases for our hard-working aged care workers and early educators, recognising the very, very important work they do. And it is this government that has legislated to protect penalty rates and overtime rates for workers who deserve to be properly paid for working unsociable hours. And a real opportunity to thank all of those who will be working over the coming Easter weekend. And this Labor government is also restoring balance at the Fair Work Commission, so both workers and employers get a fair hearing before the Commission. Now, I'm very pleased to inform the House that this morning the Independent Fair Work Commission has ruled that young adult workers should earn adult wages. This government welcomes the decision to abolish junior rates for 18 to 20-year-olds working in retail, fast food and pharmacy. Today's decision means that tens of thousands of young adult workers will earn more at this important time of their lives. Now, in its decision, the Commission considered the need for time for employers and business to adjust and has recommended that these pay rises be phased in. Now, young adults face unique challenges to getting a start in life, keeping up with the cost of living and building their economic security. And I would like to recognise the SDA Union in particular for pursuing this issue in the Commission and their advocacy for young workers. While those on the other side might dismiss young workers, it's only a Labor government that will stick up for workers in the...
Call to the member for Lyne.
My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Australia's fuel supply relies on Middle East oil shipped to refineries in Asia. Minister, how many oil tankers have left the Middle East for refineries in Asia since the 28th of February?
Call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
How many ships are going from the Middle East?
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for the question. There are currently more than 53 ships on their way to Australia from refineries around the world. Asia, United States, Mexico, other places, and I can confirm 3.7 billion litres are contracted legally to arrive in Australia over April. Now, as we've been very clear, there are risks in the supply chain because it is true. Asia gets the majority of its oil from the Middle East through the Straits of Hormuz. That is true. That's why we've taken the actions we have taken, like releasing more of the minimum stock obligation, but most particularly the legislation that will pass the Senate this evening. That's why, to be prepared. Now, Mr Speaker, Asian refineries don't just supply Australia, they supply Asia too. That's how it generally works. And, of course, we've been in constant contact, the Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister and I, with our respective counterparts, and we're very pleased with the way those conversations have gone.
Call to the honourable member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering support to our farmers, producers and exporters to keep our food production strong and to help manage the impacts of the conflict in the Middle East?
Give a call to the Minister for Agriculture, the Minister for Fisheries and the Ministry for Forestry.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I do want to thank the member for Hunter for that question. I know that his region has some great produce that he's very proud of, and he also knows why it's really important to keep our food system production very, very strong indeed. And as I've said previously in this place, Australia does produce more food than we consume. But we do know that the conflict in the Middle East is having impacts globally, and it's putting pressure on our food producers here in Australia. That's why, Mr Speaker, the Albanese Labor government continues to work day and night to help our farmers manage the impacts of this conflict in the Middle East. We're taking immediate action to support industry, to help keep our exports moving and to help Australia's food system remain strong. I've just met again before question time with stakeholders from across our agriculture industry, and we are listening to their concerns, which is why today our government has taken a decision to defer the full cost recovery for export services for 1 year to 1 July 2027. Now, this will help give our farmers, producers and exporters facing input cost pressures more certainty in the midst of global uncertainty. The President of the NFF, Hamish McIntyre, said today, and I quote, "The package of measures provides welcome breathing space for farmers and exporters facing sustained input cost pressures and market uncertainty." Mr Speaker. Now, we know that this certainty is so critical for our farmers and producers, and it builds on the practical support that is always available for our farmers and primary producers. And that includes the Farm Household Allowance, concessional loans from the Regional Investment Corporation, independent financial counselling through the Rural Financial Counselling Service and the Farm Managed Deposit Schemes, always available for our farmers when they need it. While our government continues to support farmers, fishers and producers facing these cost pressures, we're also working to ensure they have the critical inputs of fuel and fertiliser. Today, we've also announced that we'll be establishing the new Fertiliser Supply Working Group. The group will include representatives from key government agencies and industry organisations such as Fertiliser Australia and the National Farmers Federation. This responds to a direct call from Fertiliser Australia and other key stakeholders, and it builds on the work that we are already doing as a government to improve the availability of fertiliser, including, of course, amending the legislation to underwrite the purchase of fuel and fertiliser by the private sector, working with the ACCC to monitor and coordinate fertiliser supply, and working with industry and engaging with other countries to find alternate supplies of fertiliser. Mr Speaker, we'll continue to work with farmers and industry to make sure that we can help shield them from the impact of this global crisis.
Before I call the next member, I'm pleased to advise the House that in the gallery has just joined us is Dr Guru Prakash Prasan, who's visiting Australia from India as part of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade's Special Visits Program. And I give the call to the honourable member for Ryan.
My question is to the Treasurer. Can you confirm that oil and gas giant Shell has for years paid no petroleum resource rent tax? And even with your recent changes and war prices for LNG, Shell will now at best only pay a few cents per dollar of revenue. Isn't it time for a 25% tax on gas export revenue so gas corporations like Shell pay their fair share?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for Ryan for her question. I acknowledge that there are a range of views on this issue, and as I understand it, the Senate agreed yesterday afternoon or last night to have a committee to look into some of these matters that the honourable member raises with us. This government believes that Australians do deserve a fair return from the natural resources that they own. And that's why in our first term we made changes to the PRRT so that offshore gas companies pay more tax sooner. The ATO's latest tax transparency report shows that the introduction of the government's reforms increased the number of entities paying PRRT from 11 to 16 in the most recent data, and that oil and gas companies paid almost $12 billion in PRRT and company tax in that year. When it comes to individual companies, the honourable members asked me about Shell in particular. PRRT payments are not separately disclosed at the company level in the ATO's data, as I suspect the honourable member knows. But I do understand from publicly available information that Shell's most recent tax transparency report disclosed around $3 billion in taxes and other payments. A bit over 2/3 of that was corporate income tax, and almost 1/3 of that was royalties and other taxes. The other point that I would make to the honourable member for Ryan is that a key feature of our changes to the PRRT is a 90% cap on deductions, which applies 7 years after a project begins generating revenue. So for Shell, as I understand it, if you think about Gorgon and Prelude LNG projects, that 7-year period is expected to be exhausted, I think this year or next year, certainly soon, meaning the deductions cap will kick in and PRRT will be paid on those two projects. Now, the government has also taken significant steps more broadly to strengthen tax transparency, including the introduction of public country-by-country reporting and improvements to the Transparency Code released by the Board of Tax. Here I want to shout out the great work of Assistant Minister Lee over there, and to some extent Minister Molino, and before him Minister Jones. We work closely together to try and make the tax system more transparent in this regard, and we'll continue to focus on our big agenda to make sure multinationals, including oil and gas companies, pay their fair share of tax, including more disclosure, our minimum tax, reforms to debt deductions and funding for compliance, and of course those important changes that we made to the PRRT. I acknowledge the honourable member would like us to go further, but the government has made important steps in this regard already.
Give the call to the honourable member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Emergency Management. How has this higher risk weather season impacted communities across Australia, and how has the Albanese Labor government responded?
Give the call to the Minister for Emergency Management, the Minister for Regional Development, the Minister for Local Government and Territories.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Cook for her question and acknowledge the impact that bushfires has had on our own electorate. This high-risk weather season started with Tropical Cyclone Fina, which impacted the top end as well as the northern Kimberley coast in Western Australia. I met with communities impacted by Fina on Tiwi Islands and in Darwin, seeing the damage firsthand and meeting with officials at the Incident Control Centre in Darwin. Following Fina, Australia experienced bushfires in New South Wales and Tasmania, and I spoke with locals impacted in Carryong and Dolphin Sands about what they had experienced and met with local fire crews. December saw the start of storm season with monsoons impacting north and northwest Queensland, and we saw significant livestock losses, road closures and towns cut off. And I know that the Julia Creek Tyre Centre, a shout out to the crew there who hosted not only a number of people in this place but also a number of community events. The Cloncurry Airport was significantly damaged, and I joined the Prime Minister and Treasurer at the airport where we announced funding for its repair. Of course, we then had a record heatwave across southern Australia, which brought devastating impacts to Western Australia and Victoria in January. Can I say our paid and volunteer fire crews did an absolutely amazing job in what was relentless conditions, battling fires for a number of weeks, supported by crews from across the country as well as New Zealand and Canada. I saw firsthand the community spirit in towns like Alexandra, Euroa, Ruffy, Yark, Bendigo and Harcourt. In Harcourt and Ruffy, people gathered at makeshift relief centres where locals were supporting each other, running barbecues, providing ice drinks, non-perishables, real Aussie mateship on display. And more flooding then followed in Queensland and the Northern Territory, followed by Tropical Cyclone Narelle. We saw communities in Katherine, Daly River, Palumpa, Numbulwar and Jilkmingan evacuated, and a shout out to the ADF, including RAF-based Tyndall, for volunteering in their own time to support local communities before a formal request was lodged for clean-up support. Disaster recovery funding arrangements have been activated in all of these areas, as well as a number of Australian government payments to support communities. I want to thank all the members in this place and the other place who have been supporting local communities over this season. Our government is working year-round to prepare communities in the face of natural disasters. We recently announced 96 projects in round 3 of our $200 million Disaster Ready Fund. It included projects including levee upgrades, flood mitigation works, bushfire warning systems and cyclone shelters. We've established the National Emergency Stockpile so that we can provide supplies from sandbags to emergency accommodation and electricity generation. We've increased funding to the National Aerial Firefighting Fleet. It's been a really tough high-risk weather season for communities, but across the community, across all levels of government, we'll continue to help communities.
Give the call to the member for Parks.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change, Energy, and the question is, in his last answer, the Minister said there were 53 ships on their way to Australia, and the Minister said 2 days ago that there were around 81 ships scheduled to arrive in April. How many ships does the Minister expect to arrive in Australia in the month of May?
Order. Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Order. Members on my right will cease interjecting. Order. The Minister for Social Services, the Minister for Agriculture. Order. The member was heard in silence. He wants an answer to the question, and the Minister now has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for his question. I'll set it out as clearly as I can. There are currently more than 53 ships on their way to Australia. Some arrival is imminent, others are just leaving the refineries as we speak. So that's an average. Of course, a ship from the United States takes about a month to get here. That's a lot quicker than that from Singapore and Malaysia. So those two comparisons the honourable member have made is just not a fair comparison. It's apples and oranges. We do expect, on average, 81 ships a month to arrive. That's a historical average. That is the case, and that's what all the evidence is. Well into May now will continue. So that's why we keep giving the Australian people those factual updates, so that they have that. And I can confirm 3.7 billion litres on the water to Australia as we speak. The member for Lyne asked me before about deliveries out of the Middle East to Asia. I can say around 46 ships have left the Middle East through the Straits of Hormuz since this conflagration broke out. That is way down on pre-conflict levels. That should not come as a surprise to the honourable member. That's why we're taking such actions as we're taking. Also, Saudi Arabia has increased their exports from the port of Yanbu, so they don't have to go through the Straits of Hormuz. I've been in contact with my colleague and friend, the Minister for Energy of Saudi Arabia, His Highness Prince Abdulaziz Al Saud. He has obviously had plenty to do over the recent months. I've had that relationship through him, through my role in the international discussions. which is a good thing for Australia, Mr Speaker, I submit, and we'll continue. We'll continue,
Order.
Mr Speaker. We'll continue. The Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister and I will continue to engage with all our counterparts.
Order. Give the call to the honourable member for Lindsay. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources and Northern Australia. How is the Albanese Labor government creating new jobs and strengthening our economic resilience by growing Australia's critical minerals industry?
Give the call to the Minister for Northern Australia, the Minister for Resources, and wish her happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. It's a very kind present. But I really want to thank the member for Swan for her question today. Another great birthday present. The member for Swan is a brilliant advocate for the resources sector. She's worked in the sector, proud of her time in the steel caps and the high vis. And she's not the only one on this side of the House. The members for Moore, for Bullwinkle, for Hunter, for Spence, and I'm sorry if I've left out other former resources workers here, and all of these members that have worked in that sector know much more than all of those opposite put together. And Mr Speaker, those members and all of the members on this side are backing Australian ingenuity and capability, which brings in new jobs, new investment and new opportunities in mining, in processing and refining. We are strengthening the mining industry because the Albanese government is the true party of the resources sector. Now, Mr Speaker, those words often trigger those opposite in some pretty strange responses, and that is because they simply can't face the fact that Labor is delivering for the resources industry and has been delivering from day one in government. We have committed over $28 billion to support our critical minerals industry. We have now legislated into law the Critical Minerals Production Tax Incentive, legislated last year with absolutely no help from those opposite. It was designed with the resources industry and is an absolute game changer for critical minerals and rare earths. Just yesterday, our $1.2 billion critical minerals strategic reserve passed this House of Representatives, and we will begin delivery on that almost immediately once it passes through the other place. We are delivering our $3.4 billion Resourcing Australia's Prosperity program through Geoscience Australia. They've already found potential deposits of rare earths. We have delivered $1 billion for critical minerals investment through the National Reconstruction Fund, already invested in Liontown underground lithium mine and also the Alpha High Purity Alumina project in the seat of Flynn. We have delivered $885 million in loans for 6 critical minerals projects through the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility. That's over 3,000 jobs, Mr Speaker, $6.6 billion in public benefit right across the country. We have delivered more than $150 million in grants to the Critical Minerals Development Program, the Australian Critical Minerals Research and Development Program, and also $10 million doing work on common user infrastructure and processing facilities with Western Australia, Tasmania, Victoria and the NT. Mr Speaker, this government is delivering for the critical minerals industry and for resources sector workers right across the country because we understand the resources sector. We back it in every single time.
The Minister's time has concluded. Give the call to the honourable member for New England.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for the Environment. Fire ants are currently on the march from Brisbane. We have a huge issue with, obviously, if it gets out, reduction in the cattle cattle herd, a reduction of around about 40%. It'll be one of the most devastating things that happens to the fauna of Australia, from koalas to echidnas to anything that basically travels along the ground. It's going to be devastating to the lifestyle of Australian people. We need funding by MyEFO. What is your plan?
The call to the Leader of the House representing the Minister for the Environment and Water.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. And the question effectively goes to the need to be able to cull feral animals. And the member for New England... Oh, fire ants. Sorry, I thought you said firearms. I apologise. Sorry. I apologise. That's what I thought. No. So, well,
Order.
fire ants, and I know from my days,
Order.
the challenges in Queensland with fire ants, which have been going on for decades now.
Order.
And there have been many occasions where people have claimed that we should simply accept the damage, and that's a claim that was put to me when I was Environment Minister way back in 2010. And the view of the government then, and the view of the Albanese Labor government, is we need to continue the fight because of the extraordinary damage that those fire ants do. In that time, notwithstanding all the attempts at containment that had been involved in government funding back then, government funding that I think started under the Howard government, that continued during the 9 years when the member was on and off the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia, that the containment funding has continued as it's continued under us. No one has been able to successfully prevent the spread. That said, were it not for the containment funding that has been given, we would be in a much worse situation in Queensland with respect to fire ants than where we are now. And the intention of the government and the commitment to be able to continue to do what is possible on that invasive species remains. There has never been an invasive species where we've successfully, you find very few examples where we've successfully eradicated. Very few examples. That doesn't mean that the efforts that are made with respect to containment aren't worth doing. They do, they make a difference, and that's why they continue.
Give the call to the honourable member for Spence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. I refer to the question asked in the House yesterday when the PM committed to speak personally to Josh, a farmer from the Eyre Peninsula, about fuel supplies. Can the PM update the House?
Call to order. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Spence for his question. And yesterday I got a question from the member for Grey. It concerned Josh, a farmer on the Eyre Peninsula. And I received the details from the member for Grey, and I thank him for it. I spoke with Josh first this morning. Josh informed me, as the member for Grey had said, that he'd had difficulty accessing fuel. He had a range of issues that he thought was why that was the case, but I undertook to work to see what we could do to provide information and to assist him. The farm where Josh works with his family farms canola, wheat, cereals, cattle. It's a diverse farm as well, and I want to pay tribute to him and his family, but to all farmers out there who put food on our table and who make a difference. Josh informed me that they access their fuel in terms of the distributor was Air Fuels. They're an independent operator, and what we know is that there have been particularly acute issues from independent players rather than the big contractors because of the way that the system works in their interaction with the fuel suppliers. We found out that they get their fuel from Liberty through the Port Lincoln fuel terminal. Together, we contacted Liberty through the Energy Minister was involved, and we ascertained that they did have shortages in that fuel terminal. They were keeping their supplies for emergency services, particularly for concern about fires and other issues as well. But that just yesterday there had been a ship delivered of fuel to the terminal, and that I was able to ring Josh back again, as I committed to do, to find out for him, and he will be receiving fuel there in the next 48 hours. It's a good result. It's a good result.
Order. Order. Members on my left. Order. I'm going to ask members on my left to cease interjecting. This is order. I want to hear what the Prime Minister has to say. Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, it's a good thing for Josh. We know as well that with the global pressure that's on, many people are in situations like Josh, and we acknowledge that. We work and do the best that we can to make a difference for them, to find out information for them appropriately. I'm reporting to the House, I would have thought, in a way that was respectful of the member for Grey and his constituent. And I'll continue, as will everyone on this side of the House, continue to do what we can to act in circumstances which are difficult for people. We know that that's the case. We can't just wish it away. What we can do is do what we can to take action. I thank all those involved, and I think Josh had already received a phone call from Air Fuels to inform him of what was occurring just 5 minutes before I rang back to inform him of the situation. And he was a delightful young person, and I wish him and his family all the very best.
Call to the honourable member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Taxi operators in my electorate of Hinkler are questioning whether the government can guarantee reliable diesel supplies to keep wheelchair-accessible taxis on the road. Minister, how did the government allow the fuel crisis to get so bad that essential transport for vulnerable Australians is now under threat?
The call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question, and of course we thank the taxi operators in his electorate for the service they provide to the people in that electorate, like all of our electorates who require special assistance. And of course, that is the reason why we've worked so hard to ensure fuel security in Australia. And the honourable member, I'm sure, would inform his taxi operators that the supply of fuel to Australia continues at the rate we would expect. But of course, as this government has always said from the beginning of this crisis internationally, that there have been real shortages in regional Australia, real shortages, and we've worked hard to ensure that those shortages are dealt with. So, for example, in Queensland, the two relevant terminals for parts of Queensland, Gladstone petrol sales are up 48% during the month of March, and Mackay 55% during the month of March compared to the previous March. Now, that tells me two things. When sales out of a terminal are up so much, that means the demand continues to be very high, but the supply is much higher as well. And that is certainly the case. And I can say that with the release of the minimum stock obligation, which the government instituted, with the requirement, Mr Speaker, sir, that that be delivered to regional Australia. For example, one company has increased its sales by approximately 200 kilolitres a day in Brisbane to wholesalers. In central Queensland and Mackay regions, additional 300 kilolitres has been allocated to 3 local regional distributors to supply mining and rail customers. In far north and North Queensland, an additional 15% allocation is flowing to support Indigenous communities in Cape York. And so these are the sorts of opportunities that have been taken up as a result of that. Now, again, Mr Speaker, as the Prime Minister and I have both made repeatedly clear to members opposite, if you have constituents with whom you'd like us to pay particular attention and speak to them about their particular needs, if there have been shortages, and to put them in contact with the relevant fuel companies. I've done that on plenty of instances with honourable members opposite. The Prime Minister is willing to do it, and I'm also, if the honourable member wants to provide me with details, I'd be very happy to take up the case, find out who the distributor is, and provide that company with as much reassurance as I can. Again, we know that those shortages have caused real concern. I again express my thanks to the taxi companies and transport operators right around Australia who are finding this situation very stressful, and thank them for the work they're doing with those Australians who rely on them, whether they be elderly. Many elderly people rely on taxis, many people with disabilities rely on taxis, and we'll do everything we can to support those industries.
Call to the honourable member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering cost of living relief by making medicines cheaper for all Australians? And how are new drug listings on the pharmaceutical benefit scheme helping Australians living with advanced and high-risk cancers?
Call to the Minister for Health, the Minister for Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, and thank you also to the member for Bennelong, who is a very big supporter of a stronger Medicare, particularly the Medicare urgent care clinics at Ryde and at Chatswood, servicing his community. But he's also a great source of advice, Mr Speaker, on medicines policy, because he works so closely with that industry, so much of which is headquartered in his electorate in Ryde, affectionately known as Pill Hill, and also out at Macquarie Park. And one of those companies, Mr Speaker, Merck, is the sponsor of a blockbuster immunotherapy called Keytruda, which is already listed on the PBS for a number of cancer types. But I was delighted on Sunday to join the member for Boothby at the Flinders Medical Centre in Adelaide and the new South Australian Health Minister to announce a new listing for Keytruda that covers 3 new cancer types and takes effect tomorrow. It covers locally advanced cervical cancer, it covers renal cell carcinoma, the most common form of kidney cancer, and it also covers locally advanced head and neck cancer, relatively early stage cancers compared to the current listings of Keytruda. Today, that treatment costs those patients more than $15,000 for every single infusion. From tomorrow, it'll cost just $25, just $25. And we think that more than 10,000 patients every year, Mr Speaker, will benefit from that listing. And the member for Boothby and I were joined by 3 of those patients on Sunday, 3 terrific Australians, Mr Speaker. One of them, Anita Modlinski, who's a cervical cancer survivor, said this, Mr Speaker. She said, "When Dr Sukumaran told me the cost of this drug, my heart sunk. I thought, how could this drug that's going to save lives cost so much?" So for it to be on the PBS now is just an absolute game changer for women. Ben Hale, who was there with his daughter Jessica, is a head and neck cancer survivor who's had a recurrence of that cancer and is undergoing chemotherapy and radiotherapy now. He said, "It's just a huge relief to know that I'm not going to be thinking about the financial aspects of this drug going forward." And the wonderful Alan Bridges, who's a renal cancer survivor, he was also there, and he said, "I actually wrote to the Health Minister's office requesting that it be added to the PBS. He told the media, I don't take any credit for putting it on the PBS, perhaps he should, Mr Speaker, but I'm very pleased." He said, "It gives people in my position hope, hope for the future, and that is the best thing, Mr Speaker." I couldn't have said it better myself.
Call to the Prime Minister. Order. Order. The Prime Minister has the call.
After 24 questions, Mr Speaker, I ask further questions be placed on the notice paper.
I present the Auditor-General's Performance Audit Report number 27 of 2025-26 entitled Safer Local Roads and Infrastructure Program, Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications, Sport and the Arts. Call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. These documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. And I'd also just draw members' attention to the fact that one of the documents is a document from Australia's Ambassador and Permanent Representative to the United Nations to the President of the Security Council in accordance with Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations to report with respect to lawful measures in the Middle East.
Order. If members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly. I have received a letter from the honourable member for McKellar proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the urgent need for a tax on gas exports to ensure all Australians receive a fair share of the benefits from the sale of one of our natural resources. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places and give the call to the honourable member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker. Australians don't like being taken for a ride, and right now they're being taken for a ride by the gas giants operating in this country. These are foreign-owned corporations that treat Australia like a doormat, profiting from global conflict, raking in billions from our natural resources, while everyday Australians are left struggling with rising energy bills. That's why so many Australians are calling right now for a fair return for the export of our gas. The Australian Council of Trade Unions and the Australia Institute have put forward a straightforward proposal that would replaced the broken petroleum resource rent tax with a 25% flat tax on the value of exported gas. This would ensure that Australia actually receives revenue when our gas is shipped overseas. Other sensible options have been proposed, including a price-based royalty, whereby gas companies would pay royalties based upon the price of gas sales, allowing tax rates to increase as prices go up and decrease as prices drop. This option would ensure that Australians benefit from windfall profits, but would also protect industry when prices drop. The successful Queensland Coal and Gas Royalty Scheme is based on such a measure. We have known for a long time that the current system is failing Australians, allowing multinational gas companies to pay little or no tax despite earning eye-watering profits. The current petroleum resources rent tax is riddled with loopholes that allow profit shifting, compounding carry-forwards and accounting tricks, which all equate to minimal tax being paid on company profits. Added to that is the fact that 56% of our exported gas attracts zero royalties. We give away more than half of our tax for free. The system is broken and Australians know it. That's why support for gas export tax or a Commonwealth royalty scheme is so strong. Polling from the Australia Institute shows that voters across Australia support a gas export tax, including 75% support in my electorate of Mackellar. And there is broad backing across the political spectrum, with some of the strongest backing coming from One Nation voters. Right now, the gas industry uses more gas to process it into LNG for export than Australian manufacturers use combined. Meanwhile, some of our biggest trading partners are making tidy profits on selling our gas. Research from the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis shows Japanese companies on-sold 600 to 800 petajoules of Australian LNG in 2024, more than the entire gas demand of Eastern Australia. Those resales alone likely generated more than $1 billion in profit for Japan. A gas export would raise significant revenue. Currently, the Commonwealth makes more from beer excise and from HEX than it does from the PRRT. A 25% gas export tax would generate up to $17 billion a year. In fact, figures released this week from the Australia Institute suggest Australia misses out on nearly $350 million in revenue every single week. Other countries are way ahead of us. When gas prices spike, the Saudis, Qataris and Norwegians benefit because they tax their exports properly. Australia is the outlier here. We have massive gas exports but receive minimal public revenue. Norway has a sovereign wealth fund worth $2 trillion. We have billions in debt. Australians want answers and they want action. Some are talking about a windfall profits tax. And that has its merits, but it's not enough on its own. Windfall taxes only apply during price spikes and are easy to minimise. A flat 25% gas export tax delivers revenue every time gas is exported, not just during boom years. It's stable, it's simple, and it's much harder to avoid with accounting tricks. Similarly, a price royalty scheme would be comprehensive, capture windfall profits, be relatively simple to administer and implement, be low risk for taxpayers, and importantly, would not materially discourage investment. Momentum is building and it's positive to see new modelling being requested by government on levy options and an inquiry established into windfall profits. So the call for the government is simple today. Please fix the broken system that is ripping off Australians and ensure we start getting a fair return for the sale of our gas. I'd like to now cede the second half of my time to the member for Kooyong. Thank you.
But the call will in fact go alternating, as it always does, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Treasury, Competition and Charities.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At the outset, I'd like to thank the member for Mackellar for bringing on this important debate in the matter of public importance. Gas constitutes about a quarter of Australia's energy needs, according to the Future Gas Strategy, and has an important role as a bridging fuel in the carbon transition. It's heavily used in manufacturing, cement, bricks, glass products, fertiliser, EVs, all EV batteries all depend on a reliable and affordable supply of gas. Australia exports around 3/4 of our gas, which plays a role in the energy transition in countries to our north. As the Future Gas Strategy notes, Australia can't reach our 2050 net zero targets without reducing and decarbonising our consumption of natural gas. The Future Gas Strategy notes that that'll occur through increased electrification of processes that currently use natural gas, replacing natural gas with low emissions gases, and converting remaining emissions from natural gas to be fully offset. But the Future Gas Strategy also notes the role that gas plays in supporting our economy through the transition to net zero. Gas operates as a backstop for renewables. It's fast ramping and dispatchable and can complement variable renewable sources of power. California and Germany are just two examples of economies which have seen coal exiting, renewables expand and gas supporting that transition. Gas does emit CO2, but 40 to 60% less per unit of electricity than coal. Gas also supports hard-to-abate industries, steel, cement, chemicals and ammonia and hydrogen production. It can help households and firms as we make that clean energy transition. And while batteries and pumped hydro, the so-called wet batteries, are increasing, they are still costlier and gas has a bridging role to play. We've seen over recent years Australia's LNG production declining. Domestic gas demand is falling as households move off gas production. Notwithstanding that, we still have 5 million homes connected to gas for heating, cooking and hot water. And our LNG exports fell to the lowest level in 4 years, largely as a reduction in LNG demand from Asia. The member talks about the importance of fair taxation of the oil and gas industry, and it's important to draw the House's attention to the decision that the Treasurer made in 2023. As a result of the Treasury gas transfer pricing review and the Callaghan review, the Treasurer announced that the government would limit to 90% the share of petroleum resource rent tax income which could be offset by deductions to 90% from the 1st of July 2023. That sounds quite technical, so put in plain terms, what that meant was that previously the West Coast gas projects had not been on track to pay PRRT until the 2030s. We brought that into the 2020s. And we see over the latest budget update for a forecast that the government will collect $5.4 billion in PRRT over the 4 years to 2028-29. And that's on top of the corporate tax those companies will pay. It's increased we've seen an increase in the company tax paid by the oil and gas sector from $1.1 billion in the 5 years to 2021 to $10.4 billion in 2023-24. So our changes have ensured that offshore gas companies are paying more tax sooner. They have increased the number of companies paying PRRT from 11 to 16 in 2023-24, and collectively the oil and gas industry paid almost $12 billion in taxes in 2023-24. That's on top of the important reforms that Labor has made in multinational tax. No government in Australian history has done more on multinational tax fairness than the Albanese government. No government around the world is doing more to improve multinational tax integrity than Australia. We put in place legislation to ensure multinationals pay their fair share of tax, setting a 15% global minimum tax. We curtailed excessive debt deductions, increasing the revenue to the budget by hundreds of millions of dollars. We've increased corporate tax transparency, with a world-leading public country-by-country reporting register, ensuring that large multinationals operating in Australia need to disclose the amount of tax paid in countries around the world. If you are tendering for a large government contract, you now have to disclose your country of tax residency. We have boosted funding for the ATO's Tax Avoidance Task Force by $200 million a year and extended the operation of the task force. And we've put in place reforms which have curtailed the ability of companies to operate in an opaque fashion through a beneficial ownership register, ensuring that firms need to disclose their true owners. This is an important measure which, at a time when many Australians are looking to the government for comfort and reassurance at a time of fuel pressures. We have set out a collective approach with states and territories guided by 4 levels of action. Level 1, plan and prepare. Level 2, keeping Australia moving, that's the current level. Level 3, taking targeted action. Level 4, protecting critical services for all Australians. And we are ensuring that fuel supply flows to those who need it. That has been done with a range of measures. The appointment of a National Fuel Supply Task Force Coordinator in Anthea Harris and counterparts in the states and territories. Increasing the penalties for petrol companies that rip off Australians. Those penalties were $10 million when this government came to office. We increased that to a maximum of $50 million or three times the benefit of the breach or 10% of turnover. And then just recently we have now increased that maximum penalty to $100 million. We have provided additional resources to the ACCC to crack down on anti-competitive and anti-consumer conduct. We've released a fifth of the Australian fuel reserves, and we've targeted that at regional areas. We have announced the halving of the fuel excise for diesel and petrol and a cut to the heavy vehicle road user charge to 0 for 3 months, measures which provide motorists with some relief at the Bowser. I remember, Deputy Speaker, the way in which the former Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, railed against electric vehicles. Under us, we've seen an increase in the share of EVs on the roads from single digits to double digits, and that means that there's fewer people needing to line up at the Bowser, less pressure on our fuel supply. We have temporarily changed petrol and diesel standards to get more fuel flowing. And we have tasked the ACCC to issue on-the-spot fines. The Cabinet is engaged with international partners to keep supply flowing. We have a range of international relationships with countries such as Singapore and Korea, through which much of our oil flows. And indeed, in the case of Korea, they are also a significant recipient of Australian gas. So it is in both countries' interests to ensure that that supply flows. The National Coordination Mechanism is an important way in which the Energy Minister has engaged with states and territories on supply and distribution. We understand that this crisis isn't homegrown. This is a crisis caused by the decision of the United States and Israel to take military action in Iran. At the outset of the conflict, the United States and Israel said that the principal goal was to decrease the chances that Iran was able to build a nuclear weapon. That having been achieved, the government has encouraged the US and Israel to bring the conflict to an early conclusion. It is in those countries' interests, as well as in Australia's interests and the interests of the global economy, to bring this conflict to a swift end. Australia is not a significant player in the Middle East, but we have urged upon all parties that it is time to reach a ceasefire, that it is time to bring this conflict to an end.
Give the call to member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Australians are once again experiencing a global economic shock for which we were unprepared. 4 weeks after Donald Trump triggered a regional conflict and a global energy shortage, a war that began in the Middle East is hitting Australians hard. Dr Fatih Birol, the head of the International Energy Agency, has warned that this energy crisis is worse than the combined consequences of the 2 oil shocks of the 1970s and the gas crisis following Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, the 3 biggest energy shocks in modern history. The alarm bell has also been sounded by economists, industry and Treasury. Rapid price rises will reignite inflation, will drive up construction costs, freight costs and food prices, and will place further pressure on mortgage holders and renters. The ripple effects from the Iran war are everywhere. Consumer confidence is the lowest ever recorded. Australians are already feeling price pressures at the bowser and will soon feel them in our power bills and at the supermarket. And yet, we continue to export enormous volumes of gas without receiving a fair return for the Australians who own it. The Australian Institute has found that every week the Albanese government delays in implementing a stronger tax on gas exports costs us hundreds of millions of dollars. This is revenue which belongs to all Australians. It could and it should be captured from multinational gas companies for the public good. Australia's broken resource tax system is not a market failure. It's a policy choice. We are one of the world's largest gas exporters, but we collect far less revenue from our gas than other exporting nations. Less, in fact, than we collect from the beer excise or from students' HECS payments. It shouldn't be this way, and it doesn't have to be this way. There are several rational and fair ways by which we could legislate for better returns on our oil and gas. The Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis has raised the possibility of expanding Queensland's gas royalty scheme, which in recent years has raised more revenue for the state than federal PRRT has. We could expand it so that it applies nationally. In doing so, gas producers would be required to pay royalties based on the price for gas sales, allowing rates to increase as prices go up. Alternatively to permanent and responsible reforms proposed by the Superpower Institute could also improve our energy security and economic resilience. The first is a fair share levy on gas exports to ensure that when gas prices surge, Australia receives a guaranteed return. This is not just a short-term solution. A fair share levy would be a permanent mechanism offering market certainty and stability alongside higher tax revenue. The second is a polluter pays levy, which would recognise that industrial emissions impose real costs on our economy, costs in the form of health costs, disaster recovery costs and infrastructure damage. A simple polluter pays mechanism would charge large polluters, fewer than 60 of them at this point, for the carbon pollution that they generate by fossil fuel extraction or importation. Over 80% of our national emissions would be covered. We could achieve 100 million tonnes of additional annual abatement after the first 10 years alone, which is more than twice that forecast under our current policies. Taken together, the 2 reforms proposed by the Superpower Institute would raise an average of $35 billion a year of additional tax revenue through to 2050. That revenue could be used to ease cost of living pain, to resolve funding shortfalls in our schools and in our hospitals, and to increase our energy and our manufacturing sovereignty. These measures would help us prepare for and protect ourselves against the next inevitable global energy crisis. Deputy Speaker, at a time of profound global geopolitical instability, demanding a fair share for Australians from our gas exports is sensible. Pricing pollution is necessary, and ensuring that Australians benefit from the sale of resources that we own is acting in the national interest. Securing a fair return from our gas exports should be an immediate priority for the government.
Member for Swan.
Deputy Speaker, I'll start by doing a little bit of a throwback and recognising that WA kept Australia strong during the pandemic. And when the resource sector is strong, Australia is strong. And what we saw during the pandemic is WA's iron ore and LNG exports kept the nation afloat. What I also recognise is that the resources that we have below the ground are not owned by companies. They are owned by all Australians. And a part of this means that there's a social contract. And a part of this social contract includes things like making sure that we pay workers fair wages. My dad's a metal worker. He worked at Mount Charlotte, out in Kalgoorlie initially, and then out in Kambalda at the nickel mines, and he was a proud member of the AMWU. Another part of the social contract is around keeping workers safe, and my dad is from a generation of workers where he has 9.5 fingers. There's also an importance for making sure that we maintain strong environmental standards. For me, as a little girl that grew up out in the mines, we actually learnt how to rehabilitate mine sites. Again, a part of that social contract is action on climate change. And one of the things that I think is particularly interesting is that in Western Australia, what we've seen over the last 10 years is a continual decarbonisation of our grid. And what we've seen is more households integrate more solar onto their rooftops, but what we've also seen is that coal-fired power stations are ill-equipped to deal with the modern grid. So what we've seen is an introduction of gas into our system, and what we've seen is our emissions drop, which has been fantastic. And so gas has been a good dance partner for solar power. But what I'd also say is that with all dance partners, sometimes you might look around for alternatives. And one of the meetings that I had today was with Graham Advisian from Australian Vanadium. Australian Vanadium isn't just a mining company, they're an integrated supply chain that's looking at making vanadium flow batteries. These are large batteries that can be scaled up significantly, and it'll be interesting to see its role in the grid in the future. Now, going back to the social contract, a part of the social contract is also about making sure that taxes are paid. And so I will point out that the Albanese Labor government's tax policy has not changed, but we are the party where households are getting tax cuts, which we're delivering for every taxpayer this year and next year. But one of the things that we did during the first term is we had a look at the petroleum resource rent tax. And one of the changes that we made is we wanted to basically make sure that offshore gas companies pay more tax and that they pay more tax sooner. This was a change that we made, and I think that it was absolutely the right call. The additional change that we also looked at was in relation to big multinational companies, because we want to make sure that they pay their fair share, and that's something that we've worked on. What we now have is a 15% minimum tax for these companies. And now what we're also making these companies do is publicly report how much tax they pay. One of the things that we saw under the coalition government was basically tax avoidance, where PwC effectively sold tax advice to help companies basically pay less tax. So dodgy. But what we have done is looked at boosting the tax office and making sure that the tax avoidance team has the resources to make sure that we don't see this happen again. So we are continuing to see the role that oil and gas plays in our society, and the thing that we're seeing across our communities at the moment is what comes out of our ground, but also what we're seeing comes out of our bowsers. And you know what? Households have been doing it tough. And this is the reason why we introduced the fuel tax offset, which is basically 26 cents off fuel from April to June. But while we've been doing that, we've also been looking at supply. One of the things that we did is we changed the fuel standard. So rather than it being 10 parts per million of sulphur, we've changed it to 50 parts per million of sulphur, because we basically wanted to ensure that fuel that is made in Australia can be sold to local places, but we cast the net wider and we can import more oil from other places. Thank you.
And I give the call to member for Bradfield.
Speaker, I thank the member for McKellar for raising the topic of taxing our gas exports. It is a matter of public importance and worthy of time in this place. I'm going to approach the topic from a slightly different angle to colleagues. I want to talk about it in the context of Australia's place in the geopolitical landscape that has ruptured, in the context of the new world order in which we find ourselves, and how Australia should see itself, position itself in that new paradigm. In short, I want to talk about how it's time in relation to taxing gas exports, but in a much broader sense, for Australia to embrace a level of sovereign bravery. Australia has a lot more agency and influence in the world than what many of our leaders would have us believe, than what many of our leaders have convinced the populace that we have. I think our leaders should rethink the rhetoric, that they should start to grasp that we are a middle power with influence, that we are the 15th largest economy in the world by GDP, just below South Korea and above Indonesia, and that we have proven ourselves generation after generation to be a trusted, reliable actor on the international stage. And maybe then, when it comes to taxing our resources, we might properly understand that we have commodities that the rest of the world wants and needs, and that gives us a competitive strategic advantage. Let's just break it down in the context of our ongoing failure to properly tax companies who profit from our natural resources. Two reasons are often given for why we don't and can't better tax the resources that we virtually give away. The first is that the mining companies will be less likely to invest here. Well, the Australian energy producers, the peak body of energy producers, said just last week that imposing higher taxes on Australian gas producers would stop investment in gas supply, leading to gas shortages, higher energy prices and the closure of Australian industries that rely on reliable and affordable gas. Well, as to that, I'm just going to call out BS. One clue is in the definitive and hyperbolic rhetoric that they are prepared to use without knowing any detail at all about the design of a new tax. Look, it's true that applying more tax to gas exports may reduce the profits of gas companies, but Australian gas producers pay some of the lowest taxes on gas in the world. Other major fossil fuel exporting countries typically share between 75% and 90% of fossil fuel profits. Australia shares only 27%. With profit defined in cash flow terms, as in Norway, Australia shares even less, just 18%. The second argument that comes up to counter the suggestion that gas exporters should pay more tax is that the impact it will have on our relationship with our key trading partners, the countries who buy our gas, because it might increase the prices that they are required to pay. Now, this kind of objection you're less likely to hear the government say out loud, but it is most definitely an argument they heed. Let's have a look at what actually happens with the gas that we export, for example, to Japan. It might surprise many people here that Japan on-sells vast quantities of gas that it purchases from Australia at a considerable profit. And research from the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis has shown that Japanese companies are on-selling about half as much Australian gas as they import from Australia. They are on-selling it to markets we operate in. They have become our competitor with our gas. Now, this is a lucrative side hustle for Japan, and it's a ludicrous embarrassment to Australia. The government's allowing the Australian taxpayer, the owners of the gas, to be played as absolute mugs. A tax on gas exports would be a win for the Australian people, and either we raise significantly more revenue from the sale of our own resources, or more gas stays on shore for the sale to Australian consumers here at home where we need it most. Deputy Speaker, the world is changing significantly and quickly. Australia is in an incredible position to stand up and be counted. It will require us to reorient our sense of place in the world and to exercise our sovereign bravery. We need to decouple from our colonial past, from our sense of being the underdog, and realise and behave as though we have influence as a middle power. Taxing gas exports, which is nothing more than demanding what we are entitled to, should be a really easy place to start.
Member for Bendigo.
Speaker, and I do want to acknowledge the mover of this motion and this MPI and the spirit in which it's been brought into this place. I have long advocated for making sure Australians get their fair share of our gas for domestic customers and making sure they get their fair share of our sovereign wealth. One of the first people in this place to sign on to the AWU campaign at the time to say, reserve our gas. That's why I'm proud to stand here today to be part of an Albanese Labor government that has done that. It took us getting elected into government to methodically draft that, but we now have a gas reservation policy in place on the East Coast. And what we will see over time is that start to grow and really benefit gas customers on the East Coast. And I say gas customers because we cannot ignore the simple fact in Australia that there are still over 5 million homes connected to gas who can't electrify anytime soon. It is in their walls, it is in their floors, it is how they heat their homes, it is how they cook their food, and the cost to electrify is just out of reach for many households. Some households also can't sustain or support, because of the age of their roofs, solar panels. Whilst it is working for some, being able to put solar on their roof and connect to batteries, it's not a solution for everybody at this time. So that is why our government is approaching the energy transition that's going on in our country in a methodical and considered way. We are looking at the fact we need to have a level of gas in this country to help service the existing customers. We simply just can't cut them off. And I say this worried about what's going to happen to 3 communities in my electorate because of jumping around policy by the former Liberal national government in the state of Victoria that promised something they could not deliver. We have now got homes in Victoria that are literally being cut off gas. Those who are from Victoria might remember under the Baillieu-Nathine government, they promised to connect towns like Morong, towns like Maldon, towns like Heathcote to gas, and they outsourced to Solstice Energy the ability to connect to gas, but they didn't build gas lines. What they did was install infrastructure, was like having a portable gas station built just outside the town. They encouraged people in these towns to spend the money to connect to gas. Now, for some of those residents, they invested a lot. At the time, gas prices were a lot cheaper. So we saw homes installing gas equipment, gas burners, because they thought they would be in the long term better off. Fast forward over a decade, we've seen that government lose. We've now got an Labor government in place trying to deal with the mess that was left. Because of the spike in gas prices, the energy provider that was delivering gas to these communities, literally on trucks, to these mini gas stations, have announced that they are going to stop supplying gas to these 10 regional Victorian towns. A disaster, a demonstration of what happens when you don't have long-term thinking around energy and gas policy. These communities are devastated, and I really feel for them. They are now trying to electrify, they are now trying to do what they can. And the Allen government, and I do acknowledge the work that they've done to try and help these communities, the subsidies that they're offering these homes, who've really been led up the garden path by bad government policy of a previous government and are now living with the consequences because of a change in the market. And I say this, Deputy Speaker, to demonstrate why we can't just have these blunt instruments, these good ideas that may be good today, but in the long term could deliver damage. I've had a lot of people reach out to me about the proposal, the simple idea of taxing companies that take Australian gas overseas 25%. And I just have to be really honest with people, it's a blunt instrument. And we don't know the impact that this instrument, this idea of taxing 25% could have on our own gas market. We don't know if by increasing taxes on gas that we export, will it lift the price of gas on our country? Will it will it destabilise the markets on gas globally in a time when we already have these challenges?
Member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for McKellar for raising this very important matter of public importance. An overwhelming number of Australians support a gas export tax to fund essential services in Australia. In a national poll conducted by YouGov, 61% of voters agreed that gas export companies should pay a 25% gas export tax. Only 5% disagreed. And it's not a secret anymore. Australians have cottoned on to the fact that we're being taken for a ride by massive gas corporations, and they're demanding that the government do something about it. They're demanding a 25% tax on gas exports. Not only would this raise much-needed revenue for essential services, it would also incentivise gas companies diverting gas to Australians. One of the easiest ways to avoid an export tax would be to sell it domestically, increasing supply and lowering the price for everyday Australians. Your Cheeky Friday beer generates more tax than Australia's gas industry. Now, that's a credit to how good we are enjoying a few cold ones, but despite Australia being one of the largest exporters of gas in the world, we make more from taxing beer than gas. Why? Because the government represents the interests of massive gas companies over everyday Australians. Did you know that despite producing absolutely zero gas themselves, Japan has become one of the largest traders in the global gas industry, and it is entirely off the back of Australian gas exports? When overseas buyers can on-sell Australian gas for a massive profit and they're paying almost no tax, something is fundamentally and seriously wrong. We extract the gas. We export the vast majority of it overseas without any guarantee of domestic supply, and gas companies make record profits while paying almost nothing in tax. Since gas exports began in 2015, they've led to the tripling of wholesale gas prices on the East Coast and a doubling of electricity prices. We are paying to ship our gas overseas. So, who benefits from Australian gas? Certainly not everyday Australians. It's the massive gas companies who pay no tax, the politicians who receive huge donations from the gas industry, and the ultra-wealthy shareholders. Did you pay more tax last year than a massive gas corporation? Let's find out. Are you a nurse or a teacher? If yes, then you paid more in income tax than Santos, Chevron, Australia Pacific LNP, Petronas, Total Energies and Shell combined. Are you an electrician or a plumber? Then you paid more in tax. Are you a barista, a grad student, hospitality worker, doctor, chippy, public servant or small business owner? Then you paid more in tax than gas corporations in Australia. Beer drinkers pay more in beer excise than gas exporters pay in petroleum resources rent tax. Students pay more in HECS repayments than gas exporters pay in tax. We are being ripped off. In just 4 years, multinational corporations have made $149 billion exporting gas from Australia, totally royalty-free. Labor and the LNP often tell the public that we can't afford to do this or that in the budget. A 25% gas on tax exports would raise $17 billion every year, and it would raise it from the companies making billions in profit. So why don't they tax them? Because Labor and the LNP are on the take. They accept millions of dollars in corporate donations from these same gas companies, and they don't want to stop the gravy train.
You have a point. You have the call, sorry, Leader of the Nationals in the House.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd ask the member to withdraw. Any imputations are disorderly.
It is an offence of the standing orders to do so, so I ask for the member's assistance to withdraw that particular comment. Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Braddon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Since coming to government, we have done more than any other to protect our tax base. We have reformed our tax system and secured the tax revenue arrangements needed to fund government services and stimulate investment. And within this system, we're delivering tax cuts for every single Australian worker this year and next year, and a fairer, more sustainable superannuation system. We believe that Australians are entitled to receive a fair return on our resources. In our first term, the Albanese Labor government reformed the Petroleum Resource Rent Tax, the PRRT, to deliver a fairer return to the Australian community from our natural resources. Our changes to the PRRT ensure that offshore gas companies pay more tax sooner. Our changes increase the number of companies paying PRRT from 11 to 16 in 23-24. The oil and gas industry contributed almost $12 billion in taxes in 2023-24. This is on top of billions of dollars in royalties to states and territories. The latest budget update forecasts we will collect $5.4 billion in PRRT over the 4 years to 28-29. This is on top of the corporate tax that these companies will have to pay. The company tax paid by the oil and gas sector increased from $1.1 billion on average annually in the years to 21-22 to $10.4 billion in 23-24. But importantly, our changes also provide industry and investors policy certainty. Certainty that is needed for a reliable supply of domestic gas and to ensure that Australia remains a reliable international energy supplier and an investment partner. We are working to ensure multinationals, including gas companies, pay their fair share of tax in Australia. Imposing new costs on the oil and gas industry could undermine that investment in gas production, causing shortfalls here in Australia. 5 million homes are still connected to gas in Australia for heating, for cooking, for hot water. Without investment from our international trading partners, we wouldn't be able to provide for domestic and regional energy security. The government is focused on delivering policies that ensure there is enough gas for domestic users while we're also meeting our international commitments. Deputy Speaker, we also rely on the gas industry to get us off coal and act as a bridge to more renewables in the energy grid. The government is committed to net zero emissions, just like many of our trading partners, as well as our Pacific partners. There would be no batteries, solar panels or wind turbines without the gas industry because green hydrogen simply isn't commercially viable yet. We know that as we transition to that net zero economy, reliable and affordable energy is a must. It is a must for our community and consumers. We also know that we are a trusted and reliable trading partner, a partner that is working to bring down its emissions. In our current global situation, we're acting to ensure that our fuel is getting out the door to those who need it, while also securing more to come into our country as well. We're acting to shield Australia against any future fuel supply chain disruptions by establishing new fuel security powers and enabling government to work with fuel suppliers to keep fuel flowing to Australia. We need stability in the market while we transition to net zero, and without gas, we just simply can't have that. We need to build our net zero emissions to a point where they can stabilise, but without gas, we simply can't do that. And without the investment that we receive, that simply wouldn't happen. We need to ensure that that investment is reliable and it is strong, and that we have that trading with our partners to ensure that we have a reliable energy system here in the country while we are transitioning to a net zero system.
I'm giving the call to the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Mackellar for raising this matter of public importance. Australia is the second largest exporter of liquefied natural gas in the world. When international gas prices go up, you'd expect a country like Australia to benefit. But when prices spike, Australians are not receiving their fair share of the upside. There are two fundamental problems with the tax system applying to our gas exports. Firstly, gas exporters largely do not pay Australians for the gas they extract and sell. This gas belongs to the Australian people. For most resources, coal, iron ore or onshore gas, companies pay royalties for the rights to use it. But most gas exports are subject to no royalties. That means vast quantities of Australian gas are sold overseas without Australians receiving a direct return for the resource itself. Second, Australians do not capture our fair share of upside when prices surge. Economists across the political spectrum agree that it's sound policy to tax economic rents, the super profits that arise from unexpected price spikes. Taxing economic rents does not discourage investment or production because companies still earn an acceptable return. These two problems mean that the only way Australians get a benefit from gas exports is through the company tax system. When gas companies make more profit, they pay more company tax. This is important, but not enough. The gas companies do not pay for their use of our resources and they do not share in the unexpected windfall of international price spikes. Two facts make this point. First, other major fossil fuel exporting countries typically capture between 75% and 90% of profits from fossil fuel companies for the public. Australia captures less than 30%. And secondly, since the price of gas surged from the war in Ukraine, the gas exporters have made windfall profits approaching $100 billion. Much of that profit was earned on royalty-free gas and little PRRT was paid. At best, around $20 billion was collected in company tax. In proportional terms, nurses, teachers, tradies and truck drivers pay a higher effective tax rate than these companies. In Australia, the petroleum resource rent tax was meant to address both the problem of not paying for our gas and the super profits problem, but it has failed comprehensively. The PRRT scheme was designed for oil projects, not gas projects. Because deductions are so generous and uplift indefinitely, many gas projects have never paid PRRT and likely never will. The Commonwealth collects more revenue from beer excise than it does from the PRRT. So what do we do about it? Well, we can agree that Australians must get their fair share for their resources, but we must be careful that changes don't cripple a currently vital industry for WA and Australia. There are a range of reform options available. Gas companies need to either pay for all the gas they extract and sell overseas, because it's our gas, or share the upside from external shocks like war more fairly with Australians, or a bit of both. Now, sharing the upside could be done in a few different ways, by fixing the PRRT, by introducing a targeted windfall profits tax, or through a two-way cash flow tax with the government sharing both upside and downside. Now, the hardest thing about changing the tax treatment of these big gas projects is the purported sovereign risk. Investment decisions were made based on an expectation at the time that the tax treatment wouldn't change. We need investors for big projects in Australia if we're going to make the most of the new energy opportunities ahead of us, and we don't want investors to back off because we change our tax position all the time. Certainty is needed. But the sovereign risk argument is often overstated by gas companies. We are a stable, rule-of-law democracy with world-class resources. Plus, these gas companies should know that the deal they're getting is too good to be true. This is a solvable problem. There are options that could ensure Aussies get their fair share without crushing an industry that will remain important for WA and Australia for some decades, whether we like it or not. The best option will be simple, with limited loopholes, and will ensure Australians capture a fair proportion of the value of our gas during both crisis and normal periods. The solutions exist. What is needed is the political will to ensure that our resources truly work in the public interest, not just for a fortunate few, but for every Australian.
Member for Bullwinkle.
So sorry. Speaker, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this matter of public importance today. When we talk about the sale of our natural resources, we're talking about the birthright of every Australian to profit from our resources. And our government understands this, of course. But we need to get the balance right. We need to ensure that Australians receive a fair share of our nation's wealth while simultaneously shielding household budgets from global instability and keeping prices affordable, and also providing investment stability and certainty in the industry. Speaker, before I entered this place, I spent many decades working as an occupational health and safety nurse and consultant, and my career took me to the front lines of this industry, working in the oil and gas rigs in the Burrup of Karratha and offshore in Western Australia. I've seen firsthand the massive scale of investment of these operations that's required, and the lead time to these operations is extraordinary. The product, of course, has to have a buyer long before the product is removed from the ground, and in this respect, prices are set to some degree between the buyer and the seller. These are not government projects that we're investing in. They are external investments, and they bring great value to our communities and to our economy. The dedication of the oil and gas workers is second to none, and this industry does provide huge employment to the workers. So I know these projects are vital. They provide vital resources to the communities, and they provide vital injection into our economy. And these companies do pay a variety of taxes. They pay company tax and also the PRRT. WA particular in the energy sector has been very sensible by making sure that we dedicated 15% of our supply that must go to domestic supply in WA. But of course we want to keep those prices at a reasonable, affordable level. But we have become a reliable international energy supplier, and we need to continue this to promote further investment. So our government's approach is balanced. We want to maintain industry certainty but also getting a fair price on what is essentially Australia's resources. Speaker, in the Albanese Labor government's first term, there were changes made to the petroleum resource rent tax, and what this did is it ensured that we could get this balance right, that companies, so in these changes in 2023, prior to that, companies could reduce their taxable income to zero and essentially not pay. But the changes that we've made now see the deduction cap set at 90%. This ensures that we will get income from the PRRT, but it also doesn't provide industry shock to the system and allows for continuing investment and stability. Speaker, we're also concerned about fuel security, and obviously this crisis has brought this to the fore. And I'd just like to mention a few things that we're doing regarding this fuel security and the crisis in the Middle East that has caused this global shock. So fairness and security is the balance. So National Cabinet here has agreed to a national fuel security plan, and it is a live coordinated response across the Commonwealth, the state and the territories, and our approach is guided by the 4-point plan. And a strategy. So that strategy is 1, plan and prepare, 2, keep Australia moving, which is what we're currently focused on, 3, targeting action and protecting critical services. And we will continue on that plan to keep Australia moving.
Member for Warringah.
Deputy Speaker, I will start off by giving you a very clear figure. $2 million per hour in revenue lost for the Australian people because we are failing to tax the gas industry, export industry appropriately, or some $50 million per day. I ask all government members and backbenchers how much budget repair and good we could be doing for helping Australian households deal with cost of living, cost of transport and fuel and so many other things, small business support, if we just got something fair for Australians' very own resource. So gas, Australians' own resource. Australians should get the dividend, especially when export prices surge. We are a gas exporting powerhouse. Around 3/4 of our gas production is shipped overseas. In 2022-23 alone, LNG exports were worth about $92.2 billion. This represents a potentially transformative opportunity for the federal budget. And yet, throughout this matter of public importance debate, what we've heard are the platitudes and the government talking points, but nothing really genuine when it comes to tackling why are we not getting our fair revenue for an Australian resource. The PRRT, now that is a failed government policy. The returns have been patchy, delayed, because the deductions and project features can push cash payment out for years, and successive budgets have downgraded revenue expectations from the PRRT. And I don't have my hopes up for the upcoming budget in May that those predictions will be any different. In fact, a couple of weeks ago, I asked the Treasurer here if the government would acknowledge that it actually got the PRRT settings wrong, that the Treasury had recommended tighter, an 80% deduction, not the 90% deduction. But no, the government doesn't want to acknowledge it got those settings wrong. It's digging its heels in, despite all that revenue lost for Australians. The Australia Institute estimates that we've foregone so far about $63.8 billion since July 2022, and the government made that policy choice by not taxing gas export windfalls. It's around $2 million per hour, as I said, which is just mind-boggling. Australians are entitled to ask a pretty basic question. How is it that one of the world's biggest gas exporters can raise less from taxing offshore gas profits than the Commonwealth raises from beer excise? Treasury evidence cited publicly this year puts beer excise at about $2.7 billion compared to the PRRT revenue of about $1.5 billion. I mean, it is absurd, and Australians know it's absurd. They all know there is so much support and consensus for us to properly be taxing our gas exporters. So plainly, in Australia, a night at the pub is being taxed more effectively than the export of a public natural resource. Now, that's not a tax system designed in the national interest. We know that the government collects more from students through HECS and help repayments than it does through the PRRT. Now, what do I say to the young people that are here, students who are hopefully going to go to university and will have to pay HECS debts, and yet there they are contributing more to Australia's future than what the gas export industry does. So a fair share is not anti-industry, it's pro-Australia. We need a rules-based charge on extraordinary export rents. The proceeds of a 25% tax on natural gas exports should be used for a responsible cost of living relief and to fund a clean industry transition. We know that every time there are international shocks, that has an impact. When Russia invaded Ukraine, global fossil price spiked and gas exporters made record profits. The price went up, the profits rose, about 45% rise above the pre-2022 average, and yet Australians did not see any of that benefit. So, at the heart of the problem, global shock sends prices sky high, gas companies enjoy the upside, but the Australian public does not capture a fair share of that windfall. So the government just has to get on board with doing something to properly bring back some revenue for the Australian people. First, what can we do here? We're here discussing it. We've got young students here watching this debate with hope that they're not going to inherit intergenerational inequity, that they're going to have some revenue in the bank from this government to ensure the right things can be paid for. Well, first, we need to legislate a meaningful tax on gas exports so that the Australian public receives a fair return when global prices surge.
Time has expired, Member for Warringah, and the time for this discussion has also concluded. And I give the call to the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to the 68th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference held in Barbados from the 5th to the 12th of October 2025.
Thank you. And I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, order of the day, Treasury Laws Amendment, Fuel Excise Relief Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading and the amendment moved by the member for Goldstein.
So the original question was that this bill be now read a second time, and to this the honourable member for Goldstein has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. So the question is that this amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Calare.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I support the legislation because the government has finally listened to the call of many on the crossbench, including myself, to cut the fuel excise. Last week, I introduced my fair fuel price bill into Parliament, and when I did so, I called on the government to slash the fuel tax. And in fact, when I raised it in question time last week with the Prime Minister, and I asked him to slash the excise, certain members in this place laughed. Well, they're not laughing now. The announcement that the fuel excise will be halved for 3 months is a welcome piece of news. It's a step in the right direction, and it is what the crossbench had been calling for. This is what I had been calling for. So I appreciate the Prime Minister heeding the call. It's the right decision to make, the right call. But more is needed. City motorists might see some immediate relief, but regional Australia knows that it will take a lot longer before even a cent of that relief filters down to our local pumps. Residents in the Central West are concerned that there is no guarantee that this reduction will actually be passed on at all. Given the predatory patterns we have seen so far, we know that any relief may be short-lived. In regional Australia, we are very concerned that potential savings could easily be eaten up by service stations and fuel retailers, petrol companies jacking up the prices yet again. We already saw fuel prices jump before the effects of war had even started. Prices were rising on fuel that was already in the country. Since then, pump prices have been rising faster than crude oil prices, which means that price gouging has been occurring. So this initiative on excise can't be the end of the story on fuel price relief. More is needed to complement what the government has put in place. The government has increased penalties for price gouging, but it hasn't made it any easier for the prosecution of price gouging offenders. I mean, you can count the number of successful price gouging prosecutions over the last 20 years on one hand. And I think what the government has done is akin to doubling the jail time for theft, but never actually finding very many people guilty of it. It sounds good, but it doesn't deliver the fuel price relief that our communities are demanding. The underwriting of fuel shipments to Australia is a good thing, and I support it, but it's still not going to stop the price gouges and the rip-offs. And that is exactly why my fair fuel price bill is so essential. It stops the rip-offs, and they are happening and have been happening for a long time. We're no stranger to it in country New South Wales. We can't wait to act. The Parliament is not going to sit again until May. So we can either do more now, or we can watch prices continue to spiral towards $4 a litre. Now, my fair fuel price bill would allow the Commonwealth Government to temporarily regulate fuel prices during periods of extraordinary global disruption, such as a war or similar crises. It would allow the Minister, in consultation with the Treasurer, to set and control the price of unleaded petrol and also diesel. And this bill demands to be heard urgently because our country is in the midst of this devastating crisis. Both country and city communities are being pummeled by these prices. It's smashing our local businesses. It's stinging everyone from pensioners to families. So urgent action is required and leadership is required. And that is why this fair fuel price bill, which I brought to this place, is so important, because it would reintroduce fuel price controls of the type ushered in during the Second World War to Australia. And in 1939, this Parliament passed the National Security Act, which gave the federal government the power to set fuel prices for the duration of that conflict. And it was aimed at preventing price gouging, and it was effective. The Fair Fuel Price Bill gives the government the power to set fuel prices for the duration of the current conflict in the Middle East. Deputy Speaker, our communities expect that members of this place will come in with constructive comment, constructive ideas and constructive legislation, and that is what I have done with this legislation. Sky-high prices are throttling our country community members and businesses. Our farmers can't get the diesel they need to put their crops in the ground. As we are speaking, farmers in the central west of New South Wales are meeting and talking about whether they should actually put a crop in the ground. That's where we are. If farmers aren't going to be putting crops in the ground, the food's not going to turn up on the supermarket shelves in the cities, and this country will not eat. So this fuel crisis can very easily turn into a food security crisis. It's happening before our eyes. And people in the bush have been putting up with sky-high fuel prices for many years. We've been campaigning on this in Mudgee for a long time, where prices in the main street of Mudgee are regularly 40 cents a litre more expensive than they are in other parts of the state. And if you want to have a look at the current market, look no further than Yeovil. Today in Yeovil, the price for diesel is $3.47.9 today. I mean, these prices are not just high prices. They're like ransom notes to country people, because we know that people in country communities have further distances to drive. So these skyrocketing fuel prices have a disproportionate effect on country people. Now, I saw that the Treasurer is writing to the ACCC to ensure that this excise saving is not eaten up in price increases. Look, it's just talk. We're sick of the talk. We need action. When I was raising the issue of sky-high fuel prices in Mudgee with the Treasurer, he helpfully set up a meeting with the ACCC, and we met with the ACCC. But it didn't result in any action because they don't have the ability to take it. All we've done is doubled penalties for price gouging, but we haven't actually given the ACCC any more and better powers to actually prosecute petrol price fixes. And our communities are tired of all talk and no action, and we want decisive leadership on this. It was the ABC's Alan Kohler recently pointed out that Australian retail petrol prices have risen to levels higher than in 2022, even though global crude oil prices have not returned to these peaks. And he points out that this discrepancy indicates that margins have expanded significantly. In other words, it's petrol price gouging. We know it's happening. Everyone in the country knows it's happening, and it's got to stop. And that's why my bill, the Fair Fuel Price Bill, is so important. But I want the House to be aware of just how much pain this issue is causing in our area. I had an email from Christy, who is an assistant in nursing. She has to drive about 45 minutes to get to work. She's earning $26.61 an hour. And she says, with current fuel prices, it's no longer financially viable for me to continue in my role. Despite working full-time, I've been forced to take on a second job just to survive. Even then, I'm left with only $2.30 in my account this week after paying my mortgage. I am currently limiting myself to 1 meal a day so that my children can have 3. That's one example. Bathurst Community Transport have contacted me and said this latest crisis of fuel prices, coupled with the closure of Victoria Pass, has brought us to our knees. Without immediate relief, Bathurst Community Transport will have no choice but to reduce services to only those assessed as highest need, leaving thousands of clients in your electorate at risk of losing the transport that allows them to live independently. Alex runs a disability support business, and he says, like so many, I'm feeling this at the hip pocket both from my business and my family. My business is a small family-run disability support company who prides itself on being able to get the members of our community out and about to much-needed medical appointments and social engagement with friends and family. While our fuel isn't used as much as other businesses, it still hurts. Our usage is generally around 900 litres a month and climbing. When fuel hits $3 a litre, this means our business will be consuming around $2,700 a month in fuel alone. That's $32,400 a year. This is not sustainable long-term for us. Elise writes in and tells me about the school excursions which are being cut back because of these skyrocketing fuel prices. Luke Knight from Elcon Building and Construction in Orange has written to me, and he's told me of the skyrocketing price increases from suppliers, the materials used to build our homes and factories. He says, using PVC as a prime example, the rise will be basically equal to the entire COVID and subsequent 4-year period combined. This is extraordinary. I'm very alarmed by these increases. Let's hope it's not for long, as any momentum with housing supply increase will be lost just as we get traction. People really can't afford building now, let alone pricing will increase again. Rick Ross from the Mudgee area believes that to not have adequate supplies is inconceivable in the current world economic climate and shows a lack of foresight and complete incompetence. My former colleague, the late Jim Molan, would agree with that. He championed our country having greater fuel reserves, but sadly that fell on deaf ears. Edward Brown from our electorate has written in to point out the discrepancy between the price of crude oil and the price at the petrol pump. It is proof of the price gouging and the profiteering that is occurring. Josh from the Calare electorate indicates that the price increases are soaring and they are increasing multiple times per day. He says, while I am aware that the ACCC has threatened to investigate wholesalers and retailers, we cannot afford to wait for a potential investigation which will not see proceeds returned to the customers being hit. Regional New South Wales does not have the luxury of relying on public transport infrastructure as an alternate form of commute due to decades of federal and state government neglect of this issue. Jules Fotheringham writes, of particular concern in regional communities like ours is the availability of diesel. Supply disruptions, cancelled shipments and increased demand have led to shortages at service stations, with some areas experiencing difficulty accessing fuel altogether. This is deeply worrying given the reliance of regional economies on diesel for agriculture, transport and essential services. Jules is absolutely correct. It is extremely concerning. Liz Hammond has written to me, and she lives in the Cargo area between Orange and Canowindra. She says, as someone who lives out of town and has a child attending school, reliable access to diesel is not a convenience but a necessity. Daily travel for school drop-offs, work and essential errands depends on being able to obtain fuel when needed. The current situation is making this increasingly difficult and stressful, particularly when supply becomes uncertain. Tom Brownjohn from Godfrey Smith Funerals writes in basically on behalf of the funeral industry and says, our operations rely heavily on transport, particularly diesel-powered vehicles, to attend places of death, transfer the deceased into care and conduct funeral services across multiple locations. In regional areas, this often involves significant travel distances. He worries that their ability to carry out those vital services are heavily impacted by this fuel crisis, and he wants funeral services classed as an essential service. Those are just a few stories from the central west of New South Wales, and that is why action is needed on the double. What the government has put forward is a start, but it simply does not go far enough. My Fair Fuel Price Bill 2026 provides a tangible and effective solution. It brings in price controls and allows the federal government to set prices on fuel just as it did in the Second World War. Until we have the courage to step in and regulate these prices during this extraordinary period of war and disruption, the national interest will continue to be ignored in favour of fuel company margins. The price gouging continues, and we all know it is. So the bill that we are discussing today is a step in the right direction, but it can't be the end of the story or the last word. In this fuel crisis, profit is being put ahead of people, the very people who work in our hospitals, teach our children, or put food on supermarket shelves and tables. I would urge the government to support my Fair Fuel Price Bill and bring prices back to reality.
Expired. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. While there is great uncertainty on the world stage, the Albanese government is working to deliver certainty for all Australians. We know conflict in the Middle East is not distant from us here at home. It is being felt in very real ways. Australians are feeling it when they pull up to the Bowser. Across my communities on the Bellarine, the Surf Coast and throughout the Geelong region, people are concerned about rising fuel costs. We recognise this, and it's why from the outset we have taken action. And from tomorrow, Deputy Speaker, fuel excise will be halved for 3 months. That's what this bill, the Treasury Laws Amendment Fuel Excise Relief Bill 2026, delivers. This is immediate and meaningful relief. With the watchful oversight of the ACCC, it means lower prices for households, for businesses, for families, and it means support at a time when it is needed most. This bill legislates a 3-month reduction in fuel excise and equivalent duties, and it enables changes to the road user charge to be made in response to the changing conditions Australians are facing. These are practical tools and they are deliberate measures. And importantly, they ensure we have the capacity to respond to our fast-changing global environment. Deputy Speaker, Schedule 1 to this bill gives effect to the core measure. It halves the excise and excise equivalent customs duty rate that applies to most fuels. From tomorrow, 1st of April, through to the 30th of June this year, the rate will be reduced from 52.6 cents per litre to 26.3 cents per litre. That is a reduction of 26.3 cents per litre. So for a typical 65-litre tank, that means savings of nearly $19. That is real money going back into the pockets of Australians. And it can make a real difference between stretching the whole household budget and staying on top of it. Deputy Speaker, we have also gone further. We are reducing the heavy vehicle road user charge to 0 for 3 months. This is delivered through Schedule 3 of this bill, which provides government with the flexibility to adjust the road user charge, including suspending limitations on increases over this financial year and next. For the period from the 1st of April to June 30, the charge will effectively be reduced to 0. This is direct support for the freight sector. It recognises the critical role that transport operators play in keeping goods moving around our country, and it delivers meaningful savings. For a 400-litre tank, operators will now save around $130. But the benefit does not stop there, because of the way road user charges interact with fuel excise and fuel tax credits, the total benefit to trucking operators is even greater. In total, they will see savings of around 32.4 cents per litre. They will save 26.3 cents per litre at the pump, and their fuel tax credits will increase from 20.2 cents to 26.3 cents per litre. That is an additional 6 cents per litre. It will provide critical cash flow support to operators at a time of rising costs and uncertainty. Deputy Speaker, Schedule 2 of the bill ensures we are not limited in our response to these uncertain times. It gives the Treasurer the ability to go further, to reduce fuel excise and equivalent custom duty rates by more than 50% if we need to act. This is about flexibility and is about being prepared for what lies ahead in uncertain times. And it is about ensuring that this government can respond quickly if global conditions deteriorate further. Because the reality is this: the situation is evolving and our response must be proactive and capable of evolving with it. Deputy Speaker, these measures are not abstract. They flow through the entire economy, because when fuel costs rise, everything costs more. This bill helps to limit that by easing pressure across the entire economy. We are also working closely with the ACCC and the states and territories to ensure the benefits of the excise reduction are fully realised. Deputy Speaker, we are also acting to protect Australians from unfair pricing. At a time of volatility, there is real risk that some may seek to take advantage of the situation. This is not acceptable. Australians deserve fair treatment, and that's why we have strengthened the powers of the ACCC. When we came to office, we increased penalties and we provided the ACCC with the ability to issue on-the-spot fines. And more recently, we increased penalties further to ensure they are a real deterrent. Penalties can now reach up to $100 million because we believe price gouging during a crisis is unacceptable and it will not be tolerated. The Treasurer has written to the ACCC to ensure that they are closely monitoring fuel prices as these changes come into effect. Australians should see the full benefits of excise reduction, not part of it, not most of it, all of it. And the ACCC will be watching to ensure that happens. And I am also calling on locals across my region to keep an eye on prices. If you see prices rising, please contact my office and we will get you in touch with the ACCC. Deputy Speaker, it is important to note that measures included in this bill have not been developed in isolation. This is the result of governments working together. Yesterday, at the National Cabinet meeting convened by the Prime Minister, all state and territory leaders endorsed the National Fuel Security Plan. That includes the cut to fuel excise. National Cabinet includes Labor governments. It includes Liberal national governments, because at times like this, Australians expect cooperation. They expect the governments to put the national interest first, and that is what has occurred. The National Fuel Security Plan is built on clear and practical principles. The first is to plan and prepare. The second is to keep Australia moving. Deputy Speaker, we want to ensure that supply chains continue to function effectively. We want to ensure that businesses can continue to operate and thrive. And we want to ensure that Australians can go about their daily lives without unnecessary interruption. And that is why we are also asking Australians to act responsibly, to buy the fuel they need and not more, and to make sensible choices that help stabilise supply. Australians are generous. We work together when it matters most. And that's exactly what I'm seeing across my communities right now, and I'm confident that will continue. We know that managing the challenges of a global markets shock requires a collective effort, and that collective effort is at the heart of our response. Deputy Speaker, National Cabinet has agreed that we are at level 2 under the plan. That reflects a situation requiring heightened coordination and targeted action. Together, the Commonwealth and the states have established a fuel supply task force. Officials from across jurisdictions are working together to monitor supply, assess risks and respond quickly. Ministers across key portfolios are engaged. Energy, Treasury, agriculture, infrastructure, all working together, all focused on managing the impacts of a global crisis that is beyond any one country's control. And while we cannot control global events, we can control how we respond, and we are responding in a coordinated and practical way. And that is what this bill is all about. Deputy Speaker, at its heart, this is about people. It is about the worker who relies on their car to get to their job. It is about the small business owner managing costs. It is about the truck driver keeping goods moving around this country. And it is about making sure that in the face of evolving global uncertainty, Australians are supported, protected and treated fairly. The alternative approach put forward by the Coalition would not deliver this. While we are acting to bring costs down, they are lining up to cut support. They want to scrap initiatives like the Cheaper Home Batteries program that is already putting money back into the pockets of Australian households and small businesses. 300,000 households and businesses are benefiting from that program, Deputy Speaker. And at the worst possible time, they are suggesting government rip that support away. That is the difference, Deputy Speaker. In contrast, our approach and this bill delivers real relief. It delivers real coordination. It delivers certainty. It delivers support. And it demonstrates real leadership. We know the global situation is changing rapidly, but Australians can be assured their government's focus is on easing cost of living pressures, securing our fuel supply and getting it where and when it is needed most. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Cook has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Coalition supports this bill because Australians need immediate relief and they need it now. Families and small businesses right across Australia and in the electorate of Cook are under real pressure. My office is getting emails about people struggling with the cost of living, struggling with fuel bills, and people unable to make ends meet and go and get by. Just this week I heard from St Vincent's de Paul, telling stories about people in my electorate, mums foregoing lunches for their children, having to ask St Vincent's de Paul for help to provide their kids lunch, asking them for help to put beds in people's houses because they're sleeping with blankets on the floor, asking them to help with the weekly groceries and asking them to help with fuel vouchers. These are real stories, not in impoverished parts of Australia, but in the Sutherland Shire of Sydney, a well-to-do, reasonably affluent area. Yes, there are people doing it extremely tough there. And if they're doing it tough there, I can only begin to imagine how tough they are doing it in the rest of Australia. Now, we bipartisanly support this because it will deliver relief for households. It's coming at a critical time ahead of Easter, where families are looking to go away for road trips on school holidays, are wondering how they're going to pay for those school holiday and Easter activities. Budgets are stretched. Small business and tradies and transport operators who I have spoken to as recently as last week, who were parking their trucks because they couldn't afford to make a loss or their businesses will go under. These transport operators may now be able to service their customers and get goods moving. We were facing potentially shortages at customer shelves in supermarkets and hardware stores. And how did this come about? Well, it was because of coalition leadership. It was over a week ago that we first called for a cut to fuel excise and road user charging. And yes, it was pleasing to see the Albanese government listen to the coalition and listen to Australians to support them through the difficulties they were having. Now, this government is just waking up to the fact that energy is the economy. We've seen it with electricity markets in how it's been hurting manufacturing. We've seen it in gas markets in how it's been hurting industry. And now we're seeing it in oil and fuel markets in how it's grinding Australia to a halt. Now, the issue Australia has had with this is, prior to the Iran shock, prior to any of this becoming an issue, Deputy Speaker, Australia had the highest inflation of any advanced economy in the world. Australia was worse than the US, worse than anywhere in Europe, worse in Asia. So what is the responsibility of a federal government at a time like this? It's to shelter the businesses. It's to shelter the citizens. But instead, Jim Chalmers and his reckless spending had Australia with the highest inflation.
The member is to use people's correct titles.
I withdraw. The Treasurer had Australia flailing in the wind with the highest inflation in the developed world when this external shock came across. And yes, of course, it's adding to inflation when you have the highest inflation in the entire developed world. There is nowhere for Australian businesses to hide. There's nowhere for Australian households to go, because in that environment, an external shock like the war in Iran rips through this country. It rips through the businesses, it rips through the transport operators, it rips through the small businesses, and it's ripping through households. Just like St Vincent's de Paul was attesting this week to me directly, it is ripping through Australia, because this increased fuel prices was going straight to inflation. Now, the sad news is, because government spending is at a 40-year high outside of the pandemic, a 40-year high, inflation was already running high and interest rates were running high. And we heard the Reserve Bank Governor express this herself less than a month ago, that this increased government spending was fueling inflation and fueling interest rates. Unfortunately, with this reckless, out-of-control government spending, it's going to add fuel to the inflation fire. And that is not fuel we want. We want more diesel, but we don't want more fuel to the inflation fire. And why is it going to do that? Because there's no offsets for this, Deputy Speaker. There are no offsets to this essentially increased government spending. So there's going to be even more demand. The Coalition has sensibly proposed offsets for this measure. Now, if they didn't like our offsets, we could have had a discussion. What other offsets are there? But what we don't want is inflation just to further increase because of this measure. It must be offset with spending cuts. It has to be, because otherwise we're going to be back here again in another couple of months staring down another Reserve Bank interest rate rise. And I worry. I deeply worry for those families in my community, that mum unable to pay for her kids' lunches and pack kids' lunches, those families who have children sleeping on the floor with a blanket without a bed, those families who are unable to make ends meet, who are getting fuel vouchers. These are real stories from real people in the electorate of Cook, and I can only imagine there are thousands, if not tens of thousands, of similar stories right across Australia. And the truth is, with government spending this high, and without offsetting this in the budget, it's going to further add to inflation. And we heard from the Reserve Bank last month, they had modelled in another 2 interest rate rises this year. Now, that was before the war in Iran. Now, we've had one. So that means one of the Reserve Bank's interest rate models has come through, but they've modelled and forecast another one. Now, on top of this inflationary cut to excise that is not being offset, how many more is that adding? Is that going to add another 2 or 3? We know these families with a mortgage are already paying $27,000 a year in interest alone. We know on average they're paying $1,400 a year more in electricity bills. And we know with diesel and petrol at its prices now, it's another $1,400 a year. That's for an average family with an average mortgage up to $30,000 a year in after-tax money that they are paying. And it doesn't stop there, because inflation, domestic inflation, is running at 4.9%. So guess what's happening? Their money is getting eaten up because things are costing more. They're not getting the wage increases that they deserve. And bracket creep is stealing more money from these hard-working Australians as the government's tax coffers grow through bracket creep. Now look, there's still no clear plan on fuel supply. While we back in this reduction in excise and reduction in road user charging, this price relief is welcome, but you can't cut the price of fuel that just isn't there. And today in question time, we heard there was almost 500 petrol stations without fuel. We heard last week, in response to a question, the Energy Minister unable to answer how much fuel there was in South Australia, Western Australia and the Northern Territory. And when pressed on that from those on this side, instead of answering that, he said he was done and sat down. Well, frankly, we need an Energy Minister who's across his brief, who's across those numbers. It was pleasing today he was across those numbers in question time. So I'm glad he's made those adjustments and moved forward, and I think the Australian people are glad and thank him for that. But we need an Energy Minister who is across these details. Now, it's great National Cabinet is working together, and this needs to be a Team Australia moment where we rally together to acknowledge energy is the economy. Energy is the economy. It's fuel, it's diesel, it's electricity and it's gas. And this government is just waking up to it. We saw on the electricity and gas side what carnage it wrecked in the economy. Whyalla Steelworks going bankrupt, NiStar going bankrupt, Mount Isa Smelter going bankrupt. We saw industry after industry get bailed out. The CEOs of BHP, BlueScope Steel, Cadbury and Mars saying that they don't think manufacturing has a future in this country, saying it's at a crossroads, saying they're investing in other places. BlueScope Steel saying gas costs 2 to 3 times more here than it does in the US. The CEO of BHP saying energy costs more than double here than it does in other countries. So we were dealing with this on electricity and gas, and now we are dealing with it on fuel. And it's happened in such a rapid rate. Well, hopefully it's not too late for this government to change course, because if they do, we will join with them to actually lower the prices of energy. And only a couple of weeks ago, we were forcing Ampol to export our fuel overseas. We said this fuel is not good enough to be burnt in Australia. It can be burnt overseas. Like that made a difference. Burning in Indonesia, like that made some difference to the atmosphere, that it wasn't burnt in Brisbane or Sydney or Melbourne, but somehow burning in Indonesia was cleaner, more virtuous. But what did that do? It costed Australian businesses more. It costed Australian households more. It's one of the reasons those people in my electorate are paying $1,400 a year more in fuel because of that. So look, we welcome the decision to allow Ampol to actually sell its fuel here so Australians can burn it. But we're in this crazy utopian world where the very things that make Australia wealthier, the very things that lower energy costs for the country, the very things that actually lower the cost of living, we don't allow to be done here. Instead, we're giving the advantage away to Australia's competitors. We're giving the advantage away to countries that don't have Australia's track record of safety, that don't have Australia's track record of keeping their workers safe, keeping the environment safe. We're giving that away to countries who do it and acting as though there's some difference between whether that fuel or that energy is used here or used in another country. Well, the effect on the planet is the same. So if those opposite really believe it, they should outlaw it everywhere, stop exporting it, or stop playing political games and exploiting political advantage. Because one thing this Prime Minister has been very good at is exploiting domestic political advantage. I have to give him credit for that. Whether it's any moment of national unity, post-Bondi, fuel relief, but today we welcome this. We welcome it and we called for it. Now, Australians must answer the simple question: why is the Prime Minister always last to lead with principle in a national crisis? Why is that the case, Prime Minister? He should have come out earlier with a plan, but instead what he's apt at, and I'll give him credit for it, is to wait, sit back and look for the political advantage in any of these crises. Now, the Coalition will always support measures that reduce costs on industry, that reduce costs on households and reduce the costs of the inputs to business. We will hold the government to account for delay and poor planning and inflation risks, and those inflation risks are ample. They are everywhere right now. Now, Australians deserve relief today and responsible economic management for tomorrow. And unfortunately, this fuel crisis is happening at the worst possible time. It's coming after 4 years of economic mismanagement. 4 years where inflation has not been below the 2.5% that RBA targets. It has never been below that target rate in the 4 years. If you look at the RBA's forecast for the next 2 years, it's not forecast to ever get below. So the RBA is forecasting in the first 2 terms of the Albanese government, inflation will never drop below their target range. Never. And at this very moment, when you're looking at 2 entire terms of inflation being above the RBA's 2.5% target, that actually government spending is at a 40-year high. How irresponsible is that? But yes, they have a spending problem, and why they are not quick to fix it is because bracket creep is helping that spending problem. That inflation is actually a good thing for the budget to pay for this increased spending. Now, this government's response has been chaotic and complacent. For 3 weeks, they denied there was a problem. First, there was dismissing concerns. It was just panic buying. Now, this week, we're hearing there are problems with supply. We're hearing now it's a crisis. Now, this is not leadership. This is a drift, and a drift that demands urgency. And that urgency is finally coming because the consequences for this are real. Fuel's not an abstract issue, neither is energy. It's in the cost of everything. It's from freight to farming to family budgets. This crisis is taking the homegrown cost of living and inflation crisis and making it worse for every Australian household. And what makes this worse is Australia's entering this crisis weaker than any other advanced economy in the world. This government had the responsibility to shelter us, to look after us, but instead Australian households and businesses are flailing in the wind. And the thing I fear about this, the fact they have not done budgetary offsets is it's going to be inflationary. That is the key difference between what this government is now doing and what the coalition government first proposed over a week ago.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Laylaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak on the Treasury Laws Amendment Fuel Excise Relief Bill 2026, and I relish the opportunity to support this bill and to support the actions of this government in this time in response to the war in the Middle East and the implications that that is having across the globe, and to share with the House how that's impacting on my local community. Now, this legislation gives effect to the announcement on Monday the 30th of March by the Prime Minister, Treasurer, Minister for Climate Change and Energy and Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government to halve fuel excise for fuel, a reduction of 26 cents per litre of petrol and diesel for 3 months, from the 1st of April 2026 to the 30th of June 2026. This will reduce the cost of a 65-litre tank of fuel by nearly $19. We also reduce the heavy vehicle road user charge to zero for 3 months, those same 3 months. This decision will save trucking operators 32.4 cents per litre in total, which is about $130 on a 400-litre tank. This is really important. We've also deferred in this legislation the 6% increase in the road user charge will be deferred as part of this. Now, these measures are there to reduce pressure on our road users, whether they be filling a car, filling a ute, filling a truck, filling a bus, whatever they're using for fuel. These measures are there to create some wriggle room, if you like, some relief on the price of petrol in response to what's happening in the Middle East. And I think it's a really I think they're really important measures. I give a nod to those opposite for the contortions that they've had to do today in terms of claiming that the government's responding to their calls for, but at the same breath wanting to say that they called for it, but it's the wrong thing to do. And I'm very confused when I listen to those opposite about what those things are. Then I hear that it needs offsets, but I never hear what they want to cut in those offsets. So my advice to those in my community and in communities across the country, particularly in communities like mine, who are represented on this side of the House more often than not, where people travel long distances for work, where people are already shopping for cheaper fuel to make that possible for them to get to and from work and still meet their commitments as a family, because it's often two people who are doing that, and are likely to be working often in transport and logistics, where I know this will be impacting every day. And I want to pay tribute to the leadership of this government for the measures that they've put in place across this week, the way they have responded, not responding in a reactive way, but in a thoughtful way. And I want the people in my community to know that as a government, this government has your back. We have your back in this, and you can rely on the fact that this government is listening and understanding the pressures that you're under, but also that we won't react. We will think in measured ways about how we can act to support you. And I think that's critical at the moment, that everybody understands that that's what's happening here. And that's why, of course, it's also really important that the National Cabinet are involved here, and that states and the federal government are working together. I think it's really important to see the three levels of government working together to support Australians through this, because unlike those opposite, we know there is no answer to when the disruption from the Middle East conflict is going to end. We don't know that, and we can't predict that. What we can do is plan to do our best and plan to support Australians as best we can as a government, and that's exactly what we're doing this week, and that's exactly what we're doing in this bill. So this will give some comfort around price. There'll be a saving at the Bowser, as I heard the Minister for Energy say this morning. We're also very concerned. We don't want people to get out of their car and go in and abuse someone working at a service station because the price hasn't dropped yet, because there's a flow-through time to this, but we do want to know what's happening out there by the same token. So we do want to know if people are putting prices up that the public think are above and beyond what we should be seeing, or one company's putting prices up in extraordinary ways. We do want to know that. We do want to know the impact this is having on our families and on our communities. So if I can encourage my community, I received an email yesterday, sitting here in question time, from a community member that relayed a story about a member of my community who is travelling a long way for health treatments. And there's concern that driving a diesel, that he won't be able to afford those trips and therefore might miss medical appointments that are across the other side of Melbourne at times. So we need to know those things. I need to be able to carry that story in this place to make sure that we're focused on the right things, and, really importantly, to make sure that I can, and my office can, work with our state member officers, work with state government, work with local government, and be helpful where we can. So my first question yesterday on receipt of that email was, is there a way that we can transfer this person's health treatment to somewhere closer? Is there a way that I can reach out to the state member and get him working with Mercy Health, Western Health, to see if we can't move something from Sunshine or Monash to somewhere closer in Werribee or Altona? Would be something that we would look to do. So it's my community. We need to know. We can't help if we don't know. So please get those emails coming in. Also, the best people in the world to do price watch are our local communities. So let us know if you see something unusual happening out there, because the Treasurer wants to know, and I want to be the first person to tell the Treasurer so that we can make sure people aren't being ripped off. I also want to pay homage to to the other things that we've done this week that have ensured that ensured supply, ensured that the cargo ships with crude and with fuel continue to come to Australia, to pay homage to the Foreign Minister, to the Minister for Energy, for the whole leadership team in the way they are working with our neighbours and with our trading partners to ensure that we continue to get the supply into this country. We cannot, Australians should not be punished for something happening in the Middle East, but by the same token, this is global, and as a country we can only respond. It's important how we respond, and this legislation is one of the things that demonstrate the way this government will respond. Now, the cheapest fuel I can find in my local community is $2.51 per litre, and ranging to $2.61.9 as the most expensive. Most servos sitting at $2.59.9 at the moment. So if I'm putting that out there now, what I'm saying is that's today's prices. If we can keep an eye on that locally and make sure that you're communicating with us. I think it's really important that people understand that we do understand what people are going through. We know that these price shocks will be running through household budgets. We know that that will be impacting on local communities. Of course we know, because it's impacting on the people we know and love as well as it is on the people that we represent. We have added hundreds of millions of litres of diesel and petrol by releasing some of our minimum stock obligations. We're temporarily reducing the sulphur content standards to ensure more fuel can be sold here in Australia, and providing more support to our domestic refineries. And of course, we can't go past the fact, and I'm a Melbourne Western Suburbs MP, and I stood in front of the Mobil gates when Mobil announced that they were closing the Altona refinery, and I mourned that day because I knew what that meant to so many families and to so many workers and generations of workers at Mobil who live in my electorate. And we are now bearing the costs for a lack of action from the previous government, where we have only 2 refineries operating in this country now, because 4 closed under the previous government. We're providing more certainty to the private sector by underwriting fuel imports where appropriate. Now, this is really important, and it's obviously really complex, but it's basically about the fact that Australian companies reaching out to contract to bring fuel into the country will be facing varying prices in the spot market, and this is a way that government can support them to underwrite or guarantee, if you like, that they can afford the shock if there's a rapid price drop. So it's us supporting companies to support Australians. And we're empowering the ACCC to crack down on misconduct, including doubling the penalties to up to $100 million fines for anybody caught price gouging the Australian public. Our work with the ACCC to authorise major suppliers to get fuel where it's needed in the regions and ramp up fuel price monitoring. And I think that's an important point to make too, and I think it's important for people at home to understand that, as we're hearing in question time every day when the Minister for Energy gives us figures and numbers in response to our questions or those opposite's questions, or when he's appearing on the televisions in the morning, that there is more demand as people start to think, well, I'm going to need fuel next week. We need to see people doing the right thing. We need to see people supporting one another as we do in times of crisis. We need to see that every day. We need it in my community. If you've got a neighbour that you know catches the same time train as you, then knock on the door and offer to carpool. Those are the sorts of things that will assist, will reduce the demand. We've got fuel coming in, but we did make a decision that fuel would go to the regions where we knew it was most needed because of an increase in demand, but also because of things like New South Wales having to plant, the farmers having to plant, so they needed the diesel to make sure that could happen while it was planting season, which is right now. So The decisions that are being made are not being made recklessly or without thought, they're being thoughtful. But the important piece here is that those decisions must be informed by what Australians know and what Australians need. And as I've heard our front benchers say at the dispatch box all week, and I look to members opposite, if your communities have information that the government needs that would inform government actions, then we need to hear about them as well. And I think that's probably the strongest message that I can give to my community, is that the government is working hard every day, that we're trying to get things right and in place to give surety in what is an incredibly unpredictable time. No one's got a crystal ball here. We can't predict what is going to happen with any surety. It's not the way anybody wants to govern. It's not the way any community wants to live, but it's our actual reality right now. So if we stay in touch with one another, we stay connected, if we start to work together with one another and with our neighbours, with community, I want to shout out to the Victorian State Government for the free public transport for this month, because I think it's already giving some security to people at home, that you don't need your Mikey at the moment to travel on a train in Victoria. Just go down and get on that train. That's going to give some more cost of living relief where it matters. And again, for the national leadership shown by National Cabinet in terms of the measures that are going to be taken around the GST windfall provisions, so that state governments aren't going to therefore get more GST money in as a windfall. They're going to work with the Treasurer to make sure that that money stays in the system rather than be taken out of the system. And I think that one's really important. So on a whole, to my community, keep the emails coming. Let us know how we might help. There are some pretty intelligent people at all levels of government, and if all levels of government are working together, we'll be in a better place. To all members of this House, I think it's incredibly important that we all work together to make sure that we get the best outcomes for people all the way from the breadth and length of this country, from the regions to the suburbs to the outer suburbs, like places I represent. Make sure that we stay aware to the specific and individualised needs of those communities and make sure that they're taken into consideration when we're making decisions. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. The member for Flynn has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I would just like to make some comment in respect to what the member for Laylaw has just said, and I concur with her and congratulate her. Australians are suffering, and this is a crisis that affects everybody, and the more that we can work together, the better results that we will have. So well done to you, Madam. And I rise to support this Treasury Laws Amendment Fuel Excise Relief Bill 2026. I think it's in the best interests of Australia that we support the government to do this, and this is also the position of the coalition. And Australians need immediate relief, and removing half of the fuel excise and the heavy vehicle road user charges goes somewhat to alleviating those pressures, and particularly for the transport industry. Having said that, Mr Speaker, I do have some reservations about what that is going to do, particularly to the budget, to our bottom line, to inflationary effects and so forth, that might have influences on the economy into the future. And it's really important, I think, that both the government, the opposition and everybody concerned, including the general public, understand the ramifications of that. And at the moment, we just do not see a plan to pay for all of that, and a plan to outline offsets to make allowances for those hits to the budget. It's that simple. And it is a complicated thing, I understand that, but those are the things that we need to focus on. So as I said, if I can make some brief comments about this whole issue in general. And for me, this started about a month ago, late February, early March, when this conflict in the Middle East started, and it had some significant immediate impacts, and particularly to rural Queensland, where I come from, the agricultural sector in particular. There developed very quickly a scenario where on-farm bulk diesel to the transport sector and so forth was not being delivered. It was that simple. We heard the Energy Minister, the Prime Minister, the Treasurer, many of the government people there say that there was plenty of fuel and there was fuel being delivered. On the strength of that, I went to see the Energy Minister in his office, and I give him kudos for that. I walked straight into his office and met with his Chief of Staff and one of his advisors and the Minister himself, and tried to point out to them the issues that was actually happening, particularly in rural Queensland, where I come from. And it wasn't about supply in respect to the big companies that control supply coming into Australia. This was about delivery. And what was quite clear to me in my discussions with people from Mr Bowen's office is that they didn't quite understand how the supply chain works and what was happening at the time. And the reality of it is that the third-party providers that usually transport fuel to the agricultural sector, on-farm diesel, to the various trucking companies in the small communities all over rural and regional Queensland, was just simply not getting enough quota from the big companies. And for me, that signalled the fact that the big companies that control the fuel were not allowing that distribution to happen. Now, since then, that's some 3-4 weeks ago now, things have changed considerably, and we are starting to see some of that fuel get delivered to where it's needed. And I note today in question time, the Prime Minister, with the member for Grey down here, dealt directly with one of those issues down in South Australia where there was a farmer that had no diesel and they've sorted it out. So I give the government kudos for that. And as I say, these are the issues that we need to work through as a parliament with an issue that is extremely complicated, because none of us really know what is going to happen with the Middle East crisis, whether the Straits of Hormuz will eventually be opened, and how that will affect future fuel supplies to Australia. Now, in my deliberations, I did also speak to the Minister for Resources, and I actually spoke to her twice about this issue about future fuel deliveries for Australia and how that might affect particularly heavy industry, transport and the agricultural sector. Now, the big problem, my understanding is that come middle April, May, many of those fuel shipments that come to Australia from places like South Korea, for an example, from Indonesia, Singapore, the big ships that come in here, many of those contracts roll over, and it's very unsure as to whether or not they will get renewed again. Now, in my deliberations with the Resources Minister, I pointed out to her that it is extremely important that we ensure those fuel deliveries, particularly to our refineries, to the big importers, because if Australia runs out of diesel, the whole country stops. We are in a very, very difficult national security situation, economic situation, if we don't have enough diesel for the mining and resource sector, if we don't have enough diesel for the transport sector, and indeed if we don't have enough diesel for the agricultural sector. Because, like it or not, in spite of some of my other parliamentary colleagues here, particularly the member for Warringah and the member for Canberra, who advocated that we should turn everything electric, that is not going to happen in the real world. And whilst that's a wonderful, pious idea, the reality of it is there's no such thing as an electric combine harvester. There is no such thing as an electric tractor that can go round the clock farming, etc., etc. I, unbeknown to many parliamentarians, own a road train. I'm probably one of the few parliamentarians that own a road train. I don't know whether anybody else does. But my truck holds about 1,500 litres of diesel when it's full at $3 a litre. You can do the math on that at $4 a litre. You know, you're spending $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 possibly to fill the truck up, and we use that truck to cart all manner of things, including cattle and grain and our requirements in respect to my agricultural sector. So the idea that we can have one of these electric trucks that was proudly displayed down here in front of Parliament in the last few days to replace the transport industry that we've got now, whilst that might be a good idea into the future, the reality of that happening in the short term is just simply not going to happen, Mr Speaker. The reality of an electric truck replacing diesel-powered trucks is just absolute nonsense in the near to short term. So the removal of this road user charge, I think that's been a good thing from the government to deliver that. That will definitely help the transport industry, who are absorbing a lot of this ongoing cost in the price of fuel, particularly with the delivery of all manner of consumer goods. What we will see happen, particularly with our grocery stores all over Australia, groceries will become more expensive for everybody because literally everything comes on the back of a truck, and that's something that we need to be mindful of. In respect to what I was talking about earlier with the Minister for Resources, I pointed out to her that she needs to make it known very clearly that Australia does export a lot of coal and gas to many of our near Asian neighbours who supply us with fuel, and it's important that there's a quid pro quo scenario that goes on there to make sure that our fuel supplies are secured and their energy needs are secured. So she concurred with that, and I give her kudos for that and that meetings that I've had with her. I would like to touch on another issue that has come up, and some of the speakers here in Parliament have mentioned it, and that's the fact that the ACCC has been given further and greater powers to police what might loosely be called as rorting and playing the system. Now, I've spoken on it on several occasions through the media and so forth, and what the people where I come from are asking for is what actually is the ACCC doing in respect to this? People are going to the local petrol station, and in a matter of a day we've seen price rises of 20 cents, 30 cents in some cases. And the fuel at the fuel station hasn't changed. So please explain to me, if that's not ripping the system and playing the system, what is exactly? What is it that the ACCC needs to prosecute people that are, as I say, breaking the law? One of the speakers here in Parliament mentioned that there was something like $100 million maximum fine in respect to the big companies playing the system. I think what people want to know is evidence of what exactly is the ACCC doing, rather than being seen as a toothless tiger, if you will, Mr Deputy Speaker. One of the other issues I'd like to mention is our future, what we should be advocating for as Australians, and that is more self-reliance in the space.
Order. In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, the time allotted for this debate has expired. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, to which the honourable member for Goldstein moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Goldstein be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. I did. How are you? Good.
Lock the doors. The question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Goldstein moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. Order. I need to advise the House what is happening, so members please listen. The immediate question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Goldstein be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 35, noes 96. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
The question now is that this bill be now read a third time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
Order. If members can leave the chamber quickly and quietly as possible. And I call the clerk.
Messages from the Senate.
Clerk.
I've got some. At some stage I'm going to bring it out.
I've received messages from the Senate returning the following bills without amendment. Fair Work Amendment, Fairer Fuel Bill 2026. Defence and Veteran Service Commissioner Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025 and Universities Accord Australian Tertiary Education Commission Consequential and Transitional Provisions Bill 2025. We'll call the clerk.
Message from the Senate.
The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an act to provide for the establishment of the Australian Tertiary Education Commission and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the annexed schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendments. I give the call to the Minister for Education.
Mr Speaker, I move that the amendments be considered immediately.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the amendments together. I'll call the Minister for Education.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I move that the amendments be agreed to. This bill establishes the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, the ATEC, which is a key recommendation of the Australian Universities Accord. And in supporting the amendments that have been made to the bill by the Senate, can I acknowledge in particular Senator Faruqi and Senator Pocock in the other place, as well as the member for Curtin and the member for Kooyong in the House of Representatives for the work they have done and their engagement in the development of this bill. The amendments that we will now consider, that were made in the Senate, will allow the ATEC to initiate its own advice to ministers. They'll strengthen the ATEC's role in providing advice on research and research training. They'll allow the minister to appoint at least one and up to 3 commissioners on a part-time basis, in addition to the Chief Commissioner and the First Nations Commissioner. They recognise the public good of higher education to Australia and the importance of academic freedom in the objects of the bill, and they require the ATEC to establish a committee to provide advice and recommendations to the minister in relation to the higher education standards framework and ensure that the committee have appropriate expertise in higher education. All of these amendments are sensible and I commend them to the House.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. The question is the amendments be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 98, noes 36. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Call the Leader of the House.
I declare that Federation Chamber Order of the Day High Seas Biodiversity Bill 2026 stands returned to the House for further consideration.
The matter will be set down for consideration at a later hour this day. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate returns to the House of Representatives a bill for an Act about the Defence and Veterans Service Commissioner and for related purposes, and informs the House that the Senate has agreed to the bill with the amendments in the annex schedule. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in the amendment. Give the call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the amendment be considered immediately.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the amendment be agreed to. the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide described Recommendation 122, the establishment of the Defence and Veteran Service Commission, as its most important recommendation. The passage of this bill establishing the Commission in its own standalone legislation is a significant milestone as we implement the recommendations of the Royal Commission. This amendment from the Senate will bring forward the reporting date for the first inquiry by the Commission into the government's response to the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide from the 2nd of December 2027 to the 5th of February 2027. I would like to thank the Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Opposition for working on a bipartisan basis as we implement the recommendations of the Royal Commission and as we work to ensure that defence personnel, veterans and their families can get the support that they need and deserve. The government supports this amendment and an earlier reporting date for the first inquiry.
I thank the Minister and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Coalition moved an amendment to bring forward the timing of the first implementation review by the Commissioner. I do want to thank the previous Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs, the member for Gippsland, and his office for the work they put in with the government to bring about this particular amendment and the effect of this amendment. This reform sits within a broader framework originating from the Coalition's 2020 policy to establish an independent National Commissioner for Defence and Veteran Suicide Prevention, as well as the Coalition's decision to establish the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. This legislation reflects that policy foundation, and we welcome seeing this important reform brought to fruition. As originally drafted, the first assessment of the government's implementation of the Royal Commission's recommendations was not required to be completed until December 2027. This would have meant the report may not be tabled until 2028, almost 4 years after the Royal Commission reported. That timeframe, we felt, was too slow and risked weakening accountability. The Coalition's successful amendment requires the first implementation assessment to be completed by no later than 5 February 2027. That timing is reasonable and practical. It marks more than 2 years since the Royal Commission's final report and more than a year since the Commissioner commenced operation. That is sufficient time to assess whether early-stage reforms are being delivered and whether government commitments are translating into real and genuine action. Originally, the Coalition proposed a reporting date of September 2026. However, in its submission to the committee's review of this bill, the Acting Commissioner of the Defence and Veterans Services Commission raised concerns that there may not be sufficient time for the government to have implemented all of the Royal Commission's recommendations. The Coalition listened to those concerns and adjusted the proposed date from September 2026 to February 2027. Importantly, the government supported this amendment and it was agreed to by the Senate. We acknowledge the government's constructive engagement in recognising the importance of bringing the first reporting date forward. There will also be a further statutory review by 2030, providing an opportunity for a more comprehensive assessment of the implementation of the Royal Commission's recommendations. Deputy Speaker, this amendment strengthens transparency, reinforces accountability. It does not alter the Commissioner's independence or powers. The Coalition stands ready to work in a bipartisan way to achieve strong outcomes for veterans while continuing to scrutinise legislation where necessary to ensure those outcomes are delivered. I thank the House.
I thank the member for Riverina. The question is the amendment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day. High Seas Biodiversity Bill 2026. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
And I call the Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to sum up this bill for the chamber. I firstly want to thank the members who contributed to this debate. We heard from the member for Tangney about the amazing intelligence of dolphins, just reminding us of all of the marine life that lives in our oceans that this bill will protect. We heard the long history of how we've come to this point from the member for Warringah, and I thank her for her support. And I also want to put on record that to assist the House, the member for Macon and the member for Canberra were both intending to speak but have waived their rights so we can get this important piece of work done. As the Parliament has heard, this bill seeks to facilitate Australia's ratification of the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, also known as the High Seas Biodiversity Treaty or the BBNJ Agreement. It was adopted by the United Nations on 19 June 2023 after nearly 20 years of negotiations, and Australia was one of the first nations to sign it on 20 September 2023. This treaty creates stronger protections for our ocean. It establishes a regime to conserve and sustainably use marine biological diversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction, that is, the high seas and seabed outside of our maritime borders. As a maritime nation, a healthy and resilient ocean is at the heart of our economy. It's a heart of our well-being, and it's part of both our national identity and our national security. We acknowledge in this place that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have cared for sea country for more than 65,000 years. And ratifying this treaty will bring real benefits to Australians. It will allow us to fully participate in international decision-making that affect Australians, their lives and businesses. It will allow us to assist in leading the treaty's implementation in our region and allow us to work with others who seek to support the treaty. It will support both Australian businesses and our world-class research sector by creating a clear and level regulatory framework that puts everyone on an equal footing. It will complement our extensive domestic network of marine parks, which already protects some 52% of our maritime jurisdiction and contribute significantly to the global target to protect 30% of coastal and marine areas by 2030. Around 60% of the global ocean is beyond national jurisdiction, but currently only 1% is protected. This treaty plays an important role in changing that and ensuring peace and stability in our region. It supports the rules-based multilateral system. It enhances international ocean cooperation, and it strengthens our regional bilateral relationships. The bill creates a regulatory regime to ensure Australian activities are undertaken consistent with this new treaty. This includes regulating the collection and use of marine genetic resources from areas beyond national jurisdiction and provides a framework for Australia to recognise area-based management tools established by the treaty, such as marine protected areas. Australia has engaged in the more than 20 years of discussion and negotiations for this treaty, and we are co-chairing the process to prepare for the first meeting of the Conference of the Parties. I commend this bill because it is necessary for Australia to firstly ratify the treaty and safeguard the health of our shared ocean, second, to support our thriving ocean economy for future generations, and third, to maintain our hard-earned reputation as a global ocean leader. I thank all members for their contribution and I commend the bill.
I thank the Minister. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to give effect to the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I'll call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
The question is the bill be read a third time. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to give effect to the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction and for related purposes.
Thank the clerk. Now I call the clerk again, I think.
Message from the Senate.
Thank you. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate has passed a bill for an Act to amend the National Disability Insurance Scheme, Act 2013, and for related purposes, and it transmits it to the House of Representatives for its concurrence. And I call the clerk.
First reading, the bill for an Act to amend the National Disability Insurance Scheme Act 2013 and for related purposes.
And I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the revised explanatory memorandum to this bill, and I move that this bill be now read a second time. Thank you. The Albanese Labor Government is committed to ensuring the NDIS is a pillar of Australia's unique social safety net. That means that we are committed to ensuring the National Disability Insurance Scheme provides essential disability support for people with permanent and significant disability today and into the future. We are committed to an NDIS that is fair, consistent and empowering for people with permanent and significant disability. An NDIS that is sustainable, effective, safe and operates with integrity. This government has been committed to taking fraud and misconduct in the NDIS seriously. Those who defraud the NDIS are exploiting the hundreds of thousands of Australians who rely on the life-changing support the NDIS delivers. We were left with a mess in coming to government. Under the former coalition government, the NDIS was a soft target. Our government acted quickly, investing over $550 million in tackling fraud and non-compliance, setting up the Fraud Fusion Task Force, and passing Getting the NDIS Back on Track Act No. 1 to place it on a sustainable footing. But there is more work to do, and this bill is an important step. Today I introduce the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment Integrity and Safeguarding Bill to the House. This legislation will ensure that the NDIS remains true to its purpose, safe, strong and centred on the people it serves. We cannot ignore the findings of the Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability. The stories were harrowing. They revealed a system that was fractured, under-resourced and too often blind to harm. Australians with disability told us in no uncertain terms the days of abuse and neglect must end. The findings of the independent review into the NDIS reinforced this call. The review told us the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission must be more responsive, more powerful and more trusted. It told us that regulatory gaps are putting lives at risk. It told us that without reform, the integrity of the scheme and the safety of its participants cannot be guaranteed. That is unacceptable. This government will not stand by. This bill delivers on our commitment to reform the NDIS. It does three things. First is strengthen safeguards. We are giving the NDIS Commission the powers it needs to protect participants. That means tougher penalties, up to $16 million for corporations that breach the law and prison terms for those who recklessly or deliberately put lives at risk. It means expanding banning orders to capture not just providers and workers, but auditors and consultants who compromise safety. And it means introducing anti-promotion powers to stop unethical advertising because the NDIS is not a marketplace for exploitation. Second, it improves integrity and responsiveness. We are tightening compliance requirements so the NDIS Commission can act swiftly when harm is suspected. And we are introducing evidentiary certificates to streamline enforcement because justice delayed is justice denied. Third, it modernises the scheme. Electronic claim forms will replace outdated processes, saving time and reducing fraud. A 90-day cooling off period will protect participants who choose to leave the scheme, ensuring decisions are made with care. This bill, as amended by the Senate, also introduces whistleblower protections that will support those in the NDIS who see something to say something. These reforms were not written in isolation. They were shaped by the voices of participants, their families, carers, providers and states. We held forums across the country, online and in person, because this scheme belongs to the people it serves. And what did we hear? We heard that accountability matters. We heard that penalties must be strong enough to deter harm. We heard that predatory behaviour must be stamped out. We listened, and now we are acting. The vast majority of providers do the right thing. They deliver safe, quality services that change lives. This bill is not about them. It is about the minority, those who recklessly or intentionally cause harm, exploit or defraud people with disability. To them, I say, you don't belong in the NDIS. Importantly, it is also about people with disabilities and their families. To them, I say unequivocally that your well-being, your dignity and your life is just as valued as any other Australian. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. Is leave granted for to continue the debate? Yeah.
Leave is granted.
Thank you. I call the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Every day, thousands of Australian families rely on the NDIS. For Australians living with significant and permanent disability, it provides not just support, but opportunity. It is a therapy session that can change a child's trajectory. It is a support that keeps a loved one safe at home. The difference between coping and not. For these families, the NDIS is not a line item in a budget. It is deeply personal. It is what holds their world together. It is a lifeline. It is the difference between a life of isolation and a life of choice. That is exactly why the Coalition's support for the NDIS remains steadfast. We understand that the NDIS is about more than service delivery. It is about dignity, independence, and the right to choose. It is one of the most significant reforms in our nation's history, but the NDIS is now at a crossroads. Built to support around 410,000 people, it is now supporting more than 760,000. This growth raises a serious question. How do we ensure the system keeps pace without falling over? For the NDIS to continue delivering support, it must be sustainable. If the scheme is not sustainable, it cannot be there for the people who rely on it most, not just today, but into the future. All of which points to the urgent need for a clear government plan to bring the exploding costs of the NDIS back under control before the system becomes entirely unsustainable. However, despite this urgency, the government's own targets have remained elusive. In April 2023, the Albanese government pledged to bring annual growth down to 8%. By August 2025, the Minister for Disability and the NDIS suggested even tighter limits, aiming for a range of 5 to 6%. With current growth still sitting at around 10%, a significant gap remains between the government's promises and reality on the ground. This brings us to the elephant in the room. How exactly does the government plan to bridge that gap? Because what we have seen is costs being shifted around, like with the Thriving Kids program. Shifting numbers on a page and in a spreadsheet is not the same as fixing the problem. For a scheme of this size, now approaching $50 billion a year, forecast to be $60 billion a year by 2028, Australians deserve more than just promises. They deserve a clear roadmap, evidence-based policy and transparent reporting. Above all, they deserve a timeline that is realistic and holds up under the weight of practice. Let me be clear, the Coalition supports the intent of this bill. We support stronger protections for NDIS participants. We support tougher civil and criminal penalties for providers who do the wrong thing, including penalties of up to 10,000 penalty units, equivalent to around $3.3 million. Because any provider who exploits a person with disability or misuses taxpayer funds must face serious consequences. There is no excuse for that kind of behaviour, and there is no place for it in the NDIS. We also support the introduction of anti-promotion orders because providers should not be advertising or selling services outside the purpose of the scheme. We support giving the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission stronger powers, including banning powers to act against providers delivering poor quality or unsafe products, because participant safety must always come first. But powers on paper mean little without boots on the ground. The Commission must be properly resourced so participants and workers are not left exposed while enforcement is delayed. And we support the introduction of a 90-day cooling-off period because participants should have greater choice and control. During the Senate inquiry to this bill, the Australian Federation of Disability Organisations pointed to a loophole in Schedule 2, Section 29A. In practice, this loophole would have allowed a correspondence nominee to withdraw a participant from the scheme or cancel a withdrawal, even against the participant's wishes. That goes too far. A correspondence nominee is there to assist, not decide. If that line is blurred, it risks removing agency from the very people the NDIS is meant to empower. People who put trusted supporters around them should not lose their voice because of unclear drafting. Decisions as fundamental as whether someone remains in the scheme must stay with the participant. That principle matters. That is why the Coalition moved an amendment in the Senate to make it clear that these decisions must remain with the participant or their plan nominee. I thank the government for supporting this practical and important amendment to protect participants. Because at the end of the day, this is about a person's agency, dignity and choice. And that broader point goes to the heart of this debate. The Coalition will always support measures that strengthen the integrity of the NDIS and to protect participants. But what we see now is deeply concerning. A report by the ACCC earlier this year found providers are advertising services clearly not covered by the NDIS. All-inclusive holidays, flights, cruises, dining out, and even the cost of ingredients for meals. We are seeing participants being sold equipment that does not match what they were promised. Wheelchairs, beds and mobility aids arriving faulty or unsuitable to their needs, with participants left fighting for refunds or repairs. Some contracts are stacked against participants from the start, with excessive exit fees, cancellation penalties and long lock-in periods. These practices cause real harm, financial harm, emotional harm, and too often families are left carrying crushing debt because someone chose to exploit them for profit. This sort of conduct is completely unacceptable. Supporting the intent of this bill does not mean ignoring its gaps, and there are serious gaps. With around 94% of providers operating unregistered, there is a massive regulatory blind spot. This bill fails to establish direct forward controls for the majority of the market, and we see the consequences of this every day. Participants quoted one price for basic services, cleaning, gardening, everyday supports. Then, the moment they mention they are using the NDIS plan, the price jumps. Sometimes it quadruples. Same service, same job, a higher price because it's the NDIS. That is unacceptable and an affront to the integrity of the scheme. These providers are exploiting vulnerable participants and the taxpayers who fund their support. And they're getting away with it because weak checks and inconsistent oversight have opened the door to bad actors. That has to change. The NDIS must detect fraud early and stop exploitation before it harms participants, because when the system fails, it is participants and their families who pay the price. We cannot pretend this is a small problem. Fraud within the scheme is happening every day. The Australian National Audit Office estimates that 6 to 10% of payments could be non-compliant, incorrect or fraudulent. The system is identifying around 50,000 potentially risky claims every single day. In 2025, $48.83 billion was spent through the NDIS. If 6 to 10% is going astray, we're looking at a staggering loss of between $2.9 billion and $4.8 billion every single year. If nothing changes, that could rise to as much as $8 billion annually by the end of the decade. These losses are driven by systemic misconduct, fraud, over-servicing, false claims and claims for services never delivered. Law enforcement has warned that organised crime is now targeting the scheme. The examples are right in front of us. In March this year, federal police raided a Sydney home linked to a suspected $3.5 million NDIS fraud syndicate. Days earlier, a man was jailed after misusing the details of 90 NDIS participants to generate fraudulent claims of more than $190,000. In February, a Darwin NDIA employee was charged over an alleged $5 million fraud. In New South Wales, 3 people were jailed for defrauding the system of $5.8 million in 2024. Another case involves a $14.5 million alleged scheme tied to major provider networks. And in Western Sydney, a $10 million NDIS fraud syndicate was uncovered in 2022. These are just some examples of the systemic exploitation occurring within the NDIS. Every dollar lost to fraud is a dollar taken away from someone who needs support and from taxpayers. Let me be clear, this bill is a step in the right direction, but tougher penalties alone will not fix the problem. If the system itself is weak, bad behaviour and bad actors will continue to infiltrate it. The NDIS is at a critical juncture. It risks sliding into an unsustainable free-for-all or hardening into a soulless bureaucracy that stifles dignity under the weight of processes. We cannot allow either outcome. The Coalition's goal is to deliver a stronger NDIS, delivering better outcomes for participants, providers and the taxpayers who fund it, because the NDIS is one of Australia's great reforms, but right now it is drifting under poor stewardship. Getting this right really matters. Every dollar matters, every participant matters, and the future of the NDIS depends on it. I commend the bill to the House and move the second reading amendment circulated in my name.
I thank the member for Lindsay. Is the amendment seconded?
Yes, I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Nichols. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, to which the honourable member for Lindsay has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Ford.
On the question that the amendment be agreed to? So I rose in support of the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Integrity and Safeguarding Bill 2025. And in doing so, I acknowledge the contribution of the member for Lindsay and appreciate that speaking for the opposition, I do appreciate the depth of support that you expressed in your speech there for the NDIS and your desire for it to be sustainable, and so I want to acknowledge that. Of course, there are some things in that speech, Deputy Speaker, that I think also need to be addressed, and one is that when the opposition talk about it growing unsustainably today, I think it sort of needs to be pointed out that when we came to government, it was growing at about 22%, totally unsustainable, and that after they oversaw its implementation from the trial period until we got into government, I think we really saw it being completely mismanaged, both in terms of the number of growth, but something else which the member for Lindsay said there, that we now have a scheme with about 720,000 people on it. In Queensland, I know when the productivity was first designing the NDIS, it was designed for somewhere around 95,000 Queenslanders. But in effect, we've ended up with somewhere around 175,000 Queenslanders. So totally unsustainable at those levels. And I think that I'd like to acknowledge really the work that that Senator McAllister, the Minister, and the Health Minister have done recently to get the NDIS back on track. I'd also like to acknowledge the work that the former Minister Bill Shorten also did. Somebody I think who is perhaps more responsible for anybody than anybody else for actually the beginning of the scheme was unfortunately witness to it being so badly managed while Labor was in opposition. And I think the work that he did when we got back into government in 2022 really has begun to get it back on track. We are headed to that short-term target of an 8% growth, down from 22%. But many of the things the member for Lindsay talked about, there not being a plan, there absolutely is a plan, and it's being rolled out now. Unfortunately, being rolled out while the scheme is as big as it is when it could have been dealt with at the time. And so it is pleasing to hear the opposition talk positively about their attitude to the NDIS and the future of the NDIS, because it is a scheme that Australians rightly should be proud of. It is a world-leading scheme, and it's changes people's lives for the better in a way that would have been unconceivable in the past. In fact, I remember being a young staffer to Peter Duncan, the former member for Macon, in the 90s, and one memory, more than almost any other memory that sticks with me, was visiting community centres where there were parents of disabled kids just desperate for any assistance that they could get. And the emotion that I felt on those visits is something that has stayed with me for decades. And talking to families who were involved in Disability Services Queensland, it is worlds apart with what the NDIS is, with all of its flaws, compared to what it was like when it was through Disability Services Queensland. And I should say that, and I just want to say, I'm no political professional. I feel like I need to make this point before I go on to my next point. No political professional. I, ran a construction company, worked on the land, but then I found myself working for a senator in 2018, Senator Murray Watt, doing most of his, in fact, all of his constituent work, all of the electorate work. And at 2018, where we saw the NDIS go from a trial to being fully implemented, and we began to have a trickle of complaints coming into the electorate office. And one story that I remember really stands out from that time, that a severely disabled child, an autistic child, was trying to get an assistance dog, and the dog cost 20 grand or something like that. They're not cheap. But so the NDIA approved $5,000 worth of reports, OTs, psychologists, whatever, and then another $2,000 for support coordination to get those reports together. So $7,000 in total for reports, which is ludicrous in itself, which the family duly went away, and the professionals said, yes, this child would benefit from a dog and reasonable and necessary support. Ludicrous in itself that it should be $7,000 to get it, but guess what the NDIA said when it got the reports? No dog. Denied the... if it wasn't true, it would indeed be funny. And so this family then began the journey that so many families undertake, which is going through the review process, going to the AAT, fighting the agency all the way, the agency fighting tooth and nail back then. And I remember it was during COVID, because the family got to the night before the hearing, and this is where the agency had spent $7,000 on the reports, potentially tens of thousands of dollars on a top-tier legal firm to fight this family all the way to the night before the hearing, where they even got the COVID test so that they could go and attend the hearing the next day. The agency caved in and gave them the dog. And so it is those sorts of stories which we saw in 2018 to 2020 that on a personal level turned me off the NDIS so much that in my own family, we've got a family member who's autistic that needs a bit of help. But I thought taking part in those decisions about whether or not we pursue the NDIS, I thought that it was actually the supports that they would get through the NDIS would not be worth the hassle that it would take for them to go through the process of applying and then fighting for supports. Of course, now we know that there are no other services that exist outside the NDIS. They've all been allowed to die on the vine. And so the NDIS is, as it is often said, the only lifeboat in the ocean. And now that family member is going to have to try and get some supports through the NDIS. But it was such a horror story that I witnessed there in my time in Murray's office that really turned me off even trying to get the NDIS supports for him. And now I think what we saw then was the opportunity when the scheme was beginning to tackle the problems as they arose. But instead, what happened? That the problems that existed then in 2018 just scaled up as the scheme scaled up. And it was, I think, for the rest of us not in government to sit there and just watch it careen completely out of control. And now any member in this House would know that NDIS is probably the single most biggest issue that will come to us as a constituent concern. So that trickle that we witnessed in 2018 has really turned into a flood, and there is something that we know all along was fundamentally broken, and that this government is trying to get back on track. And I think that it should be said too that because I feel like I need to be careful when I say that, because the NDIS is so life-changing and so important for people that I think the message needs to be that it will continue to grow. That that short-term goal of an 8% growth coming into the longer-term goal of 5 or 6% in line with the growth of Medicare and aged care, that it will continue to grow. People, I think, need to have faith in that. So within that growth, the changes that the government is making through this legislation, but as part of its wider plan, is, I think, reinforcement. Getting back to what I said to begin with, very pleased to see that the opposition has that long-term optimism in the success of the NDIS. And so, there are a couple of features of this bill that I think are really worth emphasising. One is the promotions order. Now, I know that some of the things I'm about to mention here are probably illegal anyway, and caught up already would be caught up in the law as it is. But this is the sort of extent that some providers will go to get business. But these are both anecdotal stories, but one was from a very good source, from a local Indigenous health service, in fact, who said that there are now providers literally trawling through supermarkets in Logan, literally going through the train station, looking for obviously vulnerable people and trying to sign them up to the NDIS or trying to sign them up as part of their plan. Absolutely disgraceful. That, again, anecdotally, this one may be not as good a source as that first one, but stories of cashbacks. Providers offering cashbacks if you sign up to the NDIS. Unfortunately, it's believable, and it's believable when you realise that some providers see a participant as a prize cow, that somebody with $1 million plan is really treated as just this, as prize cattle, and which is incidentally a concept that fundamentally undermines choice and control, which is supposed to be at the heart of the NDIS. That if your plan is seen as not profitable for the needs they'll need to provide, you won't be able to get a provider. So what sort of choice and control is that when you're not actually able to choose your provider because the provider doesn't see you as profitable enough. The other thing I'd just say on fraud is that it is probably the central problem that the community sees with the NDIS is fraud. And I think the thing to really say about that, and this is where I think the opposition, this probably is the best example of how the opposition just completely took their hands off the wheel, is that this government is now reviewing more claims every single day for fraud than the previous government reviewed in a year. It is almost unbelievable to think that is possible. And it took investment. It took an investment in systems and it took an investment in people. Perhaps it was just this ideological obsession with not employing public servants and outsourcing and trying to cut costs. I mean, we saw it in so many areas, whether it was 41,000 veterans waiting for their claims to be processed when we came to government, whether it was the robo-debt and the heartache that was Centrelink. The NDIA also suffered that. And so I think that just is absolutely worth underlining. That's a stunning figure that we review more claims every single day than the previous government reviewed in an entire year. And so I think that at the heart of this government and this party was responsible for the birth of the NDIS. Unfortunately, we weren't there while it turned into a delinquent teenager, but we're back now, and I think at the heart of this government's approach is what the disability community says, which is that nothing about us without us. That this approach that we are taking is something that we are working in lockstep with people from the disability community who this affects. And I think that is something which is the Labor way, and it is unsurprising that it is only the Labor Party that is actually able to fix the NDIS and to get it back on track. And so I commend the bill to the House. As I say, I'm pleased, despite the politicking that goes on, to know that the opposition, in their heart, want to see it work, because I think in the Australian community we want to see it work as well. But it's going to take a lot of effort, and it's going to take a lot of us working together to make it happen. This is not the beginning of the process of fixing it, but it is an important step on the way. There is a lot more to be done, and I commend this to the House.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The NDIS, the National Disability Insurance Scheme, is one of Australia's most significant social reforms. And while the significance of the NDIS means that we have to protect its ongoing financial sustainability, it's important that we in this place always remember that reforms must not come at the expense of participants' rights, their fairness, dignity or access, and that all changes to the NDIS have to strengthen the scheme for the long term, whilst keeping those who access it and whose lives depend upon it firmly at the centre of any changes to its design. This bill contains measures that respond to real and serious problems which confront the NDIS. Strengthening the powers of the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission to detect abuse, to prevent exploitation and enforce accountability are important and overdue measures. This bill also strengthens the framework to ensure fit-for-purpose penalties and offences that should deter providers from doing the wrong thing, and which should also ensure that unsuitable people can be excluded from providing services under the auspices of the NDIS. Deputy Speaker, NDIS participants have to be kept safe by our system, and providers who do the wrong thing must face consequences. This bill will help install some of those guardrails. But it's concerning that this bill also gives the Chief Executive Officer of the NDIA the ability to vary a participant's plan, including increasing or decreasing the total funding amount available under both the old and new framework plans. This power can be exercised unless the Act or the NDIS rules expressly provide otherwise, and it can be exercised without need for a reassessment. The explanatory memorandum for this bill states that this amendment codifies for the absence of doubt what is actually an existing practice within the agency. It is described as a clarification rather than a change in the substance of how the NDIA operates. The explanatory memorandum further claims that these changes do not impact or change the circumstances in which the CEO can vary a participant's plan. But I have to note that for participants, for advocates and for Australians in the broader disability community, this change feels consequential. Their very justifiable concern is not that plans can occasionally be adjusted. There are clearly circumstances in which increases to total funding amounts are essential. The concern is that this amendment codifies the power to single-handedly reduce supports without a fresh assessment of participants, and without the sorts of procedural safeguards that participants should reasonably be able to expect when their support funding is at stake. Advocates who participated in the Senate inquiry into this bill also expressed the reasonable concern that this provision could be used in ways which are actively harmful or which could have unintended consequences, particularly if and when participants are not involved or consulted in variations to their plan. We have to remember that people whose independence and whose well-being rely on stability of support, for those individuals an NDIS plan is not an abstract budget. It can be the difference between being able to live at home or not. It can be the difference between experiencing consistency and security of care or experiencing a personal crisis. Any power that allows support to vulnerable individuals to be altered in what appears to be a non-transparent fashion has to be accompanied by clear limits. I would argue that it has to actually be rendered transparent, and I would argue that it has to include an opportunity for participants to request review and appeal of those changes. Reforms that rely on discretion rather than explicit safeguards risk shifting the balance of power in any situation away from participants and towards administrative control. This is fundamentally inconsistent with the intent of the NDIS as a participant-centred insurance scheme. These concerns come into sharper focus when they're placed alongside the new ICANN assessment tool. In the coming months, NDIS participants will begin to be assessed using a structured interview process conducted by NDIA-appointed assessors using the instrument for the classification and assessment of support. Now, the objectives of this reform are understandable. The current system places an unfair burden on participants to gather medical evidence for assessment. That's time-consuming and can be costly. It can really slow the process down. And both the independent review into the National Disability Insurance Scheme and my own personal professional experience of having worked within it for many years as a paediatric neurologist both testified to the fact that the existing system involves inefficient, duplicative and inconsistent evidence gathering, which can, on some occasions, very much undermine the participant experience and can create an unusual and unreasonable workload for healthcare professionals who are trying to assist individuals in securing appropriate supports under the NDIS. But as University of New South Wales researchers have pointed out, Deputy Speaker, the move to ICANN raises some pretty important questions. For example, how will assessment results translate into budget decisions for participants? What additional evidence might be considered or will be considered when medical reports are no longer required to inform the planning process? What will inform the planning process? And how will consistent, transparent and fair decisions be applied by differing assessors over time? We've seen in the past that inconsistency has been a consistent bugbear for many individuals operating within the NDIS, and that individuals with very similar support needs have on innumerable occasions received very different support packages. Now, the ICANN should measure support needs across 12 areas of daily life, including mobility, self-care, communication, relationships and physical and mental health. Each of those areas is scored on 2 scales: how often support is needed and how intensive the level of support that is required is. However, reducing patients with sometimes individuals, participants with sometimes extremely complex care needs, which can sometimes be multifactorial, to a single binomial score can present some significant complexities. The reality is that a score does not reflect a lived experience, and that an assessment tool is only as fair as the system that we put in place to interpret it. If we put garbage in, we will get garbage out. And we can't necessarily equitably and effectively reduce people with very complex medical and physical needs to binomial scores. We're already seeing this play out with the integrated assessment tool in the aged care system. And I know that I and many of my colleagues in this place are hearing from affected individuals within the aged care system every day that that tool is not working for them. So I think that we have reasonable grounds for concern, Deputy Speaker, that this similar tool may not work well within the disability space. I hope to be wrong on that, but I have some concerns regarding it. When we combine this new tool with new statutory powers to reduce support without a new assessment, there has to be a risk, whether that is intentional or not, of a new system in which reassessment outcomes and administrative discretion interact in a way that could well disadvantage NDIS participants. And so I support the calls of People with a Disability Australia for stronger protections, specifically their recommendation that plain language reasons for decision making and that administrative review tribunal review rights be required, where plan variations reduce the total funding that recipients are receiving, and that all recipients should be able to access independent advocacy when they need to contest such decisions. It's only fair, it's only reasonable. I urge the Minister and the National Disability Insurance Agency to approach the implementation of these changes with the sort of care that, wherever practicable, will err on the side of participant protection. NDIS reform, which focuses support on functional needs, which builds strong foundational supports, and which addresses waste and exploitation to preserve resources for those who rely on them, is critically important. All of us in this place recognise that. And as a former participant within the system, and now someone who has from this place sought to improve it, I have been supportive of changes in that respect and of this nature in the past. But I've always been clear in my previous professional life and in this one that those reforms can't erode the rights of participants. The independent NDIS review and the Disability Royal Commission have both found and emphasised that trust in the scheme depends on its transparency, its fairness and its accountability. That means participants need and should and deserve to know when decisions can be changed, on what basis, and how they can challenge such decisions. The NDIS only exists because Australia has made a collective commitment, a significant collective commitment, that people who are living with a disability will not be left to navigate fragmented or inadequate systems alone. That commitment will not end, it should not end, it cannot end, simply because it's become too complicated or too costly to deliver on it. The bill before the House contains measures which do strengthen the NDIS, but it also contains others that place significant weight, perhaps too much weight, on administrative discretion without sufficiently explicit safeguards. As these changes are implemented, the government has to continue to engage closely with all parts of the sector to ensure that these reforms do not affect participant dignity, fairness or access. Above all else, the people who access the NDIS have to remain at the centre of it. While we no doubt need stronger action against bad providers, that has always to come with stronger safeguards for participants. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Dixon.
Thank you, Speaker. I love the NDIS and I love that Labor created it and that we will always work to make it better. The NDIS is dignity, it is opportunity and it's independence for people with a disability. It is the gateway to fulfilled, happy and productive lives. But it must deliver. It must shift the dial, it must be safe, it must be equitable, it must be sustainable. And people with a significant disability must be at the centre of the scheme. The public must have confidence in the scheme. Sadly, I think that confidence is wavering. The scheme's social licence is at risk. We took a huge step forward when we set up the NDIS in 2013. I became an amputee in 2011, a couple of years before the scheme was set up, and I experienced the world as a woman with a disability without the NDIS, and I've since spoken to many people about the incredible change that it has made to their lives and my life. When introducing the NDIS legislation, the then Prime Minister, Julia Gillard, broke down in tears, and she said it was the greatest change to Australian social policy in a generation. But over a decade, under those opposite, the scheme was allowed to become unruly and unsafe, a mess. It is not delivering for the people who need it most. It became a rorter's paradise and a postcode lottery. I know this, providers know this, and the general public knows this. We are livid that the scheme over 9 years under the Coalition was allowed to disintegrate, riddled by fraud, inequity, and a complete lack of basic safeguards for participants. I know the majority of providers are good, and the needs of people with a disability are at the very heart of what they do. I know good providers want the rorters out too. As soon as we came to government in 2022, we ordered a review of the NDIS, and what I heard was worse than I had ever anticipated. There were no basic fraud or compliance controls in the 9 long years the Coalition were running the NDIS. That's not my assessment, that's the assessment of the National Audit Office. Zero. The ANAO found a profound lack of compliance measures which left participants and providers without the safeguards needed to ensure that funding was being used fairly and effectively to support those who rely on it the most. This bill is part of our commitment to fix that. The NDIS stands as one of the most significant and transformative social reforms in Australia's history. It was built upon a simple but profoundly powerful promise that Australians living with significant disabilities should have access to the support they need to live with dignity, independence and opportunity, to ensure that no one is left behind because they have a disability. This promise remains as vital and non-negotiable today as it was at the scheme's inception. Recent inquiries, including the NDIS review and the Disability Royal Commission, made it clear that the system has not lived up to that promise. We saw evidence of abuse, neglect, fraud, inequity and a complete lack of basic safeguards. It is well known that people with a disability in Australia are significantly more likely to be subjected to violence and abuse and neglect and exploitation. That is why these changes are so very, very important. We need more safeguards, more checks, more accountability to protect people with a disability from harm. When we came to government, we took action to protect the NDIS, investing over $550 million in tackling fraud and non-compliance. This included the establishment of the Fraud Fusion Task Force and amendments to the NDIS Act. This bill continues on our commitment to strengthen and protect the NDIS. It strengthens the NDIS Quality and Safeguards Commission's regulatory powers. And it introduces a stronger penalty framework to reflect the seriousness of the offending conduct and ensure that there are credible deterrents for breaches of the NDIS Act. The Senate Community Affairs Committee received over 50 submissions on the NDIS Commission measures and undertook a public hearing and targeted engagements with peak bodies and those with a disability. The NDIS Commission also undertook extensive consultation to inform the development of reforms to address systemic issues of non-compliance and harm. This bill will also allow for banning orders to be issued to auditors and consultants, giving the NDIS Commission the power to restrict unscrupulous providers from promoting products or services that undermine the integrity of the NDIS. We know that the vast majority of NDIS providers do the right thing and provide quality services, but this is about ensuring an integrated system where compliance is straightforward and non-compliance is detected and penalties enforced. We're those that see the NDIS as a get-rich-quick scheme rather than a disability support scheme will be restricted, banned and penalised. For too long, the penalties for wrongdoing within the NDIS have failed to reflect the seriousness of the harm caused. Weak deterrents have allowed a culture of business as usual, even in the face of substandard care or fraud. By modernising and expanding the penalties and offences framework, this bill ensures that the punishment fits the crime. It sends a clear message that exploitation and unsafe practices will no longer be tolerated. Participants deserve a system that actively protects them. And taxpayers deserve confidence that public funds are being used responsibly. These reforms also significantly strengthen the Commissioner's ability to impose banning orders. This shift moves the regulator from a reactive stance to a preventative one, stopping harm before it occurs. Effective regulation also depends on timely access to information. In the past, investigations have been hindered by delays in obtaining essential documentation, allowing wrongdoing to remain hidden for too long. This bill strengthens the Commission's powers to inquire and to require information within shorter, more appropriate timeframes. The capacity for swifter action is essential for a regulator that must be proactive and assertive in an evolving market. The bill also introduces new safeguards for participants who choose to withdraw from the scheme. Leaving the NDIS is a significant life event, and participants must be supported but also protected throughout that transition. At the same time, the bill authorises the NDIA to move toward a fully electronic claiming scheme, a claiming system. This modernisation reduces the administrative burden, minimises the risk of error, and closes loopholes that have too often been exploited. It is a practical step that strengthens both participant experience and integrity. These reforms directly address the recommendations of the NDIS review, which called for a more proactive and effective regulatory approach. The Commission must be able to regulate the market, not simply react to it. And this bill removes the structural barriers that have historically limited enforcement. It gives the regulator the tools it needs to detect, prevent, and respond to breaches with far greater powers and precision. These changes also support legitimate, high-quality providers, ethical operators, those who put participants first, of which there are so many. I meet with so many good, caring providers, and they are just as keen to clean up the system as we are. A fair and transparent regulatory environment strengthens the reputation of the entire sector. Above all, this bill is about trust. Participants and their families place enormous trust in the NDIS. They trust that the people entering their homes are safe. They trust that the services being invoiced are being delivered, and trust that when things go wrong, the government will act. The public have also placed their trust in us to provide proper oversight and systems to ensure taxpayer funds are spent appropriately. This bill honours that trust. It is a necessary step toward a safer, fairer and more sustainable NDIS, one that protects participants, respects taxpayer money and ensures the scheme remains for generations to come. The 2022 NDIS review was a roadmap for change. Difficult, hard change. We are on that road and we are determined to get it done. We must admit that the current system is not equitable, fair or safe. We must admit that the NDIS is not working for everybody. If we want the NDIS system to be the system it was intended to be, to truly provide security and dignity for people with a disability, the NDIS needs the structural change proposed in this bill. I say to people with a disability and their families, we have your back. We know change is frightening for participants and providers. It's particularly scary for those who rely on the NDIS every single day to have a shower, to eat fresh, healthy food, to get out into the community, to go to work, to be part of what it means to be human, to get out into the environment. I say to people with a disability and their families, we will walk with you and we are listening. We are committed to ensuring the NDIS delivers essential supports to Australians with significant and permanent disability, not just today, but for generations to come. I am incredibly proud to be a member of the Labor Party, a member of a party who introduced this incredible scheme that has transformed the lives of people with a disability and their families right across the country. Our responsibility is to build and to reform the NDIS to ensure that it is fair, that it is consistent and empowering, to make changes that place people with a disability back at its heart. This is about doing what is right, honouring the trust placed in us and ensuring the NDIS continues to provide dignity, opportunity and security for all of those who rely on it. I commend this bill to the House.
Question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I welcome this bill because I fundamentally believe it is overdue and insufficient. It is part of the solution that we need for the deep corruption that has been allowed to permeate the National Disability Insurance Scheme and, of course, fraud that has occurred, where money has been taken from some of the most disadvantaged people and vulnerable people in the community and has been allowed to become a honeypot for organised crime, fraudsters and people who seek to do ill will against the Australian taxpayer. And so I think it's incredibly important that integrity measures are introduced, as this bill seeks to do, but I think it is also insufficient when you look at the scale of the fraud and corruption with the NDIS that has been allowed to permeate under this government. And I really hope and pray that they arrest it properly, because we have a fundamental design problem around how the NDIS operates to detect the issues of fraud and corruption. And you see this very clearly where you have a centralised agency providing significant amounts of public resources, in theory designed to assist people with a disability. And I have someone in my family who's an NDIS recipient, and I doubt there is a member of the Parliament here who doesn't have somebody, in at least part of their extended family, who's in a like set of circumstances. The question is, are they the people who are utilising the NDIS for their capacity to be able to live out a dignified life, or has it become the honeypot for people who see a way to suck at the taxpayer's teat but not deliver any return, value or outcome for the Australian people? And unfortunately, too many people in Australia now think of the NDIS as the honeypot for corruption. It's actually seen very much as the benchmark of how not to design a program if the objective is to help the people designed to serve and be fiscally prudent. And I often refer to this, and I have referred to them previously in this place, where I won't mention the person by name to respect their privacy, but an NDIS recipient who I regularly see at a train station in Melbourne, I saw him the other day, in the Goldstein electorate, and has been one of the most ferocious critics of how the NDIS has operated, because, as she correctly points out, in the situation that there was a long-term problem of viability of the NDIS, someone such as herself, who of course is a recipient of the NDIS, but is also in a situation where there's a conscientious circumstances, having Down syndrome, that they are the people who will become the target or live the consequences of any reduction in spending. Meanwhile, you have people who are clearly rorting the system. They are clearly abusing public money. They are clearly abusing public trust. They are clearly also abusing, in many cases, some of the most vulnerable people in our communities. And they have been allowed to, under this government, essentially be given free will. And it must stop. This is not enough. This bill is a step in the right direction. I'm not arguing against that. But it is not enough. And when you think that people with disability are living with the anxiety of the sustainability of the scheme because fraudsters, people who are corrupt, people who seek to steal from the most vulnerable in the community getting away with that with essentially no real accountability on the scale that's warranted and deserved, particularly when we talk about the scale of the dollar value. The NDIA themselves have put forward projections of up to $5 billion has been of the $50 billion or thereabouts program. NDIS program is going towards fraud and corruption, when the NDIS or the NDIA say in Senate estimates that the legal system would literally be clogged forever if every single person who was pursued who was defrauding the program was to be pursued. We got a design problem, Deputy Speaker, and I don't think that should shock anybody. So the question then becomes, well, what do we do about it? This bill's a part response to that We have, of course, penalties for not providing documentation on time. Okay, well, that attracts providing false and misleading information or disclosure. Yes, all those sorts of things are important, and they're considered now under the bill a serious contravention, a significant failure and systemic pattern of conduct support. Higher criminal penalties in these cases, and increase the maximum penalty to figures in the vicinity of $82,500 to $3 million. But at the end of the day, Deputy Speaker, it comes down to what is the incentive in place for people to actively support the end of this corruption? Now, of course, we all have an active incentive to end this corruption because it is Australian taxpayers' money that is being defrauded, Australian taxpayers' money that is going towards corrupt activities, and it is hitting some of society's most vulnerable. So we all have an interest in doing so. The problem is one of distributed information. Of course, the central authorities, as always the case with centralised government programs, think they know all and they can solve all problems if they just seek to investigate it. But of course, it's people on the ground. And this is where I actually want to give, huge credit to Drew Pavlou and Pete Zagoulis, who are going out there at the moment and chasing down people who are very suspect in their NDIS activities, in their social media, going and looking specifically at where money is being spent, the seemingly endless number of NDIS providers located in specific communities, often in multiple businesses in the same location, billing millions of dollars to the Australian taxpayer, but it's not really clear what it is they're actually providing, Deputy Speaker, to the Australian community. And so, of course, everybody has a right to innocence until proven guilty, but that doesn't change the fact that we need people out there looking specifically at where this fraud and corruption is occurring to stand up for the Australian taxpayer. And by looking at the scale of the number of businesses located in individual locations, often with no real clear idea about what it is they're providing, but billing the Australian taxpayer for millions of dollars, they are doing a good community service. And I hope that the NDIA and the NDIS are paying attention to what they're doing, because I doubt they've scratched the surface of the scale of the fraud and corruption in the NDIS system. And I just wish more people were doing that, because as the previous speaker spoke, we want people with a disability to be able to live bold and confident lives. We want them to be able to live lives with dignity and choice to the extent that they can do so. That is what the NDIS is designed to achieve, to enable the next generation of Australians to live a more dignified experience than those often in the past. But one of the biggest problems, Deputy Speaker, always when you design these grand centralised systems, once you design them, they seemingly work well, at least in terms of the discussion in this Parliament and in the documents designed by policymakers. But it's how they're utilised by people on the ground, legitimately or otherwise, that makes the material difference to how whether Australians continue to have confidence, where they're respecting people where they are, and they're seeking to empower people to live out their best lives. We've seen this in the context, obviously, NDIS. We've seen similar and parallel examples where people in Canberra think they can design programs for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders. And, of course, we see them across many programs in the disability sector where the organic development of services designed to support those often the most vulnerable in the community have slowly had their capacity corroded because the system has said you no longer fit within how we run programmatically. One of the great community services in the Goldstein electorate is Bailey House. Bailey House is, I think, coming up to its 75th year this year, or is in its 75th year this year. A great community organisation supporting people with a disability, in particular residents of nearby suburbs with Down syndrome. And I've always been a big supporter of Bailey House. It's an amazing community organisation full of people doing incredible work. And but they're a support service that existed before the NDIS. And one of the biggest problems that they've had is that the NDIS has not been well designed to accommodate and meet the needs of centres like theirs, because it doesn't reflect the design and the support and the cost structures that operate there. So they go out and fundraise, of course, as many disability and other community organisations do. But if there's an organisation that the NDIS should be working to empower, frankly, for efficiency, for scale, for service delivery, for better outcomes for people with a disability, for integrity measures, for just about every single thing they do, fulfills an important gap around ownership, control of public money in a way, and to be custodians for people with a disability to live out better lives. Bailey House fulfils that purpose, just like their program around Bailey Arts fulfils that purpose. And I'll never stop speaking highly of them because of the important role they play within the community and bring others in to from the community to support people with a disability. And that's what the NDIS should be seeking to empower, is to support clients to be able to live out their best lives with the community services that they need. But instead, it has been allowed to become a honeypot for fraudsters and the corrupt to take advantage of the Australian taxpayer and, of course, people with a disability. And the design failure right from the outset has caused huge losses of public money. And I see one of the Labor members, who I assume is supporting this bill, smugly replying and dismissing such a comment. The government is literally introducing integrity and safeguard measures to address the design limitations and problems of the scheme. And that has led to, in the former Minister for Disability's own words, led to organised crime taking advantage of the Australian taxpayer and people with a disability. I don't think that's something that should be smugly dismissed. I think it should be acknowledged, fixed as quickly as possible. The only criticism I have is that this bill does not go far enough. It probably gives a sad reflection on why so many Labor members just shrug in indifference when we talk about $15 billion of money going to organised crime through the CFMEU Labor cartel. According to them, it says public money, and hey, we can just smugly dismiss the realities of what the Labor government seeks to empower. I think there's a time, Deputy Speaker, where we've got to acknowledge that the government has got something wrong, and when the government is turning around before the next federal budget, and the government is turning around to the next federal budget and saying Australians who have worked hard, saved and sacrificed to get themselves ahead for them and their families, that government wants to go around and then say, and we're going to add extra taxes on you, but we're not going to do anything about handing public money from the Treasury to organised crime through the CFMEU Labor cartel. I actually think there's something really sick and kind of perverse about that. And the tidbit measures, by comparison, that the government is seeking to do with this bill on NDIS fraud and NDIS corruption, it doesn't surprise me, but it does disappoint me that the Labor members would smugly dismiss such a measure when we're talking about taking advantage of some of the most vulnerable people in the community, when those members need to reflect on the fact that it is public money that is being used for corrupt and fraudulent purposes, and more importantly, that within 5 weeks, we all know we're going to come into the Parliament and they're going to propose that while they're indifferent to doing anything about public money going to organised crime, corruption and fraud, that they'll have no hesitation in turning around and adding new taxes onto Australians to fund that organised crime, corruption and fraud. And so I think it is so important that we support these basic measures, but I do not think they're the end. And until this government starts to take organised crime, corruption and fraud from public programs seriously, and they are not, how they could then turn around to the Australian taxpayer and even expect people to pay their current bills, let alone ask them to pay bigger bills for new taxes because they have no fiscal constraint, no preparedness to address fiscal program design, and to raid the future opportunity and aspiration of Australians to feed the undeserving, being organised crime, corruption and fraud, I think is just frankly incredible. But welcome to the Albanese government, Deputy Speaker, because when it comes down to it, in a choice between standing up for Australian taxpayers or handing money to organised crime, we know who they'll support.
I call the member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the NDIS is a national program that funds care and support for people under 65 years of age with permanent and significant disabilities. And I rise today to speak on the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment, Integrity and Safeguarding, the Bill 2025. In my electorate of Bullwinkle, from the hills of Mundaring to the heart of the Western Wheatbelt towns and the foothills communities, I see firsthand the transformative power of NDIS. Australians are rightly proud of this scheme. It is a world-leading, life-changing pillar of our social fabric. And for the families that I meet in my electorate, the NDIS isn't just about policy. It's the difference between isolation and community, between a life of limitation and a life of independence. The NDIS is a life-changing scheme, and today it helps more than 750,000 Australians live better and more dignified lives. It was Labor who created the NDIS, and let there be no doubt that under Labor it is here to stay. As a registered nurse and midwife myself, I've spent my career caring for people when they are at their most vulnerable. I know that healthcare and disability support are built on a foundation of trust, because we value this scheme so deeply and we all have a collective responsibility to protect it. We must ensure that it is sustainable, effective and safe. And most importantly, we must ensure that it operates with absolute integrity and that every cent goes towards the care that our community deserves. Speaker, when this government came into power in 2020, unfortunately, we inherited a system that was not ready to meet the challenges of the future. We inherited a mess. Under the previous coalition government, NDIS, the spending was growing at a staggering 22% every single year. And it wasn't just the trajectory of the cost, it was the total lack of oversight of the system. The Australian National Audit Office confirmed what many in our local community have felt: the system set up by the continued by the previous government lacked basic prevention controls for fraud and non-compliance. It was a set and forget approach. They left the doors unlocked and the windows open and then expressed shock when the system was exploited. In a regional and suburban electorate like Bullwinkle, we know the value of a dollar, and we know that waste in Canberra means fewer services in local homes. Further to this, under the previous coalition government, there were less than 30 staff who worked on NDIS fraud. Under our government, there are hundreds of staff. Under the previous government, there were only 30 warrants issued over a 4-year period, 2018 to 2021. Under this government, there have been 77 warrants executed in 2025. Under the previous government, there were 5 prosecutions in their last year in office. Under this government, there is 21 prosecutions have commenced already this financial year. We are making progress against those who prey on people with disabilities and the NDIS. Our government is acting. We recognise that every dollar lost to a fraudster is a dollar stolen from a person with a disability. Since 2022, we have invested over $550 million specifically to tackle fraud and non-compliance. We established the Fraud Fusion Task Force, bringing together law enforcement and intelligence to hunt down those who think NDIS is their personal ATM, and the results are clear. We have amended the NDIS Act to tighten loopholes. We have scaled up our oversight to an unprecedented level. And today, more claims are made every single day than were reviewed in an entire year under the previous government. Speaker, we must be blunt and speak about the stakes. Where we see financial fraud, we too often see violence, abuse and neglect. And when an unscrupulous provider views the NDIS as a get-rich-quick scheme rather than a support system, the safety of the participant can become an afterthought. I know that when the system fails, it is the individual who suffers, and we refuse to accept a status quo where the vulnerable are treated as commodities. We are cleaning up this sector to protect the well-being of every Australian person with a disability. And let's deal with some facts. As I've previously mentioned, fact one is that we are finally getting the NDIS growth under control. Under the Liberals, it was 22% and spinning way out of control. Under our government, that's been brought down to 10%. The NDIS scheme actuary projected that without Labor's intervention, the scheme expenses would have increased by a staggering $1 billion over the next 10 years. And by acting now, we are saving the scheme from collapse. We are cleaning up the mess left by the Coalition and cracking down on those people committing NDIS fraud. Speaker, combating overall growth does not mean cutting plans. In Bullwinkle, I hear the anxiety of families who fear that their support will be ripped away. But let's be clear, overall, plans are not being cut. The average value of plans is going up. While growth is moderating, the data shows that reassessed plans are actually more likely to increase than decrease. Last year, 58% of reassessed plans increased by more than 5%. Only 23% saw a decrease. We're ensuring that the moderation of the scheme is achieved through efficiency and integrity, not by depriving participants of the support that they need to live their lives. The bill before the House today introduces common sense measures that are ready to go. It strengthens the NDIS Commission's ability to act. Stronger penalties, introducing a tougher penalty framework for breaches of registration, banning orders and the Code of Conduct. Expanding banning orders, including auditors and consultants. Closing the gap on the middleman who facilitate non-compliance from the shadows, and anti-promotion orders. This gives the Commission the power to stop unscrupulous providers from promoting products or services that are actively undermining the integrity of the NDIS. Speaker, the vast majority of NDIS providers in Bullwinkle and across Australia are fantastic. They are local small businesses and health professionals often, and non-profits who are doing the right thing every single day, and they care for our neighbours, our friends, our families. But our goal is to create a system where compliance is easy and non-compliance is hard. We want our local honest providers to spend less time on paperwork and more time on care, while building a high-tensile steel wall against the crooks. We know there is a lot more to do, and this bill is a major step. We will continue to work closely with the disability community to ensure that these protections remain robust. Speaker, the NDIS is too important to fail. We cannot allow it to be drained by those who see it as an easy mark. I care for my community in Bullwinkle, and we care for one another, and this bill is about the same principle, protecting a scheme that belongs to all of us. It's about telling the scammers the party is over and telling people with a disability that their future is secure. I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. I call the member for Bowman.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. In the very few minutes that I've got before we proceed to adjournment tonight, I'll begin some comments regarding this bill, but I'll conclude those tomorrow morning. Obviously, the Coalition will be supporting this bill, and we've proposed an amendment moved by my colleague, the member for Lindsay, earlier this evening. I'll just start by making some comments in relation to the importance of the NDIS as a national institution. I've recently taken on responsibility as Assistant Shadow Minister for the NDIS, and it was a role that I put my hand up for and asked our new leader to take on that responsibility, because I see it as such a critical reform and something that we have to get right. It is one of those complex policy Rubik's Cubes that we deal with in this building and in this city that has such a massive impact across every community that's represented in this chamber. So many people who have been on the sidelines of our society have been able to fully enjoy the full benefits of this scheme. It has been an absolute game changer for so many across our communities. Unfortunately, we're reaching a point now where it simply cannot be sustained on the current footing. The rate of growth, as the previous speaker said, is up at 10.3% according to the last quarterly update. And I admit, in the course of the previous coalition government, while the scheme was growing, it was reaching maturity, we were adding people fresh in who had spent many decades without these levels of support. The growth, of course, was a lot higher as we got things going. But now 10.3% on a very mature scheme is way too high. And unfortunately, what we've seen from this government is setting a target of 8%. They're not meeting that. And now we're seeing the National Cabinet now saying, well, we're going to try to get it to 5 or 6%. Well, we're well and truly over that, Deputy Speaker. We have got a significant challenge in trying to get that number down to the government's goal. And what concerns us on this side of the chamber is that we are reading in the press, we're reading multiple times each day. I've got a media alert for the term NDIS, and I can see multiple media reports every day, and I'm sure it will grow as we head towards the budget, where the assumption seems to be that the growth projections within the budget for the NDIS will match the government's target. Now, that's great. That's wonderful. Except they're not meeting the target. They're nowhere near. They're growing at double the rate of the target. So we can pretend that we're going to somehow magically find ourselves at a point where we are achieving the government's target, or we can get real about, right, what are we going to actually do to try to ensure we do get there? And unfortunately, and I spoke on this in the Federation Chamber yesterday, we are seeing, I'm sure every MP in this place would be experiencing the same amount of casework that I am. About 80% of my correspondence that I receive in my office is now NDIS casework, and primarily from people who have had their schemes cut, had their plans cut. And I heard from the previous speaker about, well, if you consider it in the totality, if you consider the average plan. No, for the constituents that contact my office who have had their plans cut, sometimes significantly cut.
Member for Bowman.
That's all right.
You'll get time to continue your reports. It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and good evening, everyone. How are you? There's a lot going on, isn't there? Lots of challenges, and I thought I'd check in with you just to see how you're going. Here we are, about a third of the way through this government's second term, and my second term as the member for Ryan. I thought it might be good to just catch up, have a chat about things, about where we are, about where we'd like to be, about where we're going and what's been happening. When I won the seat of Ryan in 2022, I had really big hopes, as did many. Labor had made so many promises to look after us, to look after Australians, to make Australia a better and fairer place. And the complexion of Parliament had changed, with far more representation of Greens and Independents on the crossbench, with more women, and the Parliament a much more representative cross-section of the Australian population than ever before. I really thought we'd be able to achieve good things together, that we'd be able to work well together to make advances towards a better, fairer life for all Australians, that we could hope for a better Australia together, that we could work together for every Australian to have a roof over their head, in good housing accessible to all. We could work together to address the climate crisis, to provide high-quality free education for all at every level, to provide high-quality free healthcare to all, and work together for fairness and integrity and honesty and transparency with the Australian people. So I just thought I'd check in with you and see how you feel things are going. How do you feel about it all? Let's have a look at some of the things that were promised, some of the things we hoped for, some of the things we all deserve in a wealthy, democratic nation like Australia. No one left behind. Well, they're certainly not tackling the rising wealth inequality in this country. That's further separating the haves and the have-nots. Ordinary people's living standards are going backwards, while corporate profits and billionaires' wealth are soaring. Action on climate change. What a joke, what a tragedy. Labor approved an extension to the Southern Hemisphere's largest fossil fuel project, the North West Shelf, among dozens of other approvals of fossil fuel projects. Why aren't these things happening? They should, and they could. All of those promises could be met, but I'm afraid this government is nobbled by their relationship with their masters, and that's not you, but the big end of town, the big corporations and their billionaire owners that don't just donate to the major parties, they party together, they exchange staff, they line up their post-politics jobs. That's the only explanation for why, in a wealthy country with all of our amazing natural assets and our resources, that you are suffering and that you are paying. Just a few weeks ago, the Prime Minister was partying with Australia's third richest person, billionaire Anthony Pratt. Katy Perry was the headline act. Pratt, by the way, was Labor's biggest individual donor, giving them $2 million last election season. In the midst of a cost of living crisis and a fuel crisis resulting from a war that the Labor government has supported. If you're an ordinary citizen struggling to get a meeting with the Prime Minister, simple, just get an international pop star to headline your party and invite him along. It's very easy to feel disheartened by all this. It's very easy to feel disheartened that this is who the leaders in our government are spending their time with. It's challenging, but let's not give up hope. Let us be clear-eyed about what is actually happening. Let us all resist being gaslit, resist being told that it's just how it is and it's impossible to make change. Instead, let's work together to fix these things, to make a better Australia for everyone and a better future for all of the children and grandchildren. I call it active, practical hope. There's real hope in knowing that there are more of us than them, more everyday people than them, those corporations and the billionaire class and their political allies. And there's hope in knowing that the majority of Australians want to address wealth inequality. They want a fairer return on our resources. They want action on climate. They want a government with integrity. And they don't want us to go to war. I'll keep pushing forward with that active, practical hope.
The question is the House to now adjourn. Give the call to the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Despite spending quite a bit of time this month here in Canberra, my weekends have been spent out and about in my community. Recently, I hosted a community barbecue in Flemington with members of our proud Somali diaspora. Diaspora, I should say. It was a chance for me to speak directly to them about what matters to them and their families and what pressures they're experiencing. Also, in that time between sitting weeks, I held a mobile office in Keilor East, again providing an opportunity to speak directly with local residents about what matters to them. On both these occasions, the topic that was consistently raised was around the pressures that many people are under around rising cost of living. That issue is front of centre in the minds of many, many working Australians. The conflict in the Middle East is another flashpoint that our communities must now face when sitting down to do their household budgets. Speaker, it's incredibly important that we cut through some of the misinformation and sheer dishonesty of those opposite, to be clear with Australians about what this government is doing. While those opposite look to help their own political gains, we remain focused on we focus our efforts on helping Australians, being responsible and structured. We've delivered reforms that have provided immediate effect, like cutting 20% off student debt and our first round of tax cuts. And we're matching this relief with longer-term reforms, like changes to student loan repayments. No longer are Australians with student debt being lumped with repayments that are measured by total income, but now they only repay on the amount of income earned over the threshold. And that threshold has been raised from $54,435 to $67,000. That means if you earn over $67,000, you'll not be required to make an annual compulsory repayment. If you earn above $67,000, your repayments are calculated only against the proportion of your income above that threshold. This new repayment system means that people will make smaller compulsory repayments each year and effectively be able to keep more of what they earn, have more money in their pockets. Because younger Australians already feel that our economy is stacked against them. But this government recognises their frustrations, and that's why we have taken action. Mr Speaker, another structural reform that we've made will take place in just a few months' time. From July 26, every Australian taxpayer is going to receive another tax cut, and then another one in 2027. And at the beginning, in 2027, we have reformed our tax system to be simpler and provide real cost of living relief by introducing a $1,000 instant tax deduction. This takes some of the stress out at tax time. Aussie workers can now claim a flat rate instead of claiming individual work-related expenses. Working people deserve to be able to keep more of what they earn. This Labor government heavily believes in this. Speaker, at the last election, Labor made a promise to the Australian people. We said that we would strengthen Medicare, and that's exactly what we've been focused on. At the beginning of this year, the PBS medicines were capped at $25 a script. And I love this reform, and I know I've spoken about it quite often in this place, but another aspect of this reform is on the concession card, that the co-payment continues to be only $7.70 until 2030. So for Australians with complex medical needs and chronic conditions, these are real savings that are taking the pressure off their bank account and making a difference in their lives. Mr Speaker, you cannot strengthen Medicare without investing heavily in bulk billing. It is the cornerstone of our health system, and Australians are proud, quite rightly, of our universal access to care, no matter where they live or how much they earn. That's why we've tripled the bulk billing incentive, which has doubled the number of bulk billing clinics in my community, so more people can see their GP for free. Speaker, my community voted for real cost of living relief, they voted for tax relief and for a stronger Medicare, and this Labor government is delivering our promises to them. We started our second term passing student debt relief and have continued steadfastly focused on cost of living relief, responsible cost of living relief at every opportunity we can. We're investing in working families because Labor knows that that is an investment in our country's future. Thank you.
The question is to the House to now adjourn. Give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
I rise to pay tribute to Their Majesties King Frederick X and Queen Mary of Denmark on their recent state visit to Australia. Thank you to the member for Cunningham as co-chair of the Parliamentary Friendship Group for Denmark, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, members and senators for attending the event held in Their Majesties' honour at Parliament House on Monday, March the 16th. Her Excellency Ingrid Dahl-Madsen for her great deal of work on Denmark-Australia relations and, of course, the state visit. Mr Lars Aagaard Møller, Minister for Climate, Energy and Utilities, Mr Jeppe Tranholm Mikkelsen, Permanent Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, Mr Lars Frelle Pedersen, Permanent Secretary of State for Climate, Energy and Utilities, and the delegation of around 50 Danish companies involved in sectors with a focus on agriculture and renewables. It was indeed a great honour to acknowledge and welcome Their Majesties to Parliament House. I said in my speech to the Parliamentary Friendship Group, I could never compete with Queen Mary's impeccable Danish, but as a grateful Rotary exchange student to Denmark in 1986, I gave it an Aussie red-hot go. I do so again as a mark of respect for the enduring relationship between Australia and Denmark, for the Royal Danish Court, Kongehuset, and for the Kingdom of Denmark, including Greenland and the Faroe Islands. I say in advance that my accent is neither the King's Copenhagen Danish nor the Odense Danish of Fyn, the home of Hans Christian Andersen, but rather Jutland's less sophisticated dialect, fondly known as Jysk. And so I tell my story with fondness, and I table the English translation for the House and for the attendants. Og derfor fortæller jeg min historie med kærlighed. Den oplevelse, jeg fik som 17-årig pige, da jeg repræsenterede min land som Rotary udvekslingsstudent i den yndige land, som hedder Gamle Danmark, ændrede virkelig mit liv. Jeg tror, at hvis jeg ikke havde været modtager af Rotary og Danmarks generositet i 1986, ville jeg ikke stå her i dag som medlem af det australske parlament. Jeg vil gerne benytte den lejlighed til at takke Rotary International, kongeriget Danmark, for en helt ekstraordinær oplevelse. Jeg anerkendte også hendes majestæt, dronning Margrethes enestående regeringstid på 52 år sammen med prins Henrik. 4 værtsfamilier, skolekammerater fra Herning Gymnasium og Rotary-fællesskabet viste venlighed, tålmodighed og tror på en ung kvinde fra Australien. De investerede i mig og tog mig til sig. Jeg vendte hjem efter et år meget klogere, mere erfaren og 12 kilo tungere. Det var for mig chokolade og for mange fastelavnsboller, tror jeg. I dag bærer jeg Danmark med mig, hvor end jeg går, i min berømte danske design, et Geo Ensen-ur. Hvert år laver jeg danske juleaftensmiddag for min familie. Flæskesteg, rødkål og brune kartofler og risalamande, men ikke rødgrød med fløde på til jul. Jeg pyntet juletræet med danske dekorationer for år tilbage. Australien har meget til fælles med danskere. Vi deler humor og livssyn. Danmark og Australien ligger langt fra hinanden på verdenskortet, men vi står hinanden nær i værdier. Begge vores lande er demokratier, der tror på frihed, retsstatsprincipper, lighed og menneskelig værdighed. Venskabet mellem vores land har dybe rødder. I mere end et århundrede er danskere rejst til Australien for at arbejde, studere og bosætte sig. Kun for at tage et stykke Australien med hjem. Når endene med kongelige ægtefæller. Samtidig har Australien fundet inspiration i Norden. I fællesskab, velfærd og bæredygtighed. I dag vokser samarbejde fortsat inden for handling, forskning, uddannelser, forsvar og den grønne omstilling. Verden står overfor udfordringer. Danmark og Australien besidder stærke kompetencer, særligt inden for vedvarende energi, maritim teknologi, landbrug og innovation. Sammen kan vi gøre mere. Deres majestæt og besøg er ikke blot en fejring af venskab og af familier, men et løfte om fortsat partnerskab. Et partnerskab bygget på gensidig respekt, åben dialog og vejledning til handling til gavn ved vores borgere og kommende generationer. Vi takker dem for at vælge at besøge vores land, Uluru, Canberra, Melbourne og Hobart, og håber, at det nyder vores varme gæstefrihed. Den afspiller vores følelser for Danmark. Må forholdet mellem Danmark og Australien fortsætte med at vokse i styrke og dybde. Må vores land stå sammen i arbejde for frihed og en bæredygtig fremtid. Tusind tak til Hans Majestæt, Kong Frederik, Hendes Majestæt, vores dronning Mary, minister Aagaard, statssekretær, ambassadør, det danske delegation, hvem må jeg have lyst til at tale i Melbourne, for det voldsomt, succesfuldt statsbesøg med kong Frederiks ord, down under fra up over. Og endelig hilsen til alle i den lille Vildbjerg. Det var hyggeligt.
Tak. Member for Moncrieff. Give a call to the honourable member for Moreton.
Tak, Herr Formand, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are 2.7 million Australians on the minimum wage and award reliant. They are the Australians that help keep our communities clean. They are the Australians that help look after and educate our littlest ones. They are the Australians that help prepare food. And in Queensland, there's 561,600 of them, over 22% of the workforce. In my local electorate of Moreton on Brisbane's south side, there's 7,000 people on the Retail Industry Award. And, Mr Speaker, they work for organisations including St David's Neighbourhood Centre, which uses the Social and Community Services Award, the SHADS Award, for staff providing vital community services, services that we need and services that our community uses every single day. Mr Speaker, these workers matter. These workers deserve fair wages. These workers deserve a good life and dignity. And Labor has always been their champion. Mr Speaker, Labor's submission to the annual wage review with the Fair Work Commission is what I want to talk about tonight, because it's an economically sustainable real wage increase that this Labor government is asking for, which will help lift living standards of some of the lowest paid workers in our Australian community. It's consistent with the RBA's target band, and Mr Speaker, the government submission does not recommend a specific wage. We understand that the Fair Work Commission is independent. But what we seek is that the Fair Work Commission considers the economic conditions, the needs of those who are paid lowly, and the various stakeholder submissions that back those workers in. Mr Speaker, why? Because so many award wage workers are in low-paid roles. They work fewer hours, they have fewer financial buffers to protect them, to fall back on in tough times. And Mr Speaker, these workers are more susceptible to cost of living challenges. And we know right now that cost of living is biting. It's impacting on people. And whether that's increased fuel prices, whether that's higher grocery prices, whether that's bigger bills, these are the working Australians who need dignity and a fair wage more than anything. And in contrast to what those across the chamber did when they were in government, low wages were a deliberate design feature of their economic architecture. Annual real wages fell again and again and again and again for 5 consecutive quarters before Labor came to office. And real wages were going backwards by 3.5% in May 2022, and living standards were falling by 1.5%. Mr Speaker, Labor has always championed working people. And that's why when we came to government, since 2022, Labor's recommendations for real wage increases have seen cumulative increases of more than $9,000 for minimum wage workers. The minimum wage is now $175.40 a week higher than in May 2022. That's real money. That's real impact on people's hip pockets. And it's a real shot in the arm for workers who need it most. The listo is increasing by $310 to $810. We've seen the longest consecutive period of annual wage growth, 8 quarters in a decade. Annual nominal wages have grown above 3% for 14 quarters in a row. Living standards grew 2% to December 2025 quarter, and OECD data shows that they are growing at more than twice the average of major advanced economies. More than 1.2 million jobs have been created under this government, with more than 4 out of 5 in the private sector. And average unemployment under the Albanese government is the lowest of any government in half a century. Mr Speaker, in my first speech to this place, I said that the economy has to work for everyday people every day. And that has never been truer than now, and never been truer than of this Labor government.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I get the call to them for Nichols.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I acknowledge that the Albanese government has finally heeded our advice and provided limited but immediate relief for motorists and businesses. And it's been a long couple of weeks in this place trying to hammer home the real-world impacts of the liquid fuel crisis. And in many regional areas that we represent, those impacts continue. And I just wanted to give a summary of some of the issues being raised with me in Nichols. Small freight operators in regional Victoria and southern New South Wales report diesel prices increasing by more than $1.50 a litre overnight, placing immediate pressure on the cash flow and threatening business viability. Owner-drivers and family freight businesses in towns such as Broadford, Mooroopna and Yarrawonga say fuel now accounts for up to 30% of expenditure, with weekly fuel use measured in thousands of litres. Employees in logistics-dependent regional businesses report fuel levies of 25% and 30% being passed through by transport providers, driving up costs for businesses and customers alike. Regional waste, recycling and sanitation businesses warn that restricted access to diesel threatens continuity of essential services for schools, hospital, aged care facilities and local communities, raising public health concerns. Regional households and small business owners describe fuel as not optional but essential, linking rising petrol and diesel costs to broader cost of living pressures, inflation and interest rate stress. There are significant impacts on agriculture and food supply. Livestock, rural and agricultural transport operators in regional Victoria report diesel price spikes to more than $3.20 per litre, combined with rationing and transaction limits as low as 50 litres, making normal operations unworkable. There are harvest contractors in northern Victoria who describe prolonged diesel shortages leaving machinery idle during critical harvest windows, directly threatening feed supplies for dairy farms and risking adverse animal welfare outcomes. And bulk fuel distributors in regional electorates report running out of diesel within hours of delivery, forced rationing for farmers and extreme volatility in replacement costs making day-to-day trading impossible. And it's affecting infrastructure as well. Small regional transport contractors working on government-funded infrastructure projects are reporting to me that absorbing thousands of dollars per week in additional diesel costs with fuel levies not being passed through contractual chains. Operators warn this creates a real risk of withdrawal from projects, workforce disruption and delays to nationally significant infrastructure delivery. And there are human costs and community consequences, Mr Speaker. Workers commuting daily between regional towns report weekly fuel costs more than doubling, forcing changes to work travel, family routines and household budgets. And across regional communities, constituents consistently link fuel insecurity and price shocks to mental health strain, business stress and uncertainty about the future. Mr Speaker, we don't know when the conflict in the Middle East will end or when supply chains will return to normal. We are told there will still be a long sting in the tail to this crisis. Supply is especially an issue for farmers, and the NFF President Hamish McIntyre said after the National Cabinet meeting that pressing shortages and crippling costs still need to be addressed through an agriculture-specific plan to secure supply for farmers and fishers, including clear trigger points for government action to safeguard food production, and the inclusion of agriculture in fisheries and forestries as critical industries under the Liquid Fuel Emergency Act of 1984, and targeted small business support for those whose supply chain facing acute financial pressures. Mr Speaker, we have been fielding these calls from our regional businesses for the last 3 weeks, and we have been putting them to the government all through question time over the last 2 weeks. And it is pleasing to see the government beginning to take this seriously, but there is more to do, and there is a longer question than the immediate issue of getting us through this particular Middle Eastern crisis, and that is addressing our vulnerability to overseas supply chains, particularly when it comes to liquid fuel supplies. A long-term strategy for this ensures our food security, our defence security and our national sovereignty. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The question is the House to now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today, I stand here as the proud local member for Dunkley, focused on a simple goal, making sure people in my community can access safe, secure and affordable housing. In Dunkley, the need is clear. Nearly 60% of residents are classified as low or very low income, with higher than average rates of single-parent households, domestic and family violence and housing stress. That makes action on housing not just important, but urgent. While the challenges are real, so is the progress. Our government is delivering the most ambitious housing agenda in generations, one that is practical, targeted and already improving lives. We are focused on 3 priorities: building more homes, making it better to rent and making it easier to buy. Since coming to office, more than 180 Australians have bought their first home with just a 5% deposit, including 1,713 people from Dunkley. That's over 1,000 local families with greater security and a stake in their future. We have increased Commonwealth rent assistance by nearly 50%. Supporting more than 1 million households during a tight rental market. We've also turned the corner on the construction of 5,000 homes across the nation, with commencements up and construction costs stabilising. Importantly, more than 25,000 social and affordable homes are now in planning or construction, with over 5,000 already completed, and we know that this work must continue. This term, we are committed to delivering 55,000 social and affordable homes, helping build 100,000 homes for first home buyers and working toward the national goal of 1.2 million homes over 5 years. People get nervous when they hear that figure. It's aspirational. But in my life, if you don't have a goal and you don't have an aspiration, you've got nothing to work towards. So we will forge ahead with intention to do our very bit to provide more homes for people in our communities. But Deputy Speaker, housing policy only works when it connects with people on the ground. That's why I delivered a housing forum in Dunkley in partnership with Frankston City Council and the Committee for Frankston-Mornington Peninsula. The forum brought builders, industry, community organisations and all levels of government together to share opportunities, build local connections and start shaping a clear housing roadmap for our region. It was practical, solutions-focused and exactly what our growing community needs. I've also met with the Greater South East Melbourne network and held more than 50 meetings with local stakeholders since January, listening to what help they need to unlock and deliver the homes people need. The message is clear. Dunkley is a place of opportunity to invest, to build and to live, but investment in housing must keep pace with that growth. And I will continue to push for that outcome along with support from Frankston City Council and my state colleagues. Deputy Speaker, I will not stop advocating for my community because housing isn't just about buildings. It's about stability, opportunity and the future we are building together in Dunkley.
It being 8 p.m, the House turns adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.